Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401 Night Exploration. In the grilled fish restaurant, at the open air tables, groups of customers gathered together to chat and enjoy the lively summer night. Zhu Yuantang drank a large glass of ice wine, and the heavy glass fell on the table with a clang sound. She lazily slumped down on the plastic chair, looking around at Jiang Ning and Chachu. At this moment, it was probably the best time. "I'm full." She stroked her waist and abdomen. As soon as the voice fell, the waiter brought a square pot and placed it on the oven. The fragrant grilled fork-tail catfish was ready. Zhu Yuantang quickly sat up in a dignified posture, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Jiang Ning picked up the chopsticks and said, "It's cooked. Let's eat." Hearing this, Zhu Chachu started to eat. Several more guests came nearby, namely Dong Qingfeng, Chen Qian, Yu Wen, Jiang Yanan, Shen Qinj, and 4 unfamiliar men and women. Zhu Chachu recognized one of the girls, her deskmate Muang. The two had a good relationship and had watched the opening ceremony of the second phase of Landmall together. As for the other 2 boys, the one wearing designer clothes and a watch is Jin Yuanhang from the class, and the other one wearing thick glasses is Tao Zhi. Dong Qingfeng invited the last girl in a gentlemanly manner. "Come together. I've been to this restaurant several times, and the taste is relatively good in the city. There are many of us, and we can order more fish to taste it." He made up an excuse. The girl in front of him was beautiful, with a light blue suspender skirt full of French style, and a white lace top, which gave her an inexplicable nobleness. With Dong Qingfeng's eyes, he could easily judge that her family conditions were definitely not bad, and she had been raised in wealth since childhood. Yao glanced at the open air table with a little disdain, frowning slightly. "Are you sure it's delicious?" Dong Qingfeng showed a gentlemanly smile, elegant and straightforward. "I swear to heaven on my personality. Jin Yuanhang is a celebrity in the second middle school. With his connections, he not only invited Yao, who had business dealings with his family, but also called Muang out. As a result, this thing suddenly appeared." "Tao Zhi, what do you think?" he asked. Tao Zhi said, "I don't mind. Okay, let's go together." Jin Yuanhang didn't refute. So Dong Qingfeng called the boss. The boss knew Dong Qingfeng and immediately greeted him warmly. "Qingfeng, come to eat fish?" Dong Qingfeng said skillfully, "Uncle, share a table." He brought a few girls to pick fish, just like a leader. Jin Yuanhang, who usually acts as a big brother, was uncomfortable. What does it mean? Originally, he had made an appointment with girls to go shopping at the night market together today, and he was quite happy. As a result, Muang met her good sisters on the way, and they got together. Yao was also familiar with another good-looking girl. So Jin Yuanhang became a lonely man. Now seeing that boy's smug look again, Jin Yuanhang was depressed. "It was obviously the girl I brought. Why did she act like you brought her?" But Jin Yuanhang couldn't counter it for a while, so he could only stay there depressed, playing with the famous watch on his wrist. Soon, Dong Qingfeng came back. He counted the dishes, a 2 Jin blackfish, accompanied by 4 Wangaya fish, and a 4 Jin golden fish. The other side dishes are mouth-watering chicken, boiled shrimp, and sweet-scented osmanthus lotus root. "I have served a lot. If it is not enough, we can add more." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Yuanhang said lightly, "Thank you for your hard work. Today's meal is on my table." The words were as if he was sending away a servant. Dong Qingfeng's prestige was frustrated. He gritted his teeth and said generously, "I'm the host, I will treat you." With the pocket money he had, it was estimated that he would have to spend a lot of money. Then, the 2 of them started arguing about who should treat the guests. The more they talked, the more aggressive they became. Jiang Yanan and Shen Qinj looked at each other in bewilderment. Yao wiped the stool carefully, sat up, crossed her legs. "How about you guys play rock paper scissors?" Dong Qingfeng stopped arguing immediately. He regained his composure and gracefully flicked the round collar of his t-shirt. "Sorry, I made fun of you." He stretched out his hand and said to Jin Yuanhang with a Western invitation gesture, "Please. Rock paper scissors." The gesture began. 3 seconds later, Deng Qingfeng won the right to pay the bill, and his pride could hardly be concealed. With the attitude of a winner, "Thank you." Jin Yuanhang was suppressed unconsciously. On the other side, Zhu Yuantang was puzzled. They are obviously not familiar with each other. Why are they fighting over the bill? Shouldn't they split it equally? Jiang Ning, this is the world of adults. Zhu Yuantang immediately felt that he was looked down upon. "Do you mean I'm young?" "No," he said. "Humph, do you dare to compare who eats more? Who eats less? Who is younger?" Zhu Yuantang was aggressive. Zhu Chuchu, the bystander, was speechless. Tang Tang just said that others were fighting, and now she was fighting with Jiang Ning about who ate more. Is there a difference in the level of childishness? Deng Qingfeng's 2-in-1 table was not far from Jiang Ning, and several people couldn't help but look around. Muang saw Zhu Chuchu and waved, and Zhu Chuchu smiled back. Shen Qinj said nothing, but she looked more at the very beautiful girl next to Jiang Ning. Yao Yiao also noticed Jiang Ning. She had eaten at Jiang Junlang's house and had seen Jiang Ning. Her impression of this person was only that the watermelon he brought was very delicious. After eating that amazing watermelon, all the watermelons this summer were eclipsed. Recalling the delicious taste, Yao Yiao couldn't help asking Shen Qinj, "Has he been to your house recently?" She asked a little obscurely, without naming who it was, but Shen Qinj actually followed up. "He hasn't been here for a while." "Oh, okay." Yao Yiao stopped asking and shook her sandals. Jin Yuanhang noticed Zhu Chuchu and Jiang Ning over there. He had a vague impression that, before at the Lamma shopping mall, he proposed at Muang, and Zhu Chuchu grabbed dolls, hoping to show off his prowess, but ended up failing miserably. In the end, Jiang Ning grabbed a lot of dolls, and that day, Jin Yuanhang suffered a setback. After returning, he bought a doll machine and practiced the doll grabbing technique. Now, his skills have reached the peak, but the little dissatisfaction at the beginning has disappeared. Because he and Jiang Ning are no longer in the same realm. Zhu Chuchu is here. Jin Yuanhang was surprised. Shen Qinj suddenly asked, "Who is Zhu Chuchu?" "We are in the same class," Muang said. Shen Qinj wanted to ask a few more questions, but then the boss came over. At the dinner, Deng Qingfeng and Jin Yuanhang were chatting and laughing, as if they were knowledgeable about astronomy and geography. On the contrary, Chen Qian and Tao Zhi were eating fish in silence. Deng Qingfeng helped pour water, wash dishes, adjust the positions of dishes, and take care of every girl equally. "Yanan, I know you like coriander. Come here." I asked the boss to cut some. "Qinj, try the sweet scented osmanthus lotus root. It's guaranteed to be soft and sticky." "Muang, you can't drink cold drinks." I asked the boss to cook red dates and peanut soup for you. "Yao, is one Yaz fish to your taste?" he asked one by one. His caring attitude warmed all the girls. Jin Yuanhang was stunned, and he finally had a preliminary impression of Deng Qingfeng. It's hard to say what's wrong, but it's wrong. The content of high school students' chats is all kinds of strange, but there are always points that can't be avoided, such as academics. Jin Yuanhang tidied his appearance. When it comes to academics, it's not bragging. As a member of that Tsinghua and Peking University class of Yuzhou No. 2 Middle School, he is well deserved among the top 100 students of the same class in the entire city. After exposing the identity of No. 2 Middle School, Jin Yuanhang received several surprised eyes, especially the girl named Jiang Yanan, who has amazingly fair skin. Although No. 2 Middle School is good, it is difficult for pretty girls from other schools to outshine those from other schools. A fair-skinned and pretty girl like Jiang Yanan would definitely be popular in No. 2 Middle School. Deng Qingfeng was suppressed and had no way of saying his pain. In terms of grades, even someone as hard-working as Chen Qian would probably be slightly inferior to Jin Yuanhang. But No. 4 Middle School is not without advantages. Deng Qingfeng said, "We still have 1 week of final exams, and then we'll have a holiday." Mentioning this, No. 2 Middle School was very envious. They are a top middle school, and it's good to have a month off during the summer vacation. Jiang Yanan said anxiously, "The results of the final exam will determine the quality of my summer vacation. I wonder if the math test paper is difficult." Yuan, Fatty Gao said before that he would be responsible for making the test paper. Jiang Yanan, that's it. I'm afraid I won't pass. She looked like she was in trouble. Dong Qingfeng drank a sip of coke and comforted him. It's okay. If you want, I can write your name on the exam. Jiang Yanan was touched. Chen Kan finally spoke. Is math difficult? Let my grandma take the exam, and she can easily pass. Jiang Yanan's face changed. Jin Yuanhang was amused. He didn't understand why there was such an arrogant person in the 4th middle school in an exiled place. He retorted, brother, you are joking. Your grandma is in her 70s or 80s, right? Chen Kan, my grandma is a retired high school math teacher. After dinner, Jiang Ning paid the bill. The three of them spent only 100 yuan in total. Zhu Yuantang was keeping accounts again. He spent 100 yuan and still made more than 700 yuan. From the south entrance of Hongxing Street, go back to the north. The mountain bike and battery car are still parked there. After walking a few steps, I came across a pet stall. The stall owner's clothes were very old and discolored. He rubbed his rough hands. The poor little rabbit was trapped in the cage and had only a small space to move around. Zhu Yuantang squatted in front of the cage, staring at the little rabbit. She said sadly, Chuchu, it has no freedom. Do you want to buy it back to eat? Zhu Chuchu got straight to the point. Zhu Yuantang's sadness disappeared by 30% in an instant. She found that Chuchu had changed and no longer had a childlike innocence. I just wanted to see its parents. Zhu Yuantang is a kind child. The stall owner dressed as an old farmer next to him said, sell it, old rabbits for sale, sold to the barbecue stall. Zhu Yuantang looked in the direction he pointed and saw a glowing sign at the edge of the barbecue stall, which read roast whole rabbit, half for 30, one for 50. The old farmer suggested, little girl, give me 10 yuan, I will send the rabbit to the barbecue stall and ensure that its family is reunited. Zhu Yuantang left this cruel place. On the way back, she found a candy stall on the side of the road, so she asked Chuchu to send Jiang Ning away. The female boss reminded, the candy you took is for teasing people. It is very sour on the outside, so sour that you want to spit it out, but if it melts a little, it is very sweet on the inside. Zhu Yuantang said she understood. When she was in junior high school, it was popular in the class. Students tricked each other into eating. Fortunately, she met it tonight, which opened up her dusty memory. It's you. Zhu Yuantang spent 2 yuan and bought a handful of candy. She specially packed the sour and non-sour candies separately. On the way home, Zhu Yuantang sat in the back seat, pinching the candy, feeling smug in her heart. Tonight, she watched her cruelly torture Jiang Ning and let him order her around all day. If a tiger doesn't show its power, she will think she is a sick cat. She poked Jiang Ning's back and said seriously, Jiang Ning, you performed very well today. Chuchu and I are very satisfied. Please have some candy. As she said that, she took out a candy from her right pocket and handed it to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning held the candy in his hand and rode with one hand, but he was reluctant to eat it. Zhu Yuantang couldn't help feeling guilty. He wouldn't find out, would he? She changed her mind and realized that Chuchu had been the one who leaked the information when she bought the candy. Chuchu was the most reliable person. Therefore, she was definitely not exposed, and there was no need to worry. Why don't you eat the candy when I give it to you? She said innocently. Jiang Ning sneered in his heart, as he had already discovered Zhu Yuantang's plan. You eat first, he said. Zhu Yuantang felt that she was being questioned and was very unhappy. You don't know how to appreciate a good person. Just eat it if you want. She took out a non-sour candy from her left pocket. Without even looking at it, she tore open the package and quickly stuffed the candy into her mouth. As soon as Zhu Yuantang ate the candy, she savored the sweetness, but the next moment, an overwhelming sour taste attacked her from all directions, making her tremble. She hurriedly spit it out, but the sour taste could not be eliminated in a short time, and she was so uncomfortable that she couldn't speak. At this moment, Jiang Ning stuffed another sweet candy into her mouth, and Zhu Yuantang was so scared that she was about to scream. A sweetness melted in her mouth, diluting the previous sourness. Late at night, Zhu Yuantang slipped out of Jiang Ning's room and returned to her room in the night. Her mother said that she couldn't stay up late at night and had to leave Jiang Ning at 12 o'clock. Zhu Yuantang always followed it strictly. She took Jiang Ning's iPad home and lay on the soft quilt to play with it. Her room was very cool and there was no need to use a mat. Aunt Gu pushed open the door, saw her daughter's appearance, and advised, "Stop playing and go to sleep. Only by sleeping more can you grow taller." Zhu Yuantang pouted. Her mother thought she was too short. Jiang Ning obviously didn't dislike her. Anyway, she was tall enough with Jiang Ning. Why did she have to grow so tall? Go to sleep. Zhu Yuantang put the iPad away. She grabbed the quilt, rolled over, and hid herself in the quilt. Aunt Gu closed the door with satisfaction. Zhu Yuantang pricked up her ears and listened for a while. Half a minute later, a hand stretched out from the quilt and took the iPad away. She hid in the quilt to play games. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Zhu Yuantang was happier and happier playing. She was full of energy and couldn't stop at all. Suddenly, the door opened. Aunt Gu looked at the light from the quilt and scolded her daughter. "Aren't you asleep? Why are you still playing with your phone? You always lie to me. Have you become more capable?" Zhu Yuantang never expected that her mother would attack her in the middle of the night. In panic, Zhu Yuantang's mind went blank. But her wisdom was extraordinary and she came up with a brilliant idea. "Mom, it was because you pushed the door too loudly and woke me up. I thought it was morning, so I checked the time on my tablet." After saying that, Zhu Yuantang almost believed it herself. She was so smart. She was a genius. Aunt Gu, nonsense. Jiang Ning said you were asleep and setting off firecrackers couldn't wake you up. Chapter 402. Transmission. Sunday afternoon. Dinner in the cafeteria of number 4 middle school. The small dining table plan is doing well. After the 200 yuan meal fee was used up last time, the school opened registration again. Thanks to the spread of word of mouth, the number of students participating in the small dining table has increased. In contrast, the queue time for food has become longer. At table 26, Huang Yazu put down the steamed bun basket. Wang Lang took the steamed bun and praised, "Yazu, your speed is impeccable. Our table is always the first to eat steamed buns." "Hey, who brought the Laogan Ma?" he asked in confusion. There was a bottle of Laogan Ma sauce on the dining table. "Don't mention it." Wang Lang really wanted to try Laogan Ma when he saw it suddenly. He hadn't eaten it for several months. Shan Kaikwan said, "Brother Nan brought it." Wang Lang, "Brother Nan is good." He sat on the round stool and waited for the meal to start. In order to cater to the tastes of students, most of the dishes in the school are not spicy. It is good to make some spicy sauce occasionally. Wang Lang didn't pick up the dishes first. He was not a person with no quality like Zhang Kai. Instead, he took a sip of mung bean soup. Jiuo Kunan came with the bowl in his hand. He looked around and saw that Ma Shicheng, Tan Mealing and others were all present. The time had come, and the plan was set in motion. Jiuo Kunan picked up the glass jar of Laogan Ma and twisted it calmly in front of everyone at the table, but the lid didn't move at all. He exerted force with his hands, but still couldn't twist it open. Tan Mealing and Lukaki watched him twisting it. The jar was very strange. After twisting it for a full minute, Jiuo Kunan's face almost turned blue. His arms were shaking, but the lid still didn't move. He subconsciously glanced at Lu Ye on the side, who was looking at him at this time. Jiuo Kunan was in a dilemma. Wang Lang quickly tried to save his dignity. "Brother Nan, I told you this afternoon not to do pull-ups, but you insisted on doing 50. Now your arms are tired, right?" With the chance, Jiuo Kunan quickly said, Right. I should listen to your advice next time." Wang Lang, listen to advice and eat a full meal. Shan Kaikwan volunteered, "Let me do it." He exercises regularly and has a good physique. With one effort, the jar opened. Jiuo Kunan specially prepared a public spoon and said attentively, "Come on, yeah, eat it with the steamed bun. It's a heavenly enjoyment." Lu Ye implicitly refused. No need. Lukaki thought that Lu Ye might be embarrassed to eat. As Jiuo Kunan's front desk, although Lukaki was vain, Jiuo Kunan was a good person, so she followed his lead. "Jiuo Kunan, give me a spoonful." In this way, most of the people at the table tasted it in the end, and Jiuo Kunan also gave Lu Ye a spoonful. Halfway through the meal, Jiuo Kanan asked, "Yeah, why didn't you reply to my questions messages over the weekend?" Lu Ye was silent for a few seconds. Jiuo Kanan had been chatting with her recently. She was troubled because many people chatted with her, but when she showed her refusal, those boys knew better and stopped bothering her. However, Jiuo Kanan was like clocking in for work every day, from morning to night. Lu Ye had received messages from him many times in the middle of the night and in the early morning. She had to study and make a living, so she really didn't have that much time to reply to Jiuo Kanan. However, she couldn't ignore him completely when they were eating at the same table, so she turned on the stealth mode on questions to avoid Jiuo Kanan. Lu Ye found an excuse and said, "Sorry, I didn't log into questions for 2 days over the weekend, so I didn't see the message." Jiuo Kanan took out his mobile phone and clicked into Lu Ye's questions personal interface. "That's not right. Your questions continuous login expert is still there, so you must have logged in every day." Lu Ye was embarrassed. Tan Mealing couldn't help laughing out loud. "Jiuo Kanan, you are very good at details." Table 29. Jiang Ning won more than 800 yuan by playing the ring toss, and now there is more than 700 yuan left. Zhu Yuantang boasted about his experience at the night market last night. Several girls at the table looked at him sideways. Jiang Ning was not surprised by praise or criticism. "I was just lucky." He was very satisfied with Zhu Yuantang. Every time he did something, he didn't need to tell her. She would never miss it. The girls at the table listened for a while, and Chen Siking said, "Oh, Tang Fu, you stepped on my foot." Tang Fu quickly retracted her long legs. She simply stood up. "Who will serve the rice?" Yang Sheng finished drinking. "Give me a bowl." Tang Fu took 2 bowls and went to serve the rice. She didn't put down her chopsticks, but took them away. When she brought the bowl back, she held the chopsticks, held the bottom of the bowl, and handed it to Yang Sheng steadily. While eating, Tang Fu searched the table with her eyes and said puzzledly, "Where are my chopsticks? Has anyone seen my chopsticks?" She raised the chopsticks and asked seriously, "How could the chopsticks be lost while eating?" Several people stared at the chopsticks in her hand and were shocked by her stupidity. Evening self-study. There was only 1 week left before the final exam. During the self-study class, the class was less noisy and everyone was reviewing seriously. Across the river, Shan Kaikun had his books spread out on his desk, but he had no intention of studying. Occasionally, his eyes crossed the river. Chen Xiao and Zhu Yuantang huddled together and whispered, happy and joyful. Shan Kaikun also saw Bayuxia, but only her profile. Recalling that rainy night, when he confessed his love, Bayuxia lightly rejected him. Since then, Shan Kaikun dared not look directly at Bayuxia's face. Does it still hurt? It hurts my heart. It's time to give up, and it's time to say goodbye. Shan Kaikun sighed in his heart. After the final exam, everything will be reshuffled. He will move back to the back row. From then on, the one he loves will be separated by mountains and seas, and mountains and seas cannot be leveled. Tong Tong, Tang Fu is not only stupid in the cafeteria, she is even more stupid outside. When we were at the night market last night, my sister and I were furious. She told Zhu Yuantang about the bargaining she had done yesterday. The two girls laughed from time to time. Suddenly, a terrifying figure appeared outside the glass window. Chen Xiao, who was smiling, was covered by the black shadow. She immediately changed color. It was the figure of the head teacher Shan Qingrang. Chen Xiao turned around hurriedly and opened her book to review. She was just an ordinary student, without Zhu Yuantang's immortal body. Shan Qingrang walked into the classroom with a red face. Many students suspected that the head teacher had drunk alcohol today. Shan Qingrang said a few words, that the final exam was coming soon. The exam was very important, and would determine the future class division to a certain extent. Then he changed his tone. Chen Xiao, everyone is studying on their own. Why are you talking in class? Shan Qingrang is a very responsible head teacher, but he also has a strict side. For example, at the beginning of the school year, Miao Zhe and Wang Lang had a fight and both were beaten. Also, Ma Shichen was playing with his cell phone, so Shan Qingrang came in and searched him. It's okay if you talk to yourself, but why are you talking to others? Do you know that this will affect other students' studies? Chen Xiaoyu stayed in her seat, lowered her head, and stammered without saying a word. Zhu Yuantang in the back row was a righteous man. How could he bear to see her being punished? Zhu Yuantang immediately raised his hand and said, "Class teacher, I insisted on talking to her. She ignored me at first, but I poked her." Upon hearing this, the whole class stared at the class teacher. How should the class teacher deal with the first person in the school who took the initiative to take responsibility? Shan Qingrong's face became even redder after drinking. He did not reply to Zhu Yuantang, but stared at Chen Xiaoyu and asked, "She talked to you. Why didn't you resist?" After class, Chen Xiaoyu, who had suffered a blow, said dejectedly, "Tong Tong, next time I am targeted by the teacher, please don't do it." Zhu Yuantang was too embarrassed to see her. During the break, Huang Zhangfei got the news and came to the classroom to announce, "Classmates, the holiday time has been confirmed." When the class heard this, there was a little confusion at first, but then it quickly calmed down, and everyone stared at him expectantly. Huang Zhangfei said loudly, "Today is the 22nd. We have exams on the 30th and 1st. After the exams, we will have a holiday on July 2nd, and the school will start on September 1st. Hearing such shocking news, Jiuo Kunan excitedly shook Hu Jun. Brother Jun, it's a full 2 months of vacation." Hu Jun sighed to the sky. "I can't wash my hair for 2 months, and I can't eat otten." The things he missed can only be seen again in 2 months. When Jiuo Kunan heard this, he suddenly thought that he would not be able to meet Lu Ye during the holiday. Jiuo Kunan was upset again. Fortunately, Wang Lang took Marge's mobile phone. "Brother Nan, the freshman group has been established, and some freshmen have joined. Come, I invite you to be the administrator." Jiuo Kunan's depressed mood immediately brightened up, and countless schoolmates were waiting for him. Yuzhou No. 4 Middle School has a lot of funds this year. The Education Bureau has received news that it is preparing to expand enrollment. In previous years, only 600 to 700 new students were admitted. This year, it is said that there may be more than 1,000, or even more. A new era has arrived. Jiuo Kunan's heart is surging. My No. 4 Middle School has risen, and I will become the trendsetter of No. 4 Middle School. Chen Xiaoyu and others in the front row were also talking about the expansion of No. 4 Middle School. Jiang Ning was a little confused because the No. 4 Middle School where he used to study did not receive such news. The number of students admitted to the first grade of high school did not increase compared with previous years. According to Jiang Ning's estimation, it should be the impact caused by Changqing Liquid Company. Chen Xiaoyu was curious, if our school expands enrollment, will there be enough teachers? Bayuxia, the problem of teachers is not difficult to solve. The trainee teachers are lining up to enter No. 4 Middle School. The level of trainee teachers is very poor, right? Chen Xiaoyu guessed. Bayuxia, not necessarily. Do you think teacher Jiuo ran as bad? No, she teaches very well. Intern teachers are young, energetic, and can play with students, so in terms of teaching effectiveness, they may not be worse than many veteran teachers. Of course, they are still much worse than the really good veteran teachers, such as our English teacher Chen Haiyang. Bayuxia said. Chen Xiaoyu was surprised. Zaya, you know a lot. Bayuxia was not surprised by the praise. Her hair was black and straight, sticking to her face, making her skin look even whiter. She was standing by the window, a beautiful scenery. Chen Xiaoyu felt that she was calm and peaceful, like a Taoist nun. Chen Xiaoyu felt that she was too out of touch with reality, so she took out a memory card box from her flat trouser pocket. She leaned over and said, Zaya, my sister and I found a new one. Do you want to see it? Bayuxia's delicate and beautiful face flashed a trace of unnaturalness, and then she took the card box, as if nothing had happened. The classmates in the class were all discussing the news of summer vacation, and there was noise everywhere. Deng Qingfeng made a summer vacation travel plan. Jiang Yanan said she was going to visit relatives in coastal cities, and Lu Kiki said she was going to such and such high-end restaurants. Pang Jiao planned to lose weight. Li Shengnan had double eyelids, and Meng Jiui claimed that she was going to watch a lot of movies. Everyone has their own plans. When the bell rang, math teacher Geo Hishuoi carried a textbook and a bench. He knew that he was not liked by students. For example, in class 8, there was a special bench for teachers on the podium, and he could sit and rest during self-study. However, before each class, the bench was hidden by some wicked student, and Geo Hishuoi had no place to sit. He was forced to bring his own bench. The world is going downhill, and there is no respect for teachers. Geo Hishuoi obviously heard the voices of his classmates. He is the kind of teacher who can't stand students having an easy life. He said loudly with a serious face, "You are very happy, right?" The class quickly quieted down. "The school is giving you 2 months off. You are happy, right? Do you know how important the high school stage is? 2 months off, you will be exhausted." Geo Hishuoi was dissatisfied with the school's holiday plan. Although he had a high level of teaching, the promotion of teachers was based on qualifications. He was still a humble second-level teacher. There were many first-level teachers and senior teachers in number 4 middle school, and Geo Hishuoi had little influence. He also said, "By then, you will be exhausted, and your grades will plummet. Will you still be happy? What are you happy about?" He used his teacher status to suppress the whole class of students. Facing the irritable Geo Hishuoi, the students were like being poured with cold water, holding their breath and keeping silent. For a while, the huge classroom was extremely quiet. Ma Shicheng saw that the atmosphere was depressing, like stagnant water, and he said lively, "You must be happy." Countless students were shocked and turned around to look. Did he want to die? Someone noticed Geo Hishuoi's face. Before Geo Hishuoi could get angry, he heard Ma Shicheng say, "We still have 2 months before school starts. Isn't it worth being happy?" The students laughed dryly for a while. During the lecture, Geo Hishuoi raised a difficult question and arranged Ma Shicheng to stand in the back row. Wang Lang sighed secretly. "Brother Ma is confused. Why are you going against him?" Geo Hishuoi taught for half a class, and after finishing the content, he asked everyone to study on their own. Yuan saw Geo Hishuoi lowering his head and talking to Jiang Ning in private, and continued to talk about their favorite Korean stars. Inadvertently, they were too involved in the conversation and Geo Hishuoi on the podium heard it. Geo Hishuoi was furious. He picked up a half piece of chalk and wanted to hit Yuan, suddenly remembered that he threw it into someone's mouth last time. Geo Hishuoi had to put down the chalk. "Forget it, let her go this time." After school, the classmates in the class cleaned up. Duan Shigen picked up the broom and was responsible for the north row. Deng Xiang walked to the door of the classroom, first looked at Jiang Ning's position, and made sure he was not there, before stepping into the forbidden area of class 8. Jeheo behind him shouted, "Brother Gang, what's going on? You're cleaning up." He laughed. After entering number 4 middle school, Jeheo, a second-rate scoundrel, could not be superior to others, but he never did work like cleaning. As for whether anyone cares, the life committee dares to say something and see. Deng Xiang, "Brother Gang, stop doing it and go out for barbecue." After this period of time together, Duan Shigen can be said to have found his old friend again. Of course, the money he saved from working has shrunk by half. Duan Shigen, "I haven't cleaned for so many years. Isn't this just a way for me to experience what it feels like?" Zhang Yifu's square face next to him sneered, "Come on, you lost to Yang Sheng, why don't you try to clean?" Duan Shigen looked at the broom in the other's hand and said unconvinced, "As if it's your turn to clean today." Chapter 403, Curiosity. After the evening self-study, at the river dam bungalow, Zhu Yuantang jumped out of the car and entered the main room. Under Aunt Gu's kind gaze, Zhu Yuantang opened the refrigerator and took out 2 mung bean ice creams. She cooked mung beans and made ice cream by herself, which was clean and delicious. She generously gave one to Jiang Ning, and the two leaned against the door to eat ice cream. The summer night in the countryside was extremely quiet, with almost no noise. The bright and clear moonlight poured down, soft and quiet. The wheat fields in the distance had been harvested, and the ground was bare, as if the hair had been plucked. In such a refreshing mood, Zhu Yuantang took a bite of the ice cream, and the ice tongue dodged around. She said in an ambiguous tone, "It's almost vacation." Jiang Ning said softly. Then, the two fell into silence. Zhu Yuantang ate the ice cream slowly, thinking about how to spend the 2-month summer vacation this year. She knew some classmates, and during the summer vacation, they went out to play in the outside world and took a lot of beautiful photos. Zhu Yuantang has never gone out to play. She does not envy others, because for her, vacation is the greatest happiness. In the past, many summer vacations, when her mother went out to work, she stayed at home to look after the house, wash clothes, clean the house, and watch cartoons on TV. She installed an antenna dish at home, which can receive cartoon channels, such as Kaku Animation and Golden Eagle Cartoon. There are countless good cartoons on these two channels. If she encounters a cartoon she doesn't like, she turns off the TV, goes out to pick wildflowers and weeds, or goes out to catch cicadas. At the end of the day, before her mother comes back, she prepares dinner and eats it together. If her mother can bring a side dish when she comes back at night, such as street salad, braised meat dishes, or fried skewers, Zhu Yuantang is so happy. One summer vacation, a rag collector passed by, and Zhu Yuantang sold the cardboard and a pile of plastic bottles at home for 10 yuan. Later, her mother came back and brought her a black and white screen Tetris game console. There is a tank game in the game console. Zhu Yuantang plays it every day and kills countless people. When she encounters a boss, she just exerts a little force and kills the boss. Unfortunately, the battery of the game console ran out of power later, and she was reluctant to buy batteries. It was not until she got a smartphone that she opened up a new world again. After playing for a year, Zhu Yuantang still hadn't played enough with her mobile phone, not to mention that she could go to Jiang Ning's house to play games and watch movies. Thinking about it, she roughly determined her life in the summer vacation. As for going out to play, Zhu Yuantang did consider it after gaining experience in Chachu's research. Unfortunately, going out is too expensive, including car fare and hotel accommodation. Zhu Yuantang knew how terrifying it was after thinking about it. After eating the mung bean ice cream, a transparent grey cloud floated in the night sky, and the bright moonlight suddenly became hazy. Soon, the grey cloud dispersed again, and the warm moonlight fell again. Jiang Ning returned to his room. As for Zhu Yuantang, she took a bath, then changed into a loose nightgown, and her slippers made a clicking sound. Accompanied by the moonlight, she visited Jiang Ning's room as usual. Although most of the time, she came here just to play games by herself, but with Jiang Ning by her side, she felt very safe. In the past, when she was tired of playing games, she could only talk to the flowers on the windowsill. Now there are not only flowers, but also Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang didn't play games today. She found a piece of foam paper and sat on the sofa to play with it. She broke one bubble after another, making a pop sound, and had a lot of fun. Jiang Ning looked at her and stretched out his hand. "Let me play with it." Zhu Yuantang tore off a small piece. Jiang Ning pinched it away into strokes. Zhu Yuantang said, "Just listen to me pinching." As she said that, she kept pressing, and she was very happy. Halfway through pinching, Zhu Yuantang suddenly asked, "Jiang Ning, what do you think Chachu is doing now?" Jiang Ning extended his consciousness and circled around Zhu Chachu's house and replied, "She is wasting her time." "No." Zhu Yuantang counted with his fingers. "According to my understanding, Chachu must be studying. It used to be like this often. She was eating, Chachu was studying. She was watching TV, Chachu was still studying, and in the last exam, she was first and Chachu was second." "Jiang Ning, you are wrong." "Huh? Do you know Chachu better than me?" Zhu Yuantang said confidently. "Let me see. If I'll lose, I will give you the foam paper." After unilaterally confirming the bet, Zhu Yuantang led the way and left Jiang Ning's house. She was supposed to go to Chachu's house, but she turned around and went to her own house to get an ice cream first. "Aunt Go, you can't eat it tonight," Zhu Yuantang said confidently. "I'll give it to Chachu. She's tired from studying, so I'll reward her." The layout of Zhu Chachu's house is not much different from Tang Tang's. As soon as you enter the door, the room is much brighter and cleaner than before. Hua Fengmei and her daughter love cleanliness, and the house is much better tidy than the previous owner. Hua Fengmei was tidying up the cabinets in the main room. When she saw Tang Tang and Jiang Ning coming, she said gently, "Chachu is in the room." Although Hua Fengmei cares about her daughter's academic performance, she never has the idea of disturbing her daughter's studies when facing Sister Gu's family. After all, she was able to enter the Changqing Liquid Company thanks to Sister Gu's introduction, so how could she forget her roots? As for Jiang Ning, Hua Fengmei could see that Sister Gu was probably treating him as her son-in-law. After moving here for a while, she found that Sister Gu even began to discipline Tang Tang a little, which would never have happened before. Chachu, we are here. Zhu Yuantang pushed open the door, and a cool breeze came from the room. The air conditioner continued to blow out cool air, but this cool breeze was far inferior to the natural coolness in Jiang Ning's room. Chachu, what's wrong with you? Zhu Yuantang was puzzled. Chachu leaned on the wooden chair. Her originally fair face became even paler at this time. Her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and she seemed to be in pain. She covered her lower abdomen with her hands. Zhu Yuantang, did you eat something bad? Yeah. It was indeed very painful and uncomfortable, Zhu Chachu answered briefly. Zhu Yuantang felt regretful in her heart that her foam paper was lost to Jiang Ning. As the saying goes, there must be gains if there are losses. The ice cream originally given to Chachu was enjoyed by her alone. She tasted the ice cream. Have you taken medicine? Yes. It still hurts. Chachu didn't speak, but her expression showed that she couldn't study because of the pain. Zhu Yuantang sat by the bed and analyzed. I remember you ate a piece of bread in the morning. The bread was bought on Friday. Is it related to the bread? Zhu Chachu didn't know. She just wanted her stomachache to get better quickly. Zhu Yuantang saw that she was in so much pain, so she recalled how she relieved her stomachache. Oh, it seemed that Jiang Ning rubbed her stomach in order to help her sister get better quickly. Zhu Yuantang blurted out, Chachu, let Jiang Ning help you. He rubs your stomach very comfortably. Hearing this, Zhu Chachu was stunned, and 2 blushes quickly floated on her pale face. How could this be? Her cold eyes were full of shame, and she hurriedly waved her hands to refuse. No, no. The next morning, Zhu Yuantang got up later than usual because she participated in the small dining table plan and didn't have to cook for herself. After brushing her teeth, she ran to Chachu's house. Zhu Chachu got up very early. She didn't need to go to school for morning self-study, but she did it at home. She had strong self-control and could maintain self-discipline regardless of spring, summer, autumn or winter. Chachu, is your stomach still hurting? Zhu Yuantang was concerned. Yeah, it doesn't hurt anymore, Zhu Chachu said. She didn't believe Tang Tang's lies yesterday about asking Jiang Ning to rub her belly. In Zhu Chachu's opinion, that kind of intimate thing can only be done after marriage. Last night, she relied on her willpower to hold on. Anyway, she used to do it often. It's good that it doesn't hurt anymore. Zhu Yuantang was happy for her. Zhu Chachu was also relieved in her heart. Although Tang Tang was often out of tune, he still cared about her. Then Chachu, have you found the cause of your stomachache? No. Zhu Chachu had just made breakfast, a bowl of vegetable and egg noodles, sprinkled with some fragrant sesame oil, which looked very appetizing. Zhu Yuantang swallowed quietly, and she suggested, oh, why don't you eat some bread and see if it's the problem with the bread? She added, we have to find the culprit and then eliminate it. Zhu Chachu, Tang Tang, I decided to eat noodles for breakfast. P.S. It's shorter today, and I'll make up for it with 2 updates tomorrow. Chapter 404 Wedding Banquet. Monday, morning. Outside the window, the sky is blue and the clouds are white, elegant, and melodious. The morning sun is bright and clear, and rays of light fall on the desks. It is not as hot as at noon, and the students feel comfortable. At the podium, Chinese teacher Dai Yangquan holds a book in his hand and reads ancient Chinese poems in a literary manner. Such a scene is very suitable for sleeping. Zhu Yuantang listened to half of the class, lazily covered her mouth, yawned several times, and felt sleepy. The study time is over, and it is time to go to bed. She put her arms on the desk, leaned on it, and tilted her head to peek at Jiang Ning. The fine and soft sunlight not only fell on the desk, but also on Jiang Ning. The bright light shone on his side face, outlining a 3-dimensional outline. Zhu Yuantang couldn't help but be stunned, staring at him blatantly. Jiang Ning ignored her, and was thinking about the summer vacation. He planned to go out for a stroll after the vacation. When Jiang Ning was in school before, he never had the idea of traveling during the holidays. As a child from an ordinary rural family, traveling is really a luxury. When he was in the town middle school, only some students from well-off families could go out to play. Every time school started, they returned to the class and described all kinds of interesting things during the trip. At that time, Jiang Ning, who was in the summer vacation, only thought about the open-air movie in the town tonight, and he must get up early to grab a good seat. Later, after graduation, he never went out to play because of work reasons. When others talked about going to a certain scenic spot, he could only be an observer. This time, Jiang Ning planned to use the carefree summer vacation of his student days to have a good time. He didn't think about driving a spirit boat, but planned to take a train and high-speed rail to go slower, so he could bring Tang Tang with him. However, how to get Zhu Yu and Tang to go together was a problem. After a year of getting a long day and night, he still knew her better. If he said that he would pay for the trip, Tang Tang would probably be embarrassed. She was not stupid and naturally knew that traveling cost money. It was okay to eat Jiang Ning's food and play with the tablet, but if she accepted a large sum of money, she couldn't accept it calmly. With Zhu Yuantang's personality, she would definitely want to stay at home and play during the summer vacation. Although she had been shouting about going out to broaden her horizons, she would be scared to death if she really went out. Finally, Jiang Ning decided, we need to force her. Zhu Yuantang looked at him for a while, but stopped. Anyway, she would look at him every day in the future. She fell asleep. In front of the Chinese teacher, Jiang Ning took out his mobile phone and edited a WeChat message to Xiao Shuangshan, saying that they would hold a mid-year meeting, and one of the prizes for the lucky draw was set as reimbursement for single-person travel. He added, the prizes cannot be redeemed for cash, and there will be no salary during the tour. The back row of the classroom. Another world. In the 4 seats, Ma Shichen was playing Clash of Clans and attacking others, relying on the cover of a mountain of books. While watching him play games, Wang Lang helped him monitor teacher Dai Yanquan on the podium, as well as director Yan, security personnel, the principal and others who appeared randomly in the corridor outside. Ever since Jiuo Kanan used the expert mechanism of continuous login on his mobile phone in the cafeteria last time to expose Lu Ye's lies on the spot, the relationship between the two has never been the same and has dropped to freezing point. Jiuo Kanan was sad and in pain. The kind-hearted Lu Kiki pointed out the key point, that he would not fall in love. So in order to learn how to fall in love, Jiuo Kanan searched for love stories on the internet. Looking at the ups and downs of other people's sweet love, he couldn't help but fall into it, and a smile like an old father appeared on his face. Hu Jun glanced at the content of his screen, frowned and shook his head. He really didn't understand what's good about love. What Hu Jun longed for was the twisting, swaying, trembling, and ripe charm. Are crisp peaches more delicious, or are soft peaches more delicious? No, Hu Jun only ate ripe peaches. In the back row by the window on the south side, Wu Zhaoqi was sitting quietly with a basketball in his arms, his eyes sparkling. Dai Yanquan glanced at him twice and ignored him. Wu Zhaoqi's family was in charge of books. The textbooks for number 4 middle school were made by his family. They just turned a blind eye. Compared with Wu Zhaoqi, Mao Zhe was at the other extreme. He listened to Dai Yanquan's lectures carefully, and when he encountered some key points, he marked them on the book with a pen. Seeing that he was listening carefully, Wu Zhaoqi also tried to listen to the lectures, but he couldn't understand them, no matter how hard he tried. He was puzzled. Mao Zhe, what is he talking about? Can you understand it? Mao Zhe said easily, yes, it's not difficult. Wu Zhaoqi himself did not understand, nor did he believe that he did, and sneered, you can understand, are you kidding a dog? Mao Zhe did not refute, just, yeah. School was over at noon. Jiuo Kanan ran to the cafeteria empty-handed. In order to save trouble, he left his bowl in the cafeteria, so that he did not have to go back and forth. He led Shan Keikwan with an excited look on his face. He had read many love stories in the morning, and felt that he had learned a lot of valuable experience. He was going to the cafeteria to test the sword with Lu Ye. Seeing their backs, Wang Lang was surprised. Did Brother Nan encounter a good thing? Hu Jun explained. Brother Nan has realized the truth. CUIU said happily. What did he realize? Do you think he is Meng Gui? Brother Nan told me in the last class that he would no longer be the old him, he would be the new him. Hu Jun recreated the scene. Several people did not understand, so Hu Jun talked about Jiuo Kunan's learning about love. Wang Lang heard it and urged, hurry up, I will explain it to you. CUIU laughed. The honest Shan Zhao said, that's good, at least he learned the skills, and had the opportunity to display them on the spot. Just as several people were rushing out, Yan Xianpeng appeared at the door of class 8 and shouted excitedly, Kaizi, let's go. After that, the two of them left the classroom and rushed to the school gate. CUIU looked in the opposite direction of the cafeteria and wondered, what happened to Zhang Kai recently? He opened a seat in the cafeteria. Why doesn't he go there every day? Wang Long, he sold the small table for lunch to someone else. How much did he sell? The lunch quota seems to be 8 yuan, right? CUIU recalled. Duan Shigen next to him said, he sold it for 6 yuan. CUIU denied it at the time. Impossible, it will definitely not be that cheap. I heard that a normal cafeteria seat requires an additional fee of 9 or even 10 yuan to buy. The small dining table plan is very good. Many students don't want to participate, but want to try it out, so they buy 1 or 2 places from other students. This behavior does exist at present, and the school doesn't care. Duan Shigen's face darkened. He thought of Wang Yan'an's stunning black silk legs and her smelly feet that almost ruined the reputation of the canteen. And another square-faced tough guy Zhang Yifi. Duan Shigen cursed. With them here, selling for 6 yuan is pretty good. CUIU, well, that makes some sense. If he and Pang Zhao were to eat at the same table, he might not be willing to go, even if he had to pay for it. Wang Long said happily, I heard something. Do you know which seat in the cafeteria is more expensive? CUIU and Duan Shigen didn't understand. Wang Long smacked his lips. Jiang Ning's seat at the dining table. Last time, Zhao Xiaofeng spent 200 yuan to buy it for a day, but Jiang Ning refused to sell it. Duan Shigen was shocked. My god, why is it so expensive? He worked hard all day in the steel factory and could not earn 200 yuan, but others could easily get 200 yuan just by changing seats. Isn't it just a place to eat? How can the 16 yuan meal fee be increased tenfold? Ma Shiqing, who was walking on the road and playing with his mobile phone, suddenly looked up. Why are houses in the countryside cheap and houses in the city expensive? CUIU said, in fact, the houses in the city are not as good as the rural environment. Duan Shigen had worked in big cities and had some experience, so he said, there are many things to do in the city. Big supermarkets, big parks, and don't people go to big hospitals for medical treatment? That's why houses are expensive. Outside the school, a mid-level hotel had many fireworks arranged at the entrance, and a huge LED screen played, congratulations, Li XX and Guan XX, happy wedding, and a long and happy marriage. At the same time, the guests, with smiles on their faces, walked into the hotel lobby hand in hand. The relatives and friends of the bride and groom gathered together, creating a festive atmosphere. Yan Xianpeng tidied up his appearance and said to Zhang Kai next to him, Kaizi, let's find a secluded table like before. Zhang Kai was all smiles, hanging out with Xianpeng, eating 18 dishes a day. The hard days in the past were all a thing of the past, and from then on, he, Zhang Kai, lived a happy life. The two entered the hall together. With his rich experience, Yan Xianpeng aimed at one of the tables, and he and Zhang Kai sat down together. The huge round table was occupied by many strangers, and those who knew each other gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. The food would not be served until later, but Yan Xianpeng was not at all stage fright. He talked to Zhang Kai in a lively manner. My brother Li finally made it, and found such a good wife. In order not to appear abnormal and to blend in, Zhang Kai said nonsense. Brother Li is so lucky. When I find a wife in the future, I have to find one at Sister Guan's level. Yan Xianpeng, ha ha ha. Zhang Kai, ha ha ha. An old lady in bright clothes next to them glanced at the two of them. Although Yan Xianpeng had a tall and strong figure, the old lady was not afraid at all. It's strange. The first time I see someone who wants to find a remarried woman with a baby. Yan Xianpeng was a little embarrassed, for he just realized that the bride was remarried. Damn, I almost got caught. He thought secretly. Zenkai said, what's wrong with a second marriage? Some people like second marriages. Yanshai and Peng supported him. No, after we finish eating, I have to go, have a drink with my brother Lee, and ask him for advice. Zenkai, hey, let's go together later. The two of them talked and laughed, and looked very familiar with the bride and groom. Soon, the banquet began, and 2 packs of cigarettes were served first. Originally, the two had agreed in advance that they could eat, but not take cigarettes and alcohol, otherwise they would be easily discovered. But today's cigarettes were not ordinary, they were actually huazi, which costs hundreds of yuan a pack, and can be used as a lot of money in a tobacco shop outside. Zenkai and Yanshai and Peng looked at each other, and everything was said without words. As soon as the cigarettes were served, the old lady next to them ordered her grandson to grab the cigarettes. The little grandson reached out and grabbed them, but he grabbed 2 packs. Zenkai couldn't bear to watch it, so he went up and slapped the child's hand to the side, and he grabbed 2 packs of huazi. Yanshai and Peng said quickly, Kaizi, quickly distribute cigarettes to everyone. Zenkai opened a pack without hesitation, and distributed it to the other people at the table one by one. There were old people and children sitting at this table, and there were not many smokers. He only gave out 3 cigarettes, and then put the other unopened pack of cigarettes into his pocket. I'm rich, I'm rich. He was ecstatic. He could eat for free and make money. The old lady in bright clothes couldn't bear it and said, where is your pack of cigarettes? Give it up. Zenkai, do you smoke? The old lady gave her grandson a look. His little grandson was a ruthless person. He rushed over from his seat to snatch Zenkai's cigarette. The child was spoiled and lawless. He didn't care about the severity of the situation and directly reached into Zenkai's pocket. How could he put the money back into Zenkai's pocket? He held his pocket tightly and was scratched twice. It hurt so much. Zenkai couldn't suppress his anger. He kicked the child and sent him flying, rolling on the carpet. The old lady screamed like a ghost. People at dozens of tables in the hall heard it. Yanshai and Peng knew something was wrong, and he couldn't have time to eat. He quickly grabbed Zenkai and said, retreat, retreat quickly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Pretending to Sleep. School Cafeteria. Jiuo Kunan has learned a lot of superb love skills and is ready to show his skills. However, when he saw Liu Ye, the thousands of words in his heart finally turned into one sentence. Long time no see. His eyes were sincere and contained a fiery light. Now he met the lover of 3 lives. Liu Ye was burned by his gaze and couldn't help shrinking her fingers. She smiled awkwardly but politely. Tan Mealing moved her chopsticks and poked today's twice cooked pork, saying disdainfully, it's so greasy. Wang long long, the more greasy it is. It means that the cafeteria is not stingy. Liu Ye had already sat down, but Jiuo Kunan was still looking at her affectionately. Liu Ye had to say, didn't we just see each other this morning? Jiuo Kunan, but in my heart, it has been 10,000 years. Click. Huang Yasu quickly bent down to pick up the chopsticks and apologized. I'll go outside to wash the chopsticks. Liu Ye really couldn't resist. She didn't dare to look at Jiuo Kunan, so she could only drink a mouthful of loofah soup to cover it up. This was the first time that Jiuo Kunan looked directly at his beloved girl without any fear. Before, he didn't dare to look at girls at all. At this moment, Jiuo Kunan felt that something in his heart was broken. What was it? It was his heart that broke through the shackles, broke out of the cocoon and was reborn. He grew up. The love story was not in vain, Jiuo Kunan deeply agreed. While eating, he thought about those touching and tearful loves. There was happiness, sadness, and reunion after going through disasters. Of course, what Jiuo Kunan liked most was the good time spent with them. At that time, they were still young, they had the best youth, and they ate in the cafeteria like himself. They fed each other, the loved ones. You feed me a bite, I feed you a bite. Intimate, sticky, sweet. Unknowingly, Jiuo Kunan sank into it. He had a spoon in one hand and chopsticks in the other, a mouthful of rice in the left hand, a mouthful of rice in the right hand, and a happy smile on his face. Everyone at the table was stunned. The afternoon sun was a bit scorching. The ceiling fan was whirring. Geo Hishuoi was lecturing at the podium. His loud voice could not stop the students from falling asleep. Zhu Yuantang felt uncomfortable lying down. She turned her head to look at Jiang Ning again. She noticed Jiang Ning's arm. She had pinched it with her hand when they had a conflict at home before. It was particularly hard. She suddenly had the idea of hugging his arm to sleep. Jiang Ning handed over a folded coat. Zhu Yuantang had to give up. She was embarrassed in the open air. Geo Hishuoi noticed this scene. His eyelids twitched. He got angry. Then his anger disappeared. Geo Hishuoi had 2 classes this afternoon. He taught one class and left the students to do the test in the second class. He forgot to bring a bench, so he could only stand and patrol the classroom. Geo Hishuoi was tired of standing for a long time, so he wandered around the classroom so that the students in the front row had the opportunity to be absent. Yuan thought of the exo bar she followed at noon and couldn't help sharing it with Jiang Yanan. The 2 star chasing girls got together and had so much to say that they ignored the surrounding environment for a while. Geo Hishuo's ghostly footsteps, without knowing when, actually wandered to the podium again, and his sharp eyes stared at Yuan. The last time Yuan spoke in class, he threw the chalk into Yuan's mouth because he felt guilty about the innocent classmate, so he let Yuan go. Who knew that she would do something wrong again? Turn a blind eye. Geo Hishuoi was unwilling to do so. The other party was too arrogant. Geo Hishuoi thought for a moment and decided to take action. This time he decided to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, to discipline Jiang Yanan, and to deter Yuan. As a flower protector, Dong Qingfeng had already noticed Geo Hishuo's eyes. He knew that something was wrong and was about to remind Yuan and Jiang Yanan, but it was too late. The gears of fate began to turn at this moment. Geo Hishuoi picked up the textbook and threw it out. Hoola la, the book whistled in the air and flew towards the 2 people. Geo Hishuo's technique was accurate and it was about to hit Jiang Yanan's face. At this time, Dong Qingfeng swore that the book was less than half a meter away from Jiang Yanan's face. Sit and wait for death. No. Dong Qingfeng would never see a girl crying in front of him. Sacrifice my flesh and blood to save your life. I recommend Zuan Yuan with my blood. Dong Qingfeng made an unexpected move. He stretched out his right hand and tried to block the direction of the book. Swish. It blocked it, but not completely. Dong Qingfeng's blow hit the book, causing it to change direction. The book flew diagonally and hit Zhang Yifu's face. After class, Chen Xiaoyu said, I think Geo Hishuoi is quite pitiful. Geo Hishuoi was entangled by Zhang Yifu because he hit the wrong person. In desperation, he could only call Zhang Yifu out to discuss ways to apologize. He will definitely be cautious if he hits people again in the future. Chen Xiaoyu laughed. After all, Geo Hishuoi has always been a scary teacher in the eyes of his classmates. Bei Yuxia pressed the ballpoint pen. One thing conquers another. Chen Xiaoyu and Bei Yuxia chatted for a while, and she suddenly came over and lowered her voice. Is yesterday's one good? What she gave yesterday was the real thing. As a little expert in surfing the internet, Chen Xiaoyu also plays Chiba. There is a resource of 2T circulating in the bar, which she saved to Baidu Cloud. The one in the memory card yesterday is one of them. She and her sister both agree that it is very exciting. Bei Yuxia looked calm. I didn't see it. Chen Xiaoyu, I don't believe it. Bei Yuxia didn't make any excuses. Chen Xiaoyu's heart was like a kitten scratching. She really wanted to find out whether Bei Yuxia had seen it, but she was not smart enough and couldn't think of a way. She wanted to go back and ask for advice, but found that Jiang Ning was lying on the seat. Chen Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes, looked again, and confirmed that it was Jiang Ning. Then she looked at Tang Tang next to her. She was writing on the desk with a pencil. Bei Yuxia turned around. It was the first time she saw Jiang Ning lying down. He never did this before. Jiang Ning, what's wrong with you? Chen Xiaoyu asked with concern. Are you sick? Nothing. Jiang Ning straightened up. He just wanted to try the feeling of sleeping in class. After all, it had been more than a year and Tang Tang had always slept on the desk. "Are you really okay?" Chen Xiaoyu didn't believe it. "Aren't you feeling unwell?" As she spoke, she took out a small bottle of juice from the hole in the table. "Here, drink it. It's sour and can refresh you." Bayuxia also offered snacks. Daily nuts can improve immunity. Jiang Ning only slept once, and he received gifts from the two girls. It was hard to refuse such kindness, so he accepted it reluctantly, and drank juice, and ate nuts in front of them. Zhu Yuantong, her deskmate, was jealous like crazy, and she also imitated Jiang Ning, and lay on the desk, expecting to receive gifts. As a result, the preparatory bell rang, and still no one cared about her. Zhu Yuantong looked up, ready to inquire about the situation, only to hear Chen Xiao's surprise. Tang Tang only slept for a few minutes. Chapter 406 playing. The final exams are approaching, and in the blink of an eye, a week has passed. It was Thursday evening self-study. The classroom of class 8 was as bright as day. Compared with usual times, the class was filled with a special atmosphere before the holiday, and the students were much more depressed. The students knew that this class might be the last evening self-study for everyone in the first year of high school. There will be exams next Monday, and no evening self-study on Sunday. When they are in the second year of high school, some students will go to the liberal arts class, and others may go to the experimental class. From now on, they may not be able to study in the same class. Although there have been countless conflicts within class 8 in the past year, they are still classmates after all. Class monitor Huang Zhangfei stepped onto the podium and wanted to say something, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. So, he took out a USB flash drive and said with a handsome smile, "Don't study today, watch a movie." As soon as these words came out, the vague melancholy was slightly diluted. No matter when, being able to watch a movie in the classroom is a happy thing. Shen Qinj was worried. "Didn't you get the permission from the class teacher?" Cuiu shouted. "Don't be afraid of a bear. When the school starts, he may not still be my class teacher." Yuan was puzzled. "You choose liberal arts?" Cuiu, "Who chooses liberal arts? Only stupid people choose liberal arts. Then why are you so arrogant? You will still be in class 8 next semester. Do you think Shan Qingrang will not despise you?" Yuan said without hesitation. Cuiu glanced at her and said, "Don't I have any other way to go? How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan?" "Yuan, I suggest you look in the mirror. Why are you still going to the experimental class? You might as well go and lick the floor." Duan Shigang stood up for his brother. "Why don't you believe Lao Cui?" Yuan said sarcastically. "What's it to you? What are you saying?" Duan Shigang, "Do I need to ask you for permission to speak?" In a few words, the two quarreled in public. Cuiu couldn't stand it anymore and acted as a peacemaker. Hey, stop arguing. Let's talk it out." Duan Shigang slammed the table and said, "The more you talk, the angrier I get." Class monitor Huang Zhangfei persuaded him and said, "It's okay. If there's a problem with the movie, I'll take responsibility." After that, he turned on the multimedia computer. After Mio Zhe in the back row noticed it, he raised his hand. "Zhangfei, I'll guard the door." He got up and left the classroom, stood in the corridor, and looked around. "Wang Long, my brother Mio is a real man. I still remember that the last time a movie was shown, it was also Mio Zhe who was responsible for guarding the door." After confirming that the movie was shown, Yuan was worried that the class monitor would be punished, but now that things had come to this, she had no excuse to stop him. Besides, if you love a man, you should support him in doing great things. Yuan felt that the class monitor was very handsome now, so handsome that he glowed all over. Oh, it turned out that the light from the projector hit his face, so it glowed. "Which movie are you watching?" Huang Zhangfei pointed at the folder. It was full of all kinds of movies. Yuan thought she was a good wife and mother. If she really loved someone, she would not let him take risks. Yuan said, "Let's play a shorter movie. The shorter the time, the smaller the risk of exposure." Yuan not only chose it herself, but also got Jiang Yanan's support. So Huang Zhangfei chose a movie that was only 40 minutes long, Firefly Forest. When the movie started, Zhu Yuantang immediately turned off the screen of his mobile phone. Chen Xiaoyu asked, "You were watching a movie on your mobile phone just now. Why don't you watch it?" Zhu Yuantang, "How can it be better than watching a movie in the classroom? The movie theater has more atmosphere. Last time I asked you to go, you didn't go." Chen Xiaoyu complained. Zhu Yuantang answered without thinking, "The movie theater charges." The lights in the classroom were turned off. More than 50 students in the class quietly enjoyed the movie. The fresh and soothing background music was transmitted to the classroom through the speakers. Occasionally, a fluorescent light lit up somewhere, which was the light of the students' mobile phones. The movie was quite exciting. During the break, some students from the neighboring class 9 sneaked out and found that class 8 was actually watching a movie. They were shocked. It was not until the last class that the movie ended and the ending credits rolled. In the dark, Chen Xiaoyu was so moved that she quietly wiped her tears. Bei Yuxia handed her a piece of paper. The little girl cried, and I felt pity for her. She sniffed her little nose. Zaya, don't you feel bad? Bei Yuxia, it's okay. She has watched a lot of movies and has a high psychological threshold. There are few movies that can move her. Chen Xiaoyu looked at Tang Tang again. She wanted to ask her what she thought of the movie, but found that Tang Tang fell asleep. Chen Xiaoyu was embarrassed. Am I the only one who was moved to tears? The next second, the lights in the classroom were turned on. Pang Jiao burst into tears and wiped her tears with her thick fingers. As a result, her whole face was covered with lipstick and makeup, like the face of a Peking opera. The shocked Duan Shigen shouted again and again, "Turn off the lights, turn off the lights." Cuiu laughed and joked, "It's the same when the lights are turned off, right?" The last evening self-study class, the second half of the class, returned to its usual calm. Chen Qian took out the test paper and began to review seriously. He vowed that he would be in the top 10 in the grade for this final exam. Compared with Chen Qian's concentration, Yuan and Jiang Yanan were far less perseverant. Since they had a meal together at the last small temple fair, Yuan was able to chat with Chen Qian. Summer is here, the weather is hot, and most boys wear short sleeves. Yuan said, "Chen Qian, I found that your arms are quite white." As she said, she stretched out her arm and compared it with Jiang Yanan. The difference in skin color was huge. Although Jiang Yanan's facial features were not outstanding, her skin was quite white, slightly better than Shen Qin's. Yuan sighed, "I don't ask to be as white as Yanan, it's enough to be as white as Chen Qian." After the comparison, she fell into skin color anxiety. Chen Qian is not ignorant of the ways of the world. Back then, he went out to eat with Deng Qingfeng, Bei Yuxia and Chen Xiaoyu, but after that exam, he lost everything. Now, after a year of hard work, he is stronger than ever. It's time to get back what was lost. Chen Qian put down half of the test paper and comforted Yuan. "Actually, I'm not white, I just look whiter than you. Don't be discouraged, you're good." Yuan's expression was stiff. Deng Qingfeng looked at Chen Qian in surprise. His friend was really good at comforting girls. Bei Yuxia asked Zhu Yuantang to explain the questions and actually understood some of them, which surprised Chen Xiaoyu. Bei Yuxia smiled gently. On the other side of the river, Shan Keiquan noticed this scene out of the corner of his eye. He thought painfully, "Didn't we agree not to look at her?" After the movie ended, Bei Yuxia had no reaction, and Shan Keiquan couldn't calm down after watching it. In order to restrain himself, he put his arms on the desk, rested his head on it, and closed his eyes tiredly. The movie just now told a story about love, a tragic love. The scene reminded Shan Keiquan of the love that ended hastily before he started. The distance between him and Bei Yuxia is like the human and the monster in the movie, two parallel lines with a huge gap in the middle. The distance can never intersect. At this moment, Shan Keiquan was extremely depressed, as if suffocating. Distance, huh? He never believed in fate, but only believed in changing fate against the will of heaven. His consciousness gradually drifted away, and his eyelids were heavy. What exactly is distance? Pain, helplessness, regret, and unwillingness flashed vaguely in his mind. The chaotic scene kept entangled, and finally turned into a very familiar scene. He seemed to have returned to his childhood, to that familiar small village. He was a child who herded cattle, and Bayuksha was a girl from the landlord's family at the head of the village. She had been very outstanding in appearance since she was a child, and many little boys surrounded her. Every time Bayuksha went out, she was always dressed in clean clothes, while he was a dusty cowherd. There was a distance between them. So what? Shankaikun believed that with his efforts, he would be able to break the distance one day. He herded cattle, practiced martial arts, and read books. A few years later, he emerged in the village and became the #1 young hero in the village. Finally, he got the promise of the landlord that he would hold a wedding a few years later. When the time came, Shankaikun shortened the so-called distance with his own efforts. But on that day, the war came, and the village he regarded as precious was trampled by the Iron Cavalry. Shankaikun separated from Bayuksha in the troubled times. He escaped from the north to the south of the Yangtze River with untold hardships, and became a boatman. Smoke shrouded the cold water and the moon shrouded the sand. I moored at Kinhua near the tavern at night. He met Bayuksha again. The young men of Wulin competed to tie their hair, and there were countless red silks for one song. When they met again, she had become the most famous courtesan in Jiang Ning, and a meeting with her cost 100 taels of gold. But he was a lowly boatman who would not even think for a long time before eating a white steamed bun. That night, Shankaikun stood on the shore all night, unable to sleep. The distance between him and Bayuksha grew even greater. The next day, he resigned from the boatman and headed north. He was so ambitious that he would eat the meat of the barbarians when hungry and drink the blood of the Xiongnu when thirsty. 3 years later, the mountains and rivers were recovered, and he returned as the great general. But he found that Bayuksha had already become the crown princess of the Han Palace. All the glory of Shankaikun had lost its meaning. He thought about it day and night, sleepless, and his obsession became a demon in his heart. 3 months later, the emperor died, and the prince succeeded to the throne. On this day, he held a Fangshan Huaji, 1 man and 1 halberd, and ascended the Golden Palace to kill the new emperor. The whole hall was shocked, and no minister dared to speak, because he had already achieved great success. He took the jade seal, and from then on, he was the emperor. Finally, Shankaikun walked towards the harem step by step, and he saw Bayuksha. She was dressed in red, with dark eyebrows and frowning eyes. She was so beautiful that everything in the world pales in comparison to her. Shankaikun looked at her, and at this moment, all the distance in the world was broken by him, because he was the master of the sky. He was affectionate, and was about to hold Bayuksha's hand. Suddenly, he was slapped on the head. Shankaikun raised his head from the desk, and Jiuokunan shouted, "Don't sleep here, let's go out and buy some cakes." Shankaikun regained consciousness, and he saw Bayuksha and Chen Xiao leaving the classroom together a few meters away. Evening self-study was over. 10 minutes later, the students in other classes had almost left, and more than half of the students in experimental class 1 were still in the classroom studying. There were 3 people standing in the corridor outside. Li Shi leaned against the balcony and looked at Ding Xuan, who was studying in the classroom. She would go home together after the end. Lin Zida moved a stool, sat in the corridor, and played games leisurely. Zhuang Jian, who leaned on the balcony, pressed his temples with both hands to relieve his fatigue, and chatted with him casually. "Do you still remember Yuan Lin? He said he would come to Yazhou to play a few days ago." Zhuang Jian said. "Isn't he studying in Shen City? What is he doing in our small place, drinking rice wine?" Lin Zida smiled. "Yazhou's rice wine is indeed quite famous." Zhuang Jian, who looked at the quiet campus from afar, without looking back. He was just talking. "You know his character." Lin Zida played the game. "That's right. He probably thought we were in trouble." Zhuang Jian said again, "I'm afraid there will be few opportunities to meet in the future. After all, his path is different from ours." Li Shi asked in confusion, "What path?" Lin Zida grinned and said without hiding, "A path that does not require taking the junior high school entrance examination or the college entrance examination, and directly going abroad after graduation." Many of their peers in their circle took this path. They went to international schools since childhood, focusing on cultivating hobbies and interests, with easy courses, and they did not receive exam-oriented education, but so-called quality education. Li Shi knew something about this, and she quickly understood what the two meant. Maybe not. If they want to go to a domestic university, they might give it a try. Zhuang Jian, who disagreed, just them? If those students who received quality education came to compete for the college entrance examination, they would be beaten to doubt their lives by those who practiced questions every day. One day passed. Friday, early in the morning. Zhu Chuchu was studying next door. Jiang Ning was leaning on the sofa, watching a horror movie, and Zhu Yuantang was scared back home. This is a good idea. If you think she is in the way in the future, you can use a little trick to drive her away. Zhu Yuantang rolled around on the bed. After the game was completed, she felt a little empty, and her mother fell asleep. This emptiness can only be filled by food. She remembered that Jiang Ning brought back fruits last time, and sent a message. Jiang Ning, do you still have the red grapes you brought? I don't want to eat them, so I just asked. Soon, she received a reply, no more. Zhu Yuantang couldn't hide her disappointment. How nice it would be if she could eat delicious and juicy grapes at night. She slept peacefully all night, but unfortunately, they were gone. Oh, okay. She collapsed on the bed. Her calves were too weak to swing. She wanted to sleep. But before going to bed, she received a message from Jiang Ning. Why don't you ask if I have any other fruits? Seeing this message, Zhu Yuantang was instantly revived, and a big watermelon appeared in her mind. The taste of the watermelon was no less than that of red grapes. If you eat a bunch of it in the middle of the night, you will definitely be happy to death. She instantly recovered her vitality, changed from lying to sitting, and pouted. Then do you have other fruits? Jiang Ning tapped the screen. No. Zhu Yuantang's face was stunned at first, and then her full of expectations turned into anger. With her wisdom, she guessed that Jiang Ning was deliberately teasing her. It's so hateful. He has become bad. She has always been the only one who teased Jiang Ning, but tonight she was teased by him. Zhu Yuantang was very dissatisfied. She grabbed the phone and pressed the screen. Jiang Ning, you are too much. She started typing in the chat box, preparing to lecture him until he apologized. Jiang Ning smiled and asked, then why don't you ask me? Was I lying to you when I said there was no fruit? Zhu Yuantang felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. So you actually have fruit, and you deliberately lied to me just now. Jiang Ning, I didn't lie to you. Chapter 407 Roller Skating. Saturday. Zhu Yuantang was so angry with Jiang Ning last night that she rolled on the bed. Later, she was tired and couldn't stay up all night, so she went to bed early. Compared with her previous stay up until 1 or 2 o'clock, 12 o'clock is indeed considered early. In order to avoid cooking this morning and to get revenge on Jiang Ning, she made a private agreement with Chuchu to have breakfast together 7 o'clock. Zhu Yuantang was awakened by the alarm clock on time. With great willpower, she rolled out of the comfortable bed. Pushing open the door, she simply washed her face, brushed her teeth, and ran to find Chuchu next door. In the early morning, the air was fresh. The elderly people in a row of bungalows woke up earlier. They carried bowls and basins, and sat at the door to eat and chat. The old man threw out a bone, and the little yellow dog washed out, and bit it in one bite, just like a dog biting a frisbee on TV. The door of Zhu Chuchu's house was ajar. Aunt Tua went out to the company in the morning. Although it was Saturday, Aunt Tua had been working very hard recently to pay off the debt owed by her relatives for buying a house as soon as possible. She only had one day off a month. Aunt Tua has worked in a factory and a restaurant. She is used to doing physical work. It is not difficult for her to take one day off a month. Zhu Chuchu does not have class today. She beats eggs into a spoon with a light and graceful posture. Seeing Tang Tang coming, she whispered, it will be ready soon. I was going to call you. Her hair was wet, her skin was watery and translucent, and her cheeks were attractively flushed. She had just taken a shower. Zhu Chuchu held the spoon and let the boiling water scald the spoon. After a while, the egg solidified, and she poured the poached egg into the pot. Breakfast was still vegetable and egg noodles. Considering that there was more than one person, Zhu Chuchu also fried a plate of lotus roots. She was busy, and Zhu Yuantang was not idle. She dragged the table with great effort. The temperature was cool in the morning, and eating in the small courtyard was closer to nature. When moving the table, she thought how nice it would be if Jiang Ning was there. Even if she sat on the table, Jiang Ning could easily move it. Unfortunately, he angered her yesterday. Zhu Yuantang made him go without food today to show her supreme authority. After setting up the table, Zhu Yuantang moved 2 small stools. Chachu's noodles were cooked. A figure appeared at the door. Jiang Ning was leisurely. When Zhu Yuantang saw him, he immediately asked, "You made a mistake last night and you dared to come to eat. Jiang Ning, why did you dare to go to school without doing your homework?" Zhu Yuantang snorted, "Because I got full marks in the exam." Jiang Ning, "Because Chachu cooked for me." Zhu Yuantang was shocked when she said this. She quickly looked at Chachu in the kitchen and couldn't believe it. "Chachu, did you cook for him?" She was flustered. She finally found a way to punish Jiang Ning, but it didn't work. Zhu Chachu hesitated for a moment. After Tang Tang found her last night, she had already agreed. However, before going to bed, Jiang Ning sent her a message, asking her to make an extra portion. Zhu Chachu had received Jiang Ning's favor, and had eaten the fish and crabs he caught. Even the jade pendant around her neck was given to her by Tang Tang. She owed him too many favors, and now that he made her first request, how could she refuse? Her clear eyes showed a hint of apology, and she explained, "The meal is already prepared, and one more person won't be a problem." Zhu Yuantang glared at Jiang Ning. She guessed that Jiang Ning must have threatened Chachu, which was too abominable. After a while, the table was set with bowls and chopsticks, green vegetable and egg noodles, stir-fried lotus root, and Chachu's homemade diced chicken with melon seeds and soybean sauce. Jiang Ning picked up a piece of lotus root, which was stir-fried with green and red peppers. It was crisp and refreshing to eat it early in the morning. Chachu's cooking skills were much weaker than Tang Tang's, but compared to ordinary people, she was still slightly better. During the meal, before the noodles in the bowl were touched, Chachu got up and went to the kitchen to get sesame oil and pulled out the cork. "Who wants it?" "Jiang Ning, I'll do it myself." Aunt Hua brought sesame oil from her hometown. When you pour a little on the noodles, they are very fragrant. In the past, Jiang Ning would pour some on instant noodles every time he cooked them, which greatly enhanced the fragrance of the instant noodles. He took the sesame oil bottle and poured some into Tang Tang's bowl. Suddenly, a strong fragrance wafted out. Zhu Yuantang sat at the table in a sullen manner. She had long disliked Jiang Ning. Last night, she cheated her out of fruit. She trusted him so much, but was fooled by him. This morning, he threatened Chachu again, and forced Chachu to cook. Recently, he has become more and more disobedient. If he doesn't teach him a lesson, he will be in trouble. How can she be the master of the house in the future? She will let Jiang Ning know now who owns Iba. Zhu Yuantang shook her little nose first, and secretly took a deep breath of the sesame oil. It was so fragrant. She questioned again, "You didn't even ask me if I like sesame oil before you just put it there." Jiang Ning held up the sesame oil bottle and paused for a moment. The two had been eating together for nearly a year and knew each other's tastes quite well. Jiang Ning knew whether she liked sesame oil or not. Convinced that she was deliberately picking a fight, Jiang Ning calmly put down the sesame oil bottle. "It doesn't matter." Zhu Yuantang was relentless and finally got the chance. She immediately said, How are you going to make it up to me?" Before she finished her words, she saw Jiang Ning swap her bowl. Jiang Ning got the bowl of egg noodles with sesame oil. Jiang Ning tasted it and praised, "It's really fragrant with sesame oil, and the noodles are smoother." Zhu Yuantang lowered her head and saw the bowl in front of her, the bowl without sesame oil. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. She wanted to pour some sesame oil, but if she said it out loud, wouldn't it be a slap in her face? Zhu Chachu, who was at the dinner table, found it fun to see the two fighting each other. She liked it very much. It was not like before, when her mother went to work, and she was the only one eating alone at home. After breakfast, it was not yet 8 o'clock. Zhu Yuantang helped wash the dishes. As always, she would never eat or drink for free. Chachu walked outside for a while and came back to her room to study. Zhu Yuantang was still angry with Jiang Ning. She decided not to talk to Jiang Ning for half an hour. She did not go to Jiang Ning's room to play games, but chose to watch TV at home. She liked to hold her tablet computer while watching TV and let the TV play. If it was raining outside, it would be the most comfortable moment with snacks at hand. Unfortunately, it was not raining, and the tablet computer belonged to Jiang Ning. She pushed it aside with disdain. She huddled on the sofa, hugged her knees with her hands, and watched TV seriously. Two shopping guides introduced weight loss pills in front of the TV, saying that they could lose weight and shape the body without side effects, and would never rebound. They boasted about it. It used to sell for 2,999 yuan, but now it only costs 899 yuan for a course of treatment. The shopping guides tried their best to induce the audience to place orders and put on a countdown. They had to call during the period. Once the time was up, the original price would be restored immediately. Zhu Yuantang's eyes sparkled. She touched her belly, which was flat and soft. She didn't need any diet pills at all. It was great. She didn't do anything and saved 899 yuan. An hour later, she didn't feel bored at all. Sometimes she giggled, and her face was full of smiles and carefree. When Jiang Ning came in, Zhu Yuantang was still smiling. She noticed him coming and immediately put on her face. "Do you want to go to the city to play?" Jiang Ning said. "I'll take you to play roller skating." Zhu Yuantang thought of the fun roller skating and was moved, but she was also shy. "After playing roller skating, we'll have delicious food and we won't cook at noon," Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang was even more moved. She counted the change in her mind and made sure that her wallet had enough. Recently, her mother had a lot of money, and Zhu Yuantang had a lot of pocket money, and there was also a reward for the school exam. "My name is Chuchu," Zhu Yuantang said. "Isn't she studying? Are you willing to go?" Jiang Ning asked. Zhu Yuantang, "I have a way." As she said that, she went to Chuchu's house alone. A few minutes later, Zhu Chuchu followed her out. Downtown, like the mall phase I in the huge hollow circular mall, Jiang Ning walked on the smooth white marble floor. Behind him followed two girls, one big and one small. Especially Zhu Chuchu, who was in her teens, had an outstanding appearance, which attracted the attention of men and women passing by. A dozen meters away, several boys aged 17 or 18 gathered together, one of whom had dyed yellow hair. From time to time, they looked over here and talked in a low voice. With Jiang Ning's hearing, he could hear clearly that they were planning to come over and ask for Zhu Chuchu's contact information. Jiang Ning didn't think so. If Zhu Chuchu came out to play alone, it might be a bit troublesome, but with him around, there was no need to worry at all. They first strolled around on the first floor and then went to the jewelry store on the second floor. Zhu Yuantang saw two beautiful hairpins, which cost nearly 20 yuan. She searched Taobao and found the same style for only a few yuan. After visiting the second floor, we continued to the third floor. There were many entertainment areas on the third floor, and various tutoring classes were offered. Zhu Yuantang stood outside the French window, looking at a group of boys in martial arts uniforms in the room. They lined up neatly, kicked and punched, and made a ha sound from their mouths, looking domineering. Zhu Yuantang watched for a while, and suddenly thought of Jiang Ning beside her. She asked, "Are their martial arts strong?" Hearing this, Zhu Chuchu looked over. The last time she moved, Jiang Ning kicked the crazy man away with one foot. She remembered it clearly. The crazy man was particularly fierce when he beat his wife. Someone stepped forward to stop him before, but was beaten by the crazy man. Afterwards, she recalled that Jiang Ning had taken action to settle the matter. She seriously suspected that Jiang Ning might have practiced martial arts, otherwise he would never be so relaxed. Jiang Ning commented, "It's better than ordinary people, but it's not strong." After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang's hope was shattered. The picture she imagined of practicing martial arts and bullying Jiang Ning collapsed all of a sudden. It was inevitable that she lost interest. Zhu Chuchu thought about it. She was not as ignorant as Tang Tang. After thinking for a few seconds, she asked, "Jiang Ning, what martial arts do you learn?" "I haven't practiced it. I'm just strong," Jiang Ning replied. Zhu Chuchu had to believe it. After this period of contact, she thought Jiang Ning would not lie. Passing by the Taekwondo hall, a little further ahead, there is a dance studio. There are many young girls in black dance costumes, with tender bodies showing graceful postures. Zhu Yuantang looked at it for a while, and then looked at Chuchu again, and concluded, "You will look very beautiful when you go dancing." Zhu Chuchu said implicitly, "Forget it." She didn't have such good conditions to learn dance, and it was very expensive to sign up for a class. After walking around for a long time, she finally arrived at the skating rink. The neon lights illuminated the wide skating rink. There were about 10 people skating in the rink, and half of them were acquaintances. Wang Lang Lang, Ma Shicheng, Meng Gui. Cui's steps were graceful, chasing a girl with long flowing hair, skating hard. Zhu Yan in front, did not slow down, and made a beautiful big turn, drawing a graceful curve. Cuiu wanted to conquer this wild horse, and he also did not slow down, but the difficulty was too high, and he flew directly into the fence and fell down. Zhu Yuantang saw this scene through the glass wall, and her eyes shrank in fear. It was too scary. Jiang Ning was not surprised to meet them here. Meng Gui and others liked to play roller skating here. It was mainly because the proprietress was young and beautiful. For high school students, roller skating is not expensive compared to other sports. Jiang Ning spent 25 yuan and asked for 3 pairs of roller skates. Ma Shicheng and others noticed the movement at the front desk, slid over here, and said hello. There are 2 types of roller skates, double row and single row. Zhu Yuantang and Zhu Chachu had never played roller skating. According to her intuition, double row is simpler. After putting on the shoes, Jiang Ning said to her, "Can you skate?" Zhu Yuantang said conservatively, "Not really." Jiang Ning taught her how to skate. At the beginning, Zhu Yuantang was so scared that she didn't dare to let go, for fear of falling. Whether it hurts or not is one thing, but the main thing is the fear of embarrassment. Zhu Chachu on the other side had no one to help her. She held a railing and was very careful, as if treading on thin ice. Zhu Yan, who was far away, was an expert in roller skating. When she skated over here, she saw that Zhu Chachu was very beautiful. Zhu Yan had served as a class monitor and was good at socializing. She said generously, "You have never played before, I will teach you." Zhu Yan smiled brightly and was friendly, which made people feel good. Zhu Chachu saw that she was very enthusiastic, hesitated for a moment, and agreed. Cuiu saw that Zhu Yan had gone to help others, so he skated to the edge and found a stool to sit down and rest. Wang Lang Lang said, "Brother Cui, what's wrong with you? She is the woman who broke my brother Nan's heart." Cuiu, "You don't understand. I'm trying to get back my brother Nan." Meng Gui, "The way to get back is to chase her? Of course, where my brother Nan fell, I will stand up for him." Cuiu boasted, and at this time his face was covered with the glory of righteousness. 10 minutes later, several children came to the roller skating rink. Zhu Yuantang felt embarrassed when she saw that the children were skating like a duck in water without anyone to help them. She held the railing and said solemnly, "Actually, I can skate." Jiang Ning followed her. Without the little follower to hinder him, he exerted his strength a little. His strong coordination allowed him to try fancy skills. He added up his speed and crossed half of the roller skating rink in an instant. Then, Jiang Ning spun his legs, changed direction and slid backwards. His roller skates drew a handsome arc and finally stopped coolly. Zhu Yuantang held the railing and stared. When Zhu Yan saw it, she was quite surprised. She knew how to stop in this way, but the difference was that Jiang Ning was very fast just now, which was quite dangerous. She would not dare to try it unless she was in a very good condition. Jiang Ning played until almost noon. During this time, he went out to buy a few cups of iced fruit tea and distributed them to Ma Shicheng and Cuiu. He remembered that several people stood up to cheer him up at the last small temple fair. Zhu Yan also got a cup. After all, he taught Zhu Chachu for a long time. When Jiang Ning took the 2 girls to leave the skating rink, Ma Shicheng suggested, "It's time to leave. Let's have clay pot chicken for lunch." Wang Lang Lang and Meng Gui had no objection, but Cuiu said, "Wait for me." He pulled Meng Gui over and discussed with him, "Brother Gui, help me get her questions." Meng Gui, "Why don't you go?" Cuiu knew himself, "She doesn't have a good impression of me. I will definitely be rejected if I go up." Meng Gui and Cuiu have a deep friendship. Facing the request of his good brother, he agreed. After all, it was not him who wanted the questions, so there was nothing to be nervous about. He was riding roller skates and found Zhu Yan who was honing his skills. Seeing that Meng Jiuai had a strange hairstyle and did not look like a serious person, and she did not know him, Zhu Yan was about to refuse. Meng Jiuai said seriously, "My friend has set up a group for the freshmen of number 4 middle school. There are many freshmen asking questions. We are too busy to handle it. I heard that you are good at management. Why don't you join the group? I will give you an administrator position." After hearing this, Zhu Yan's attitude softened. Meng Jiuai made 2 more promises. Zhu Yan told him her question's number with a trite attitude. Meng Jiuai touched his pocket and found that he had forgotten his phone at the front desk. He was afraid of breaking his phone while roller skating. If he went back to get it now, it would be too embarrassing. Meng Jiuai didn't want to do that. He thought of a good idea, which could also show his IQ. "Just tell me, and I will add you when I go back." Zhu Yan read out a string of numbers. Meng Jiuai repeated it twice in his mind and was confident. He skated on the roller skates and drove all the way to the front desk. As a result, when he just took out his phone, damn, what was Zhu Yan's question's number? He couldn't remember it, no matter how hard he tried. "CUI, you asked, is it coming?" Meng Jiuai was embarrassed. He said embarrassedly, "Zhu Yan thinks I'm in the same group with you, so she won't give it to you." Chapter 408 As You Wish. Aunt Gu didn't go to work on Sunday. Tomorrow is the final exam for the 4th grade. After letting Tang Tang go for a semester, she planned to cook some delicious dishes to reward her daughter and Jiang Ning in advance. In the past, she had to get up early in the morning and ride her bike to the vegetable market to buy the freshest meat and vegetables. Nowadays, Hua Fengmei is responsible for part of the procurement work of Changqing Liquid Company. She is familiar with all the major vegetable markets. With just one sentence, she can ask them to reserve the vegetables in advance, and the price can be given at the lowest price, and she would never dare to be perfunctory. In the morning, Zhu Yuantang dawdled until 8 o'clock to get up. She over-exercised at the roller skating rink yesterday, and her legs were sore, that her calves trembled when she walked. Aunt Gu took a special look at her. After her daughter told her the reason for roller skating, she reminded her, "Don't just eat and play games every day, exercise more. Don't we have badminton at home? You and Jiang Ning can play." Aunt Gu made breakfast and called Hua Fengmei and her daughter. Because they cooked food for lunch, breakfast was simple. They only squeezed soy milk, fried green peppers and potatoes, and matched them with soybean sauce. After dinner, Zhu Chachu strictly disciplined herself, declined Tang Tang's invitation to play a landlord, and went home to study alone. Zhu Yuantang wandered into Jiang Ning's room, occupied the exclusive throne, and began her journey of conquest in the canyon. As for the conflict with Jiang Ning yesterday, she had forgotten it long ago. Those things all became old accounts, and when they were needed, they would be turned out to win. The account of her cousin Jiang Junlan was upgraded to diamond by her again. Jiang Ning originally wanted to go to Tiba and find 2 accounts for her to play, and then use the money she earned to buy snacks for her to get her gratitude. But after searching around, he found that there were too many restrictions on Daylin, requiring the game to be completed in a short time. Jiang Ning gave up after considering it. He found a book, listened to the game sound effects in his ears, and Zhu Yuantang's humming, and the whole morning passed quickly. From the chimney of the river dam bungalow, blue smoke rose, which was a unique scenery in the countryside. For lunch today, Aunt Gu used a clay pot, and Aunt Hua filled the stove with firewood to make a fire. Cooking on a hot day was too scorching, so Jiang Ning cast a magic circle. Halfway through Zhu Yuantang's last game, a rich aroma drifted over here. She sniffed the fragrance, swallowed her saliva, and became absent-minded. The opponent's fizz, who had been suppressed, finally got the chance to kill Zhu Yuantang's hero twice in a row, washing away the shame. Immediately raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, Master is your welly yi, yo yo yo, still arrogant? I'll kill you with a fork." Fizz got 2 heads, and was in the leading position in economy, and now he taunted boldly. Zhu Yuantang's mind, attracted by the smell of food, returned to her. She was furious. "I wasn't playing just now. Wait for me. My master is Yue Yi, you're making me laugh. Why didn't you say your cousin was playing?" Zhu Yuantang remained calm, manipulated the hero to switch lanes, snatched 2 waves of teammates, and grabbed 2 heads by the way. The irritable teammates greeted her frantically, but Zhu Yuantang ignored them, went home to buy equipment, returned to the line, and killed the arrogant fools. Then, she worked hard and cooperated with her teammates to push down the crystal. Afterwards, she was added as a friend by the opponent. My master is Wei Yi, claiming to have a 1v1 duel, but Zhu Yuantang decisively refused. Jiang Ning is eating. She dragged Jiang Ning along. She was the most active in eating. She didn't go home directly, but went to the next door first out of loyalty. Chu Chu was checking the answers to revise the test paper. The steps for solving the last big question were wrong, and she was still thinking about it. Zhu Yuantang taught her in a few steps. Zhu Chuchu sighed in her heart. Even if she was placed in that Tsinghua and Peking University classes of number 2 middle school, she could be considered an excellent student. However, in front of Tang Tang, the gap was as big as that between elementary school students and high school students. She pressed the test paper with a pen and ate lunch with Tang Tang. She had been studying for a long time, and her pants at home were a little loose. Because her waist was too thin, her pants fell down a little. She subconsciously lifted her pants waist and found Jiang Ning was there. She was embarrassed at first, and then she found that he didn't even look at her, so she was slightly relieved. After arriving at Tang Tang's house, Jiang Ning brought the dining table to the main hall at the door. Aunt Gu is not as tight on money as before, so she cooked a table of delicious dishes, including braised lamb chops, steamed sea bass, banana with candied juice, cold eggplant, and half a clay pot chicken. The only staple food at noon was the flatbread in the clay pot chicken. As for the drink, it was the imported grape juice issued by the company last time, which Aunt Gu took out from the refrigerator. As soon as everyone sat down, Zhu Yuantang was like a starving ghost. She picked up her chopsticks and picked up the earthen pot chicken. Although other dishes were tempting, this dish had a special feeling for Zhu Yuantang. In those years of poverty, earthen pot chicken was the only good dish she could eat. It was also the hard dish her family invited Jiang Ning to dinner for the first time. Today, my mother bought half a chicken, but only one chicken leg. No matter how many times, the chicken leg has always been exclusive to Zhu Yuantang. Because after she gave it to her mother before, her mother would push it to her every time. So from childhood to adulthood, Zhu Yuantang has developed a habit, or cognition, that the chicken leg is hers. Besides, when eating at home, do you still push it back and forth? Zhu Yuantang has been taken care of very well for all these years of relying on her mother, and she has long lost those so-called scruples. Zhu Yuantang stretched out her chopsticks, naturally clamped the chicken leg, and prepared to put it in the bowl and eat it. Halfway through, she suddenly felt something, raised her head, and met her mother's solemn gaze. Zhu Yuantang's heart trembled. Something was wrong, absolutely wrong. The mother and daughter can convey information with a glance, and Zhu Yuantang understood what her mother meant. Her mother disliked her for being ignorant. Zhu Yuantang was in a dilemma for a while. If she put the chicken leg back, how stupid would she look? If she ate it herself, her mother would be unhappy. What should she do? At this moment, she had an idea, turned her chopsticks, and put the chicken leg in Jiang Ning's bowl. Her heart was bleeding, but she pretended to be generous. Jiang Ning, thank you for letting me play computer, I'll give it to you. At this time, Zhu Yuantang felt her mother's loving eyes. Jiang Ning had noticed the treacherous situation at the dinner table, and he was flattered. Then I eat it? Zhu Yuantang forced a smile. Eat it, the chicken leg is delicious. Then Jiang Ning ate the chicken leg in front of her. There is a greedy little girl staring at you, and the joy of eating is doubled. Zhu Chuchu picked up a piece of candied banana. Aunt Gu's craftsmanship is excellent. The cut bananas are slightly bright in color, and connected by thin threads. She tasted it. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sweet and delicious. She couldn't stop eating. She stuffed several pieces into her mouth. Zhu Yuantang's chicken leg flew away. She was extremely sad, tearfully changed her target, and also ate the candied banana. Seeing Chuchu's chopsticks kept eating, she said with satisfaction, Chuchu, I can also make this dish. It's delicious. Jiang Ning said, I prove that she can make it. Zhu Yuantang's mouth curved, and a smile bloomed. Sure enough, the chicken leg was not given to Jiang Ning in vain. Look, he knows how to cater to her. Zhu Chuchu, who only knows how to cook home, expressed surprise. Really, I haven't seen you cook it before. Jiang Ning said she tried it twice, and each time she brought the banana home, she ate it just after peeling it. Zhu Yuantang was so angry that she wanted to bite him. June 30th, Monday. The classroom of class 8 of grade 1 was much quieter than usual. Not only was there no loud sound of morning reading, but even the books piled high on the desks disappeared. After the final exams, it was summer vacation and everyone took their textbooks home. Moreover, when school starts in September, the second year class will move to a new teaching building, and this classroom may never be returned to again. However, most of the students did not think so much. They thought that the days of the second year of high school would definitely be more exciting, and they would meet new classmates and new juniors. Well, it's one step closer to a wonderful college life. Wang Lang did not forget his original intention. He sat next to Brother Ma and watched him play games. In the past, the two of them would always go to class 1 before the exams, breathe the air of class 1 in front of those top students, and play games happily. Today, Wang Lang did not mention this. He looked at it quietly for a while and said, Brother Ma, there are more than 200 people in our freshman group now. Ma Shicheng, not bad efficiency. Wang Lang calculated, the enrollment of the first grade of high school has been expanded this year. There are 12 classes in our first grade of high school this year, and there will be 25 classes for the new first grade of high school, more than 1,000 people. I estimate that when school starts, there will be at least 500 people in the group. Ma Shicheng, you can do whatever you want. Take some campus photos, and introduce some delicious restaurants in front of the school. Don't just let Brother Nan use them to pick up girls. He rubbed his eyes and wondered, why does my left eyelid keep twitching? Wang Lang celebrated. Happy event, Brother Ma, your left eyelid twitches for wealth. My right eye also twitches. Wang Lang, good fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Brother Ma, seize the opportunity. You went in front, sneered and looked down on him with the temperament of an excellent student. Isn't the final exam a disaster for you? Wait until the summer vacation is over. Ma Shicheng's face rose. When one side is in trouble, all sides come to help. CUIU couldn't stand it and said, you are great. Why don't you see how good your grades are? Yuwen rolled her eyes, laughing noble and sarcastic. She laughed at the world in the human world. Not better than you? She used 4 words, coupled with a strange smile, and completely conveyed the emotion of ridicule mixed with pride. Better than me. CUIU laughed wildly. Can you be better than me? This time I will trample you under my feet and trample you. Meng Gui, a good friend beside him, took a step forward, raised his chest, and raised his head, and coordinated to stroke his long hair, revealing his domineering aura. Yuwen couldn't help but step back, and this step made her lose her momentum. CUIU looked down on him. You hid your strength before. Do you really think I'm not as good as you? Yuwen's hot temper couldn't stand it anymore, and she shouted, if you don't agree, let's compete. CUIU, you don't deserve it. After that, he turned around and left class 8, leaving only a back figure. Yuwen wanted to strangle CUIU to death. She walked away and went outside to find Dan Qingfeng. Chinese test in the morning. Gao Hishui took the test paper and went to the last examination room. The examination rooms of number 4 middle school were allocated according to grades. The students sitting in this examination room were all the top students in each class. Among them, Ma Shicheng firmly occupied the last seat. Due to the sorting problem, he sat in the first row, clenched his fists, and secretly made up his mind that today was his last time to be the last one. After several months of English research, Ma Shicheng has gained a lot. He often competes with others in vocabulary on the word memorization software, and has won the first place several times. The second to last seat is Wu Zhaoqi, who is holding a basketball and resting his eyes. The exam is not very meaningful to him. His path is not in number 4 middle school, and his future has a broader world. The fire of basketball is burning. The third to last seat is Zhao Xiaofeng, who also has his own unique way. As for the fourth seat, it is Qi Xianheng, who is wearing trendy brands, with a bit of luxury and rebelliousness between his eyebrows. Counting in order, Pang Jiao, Duan Shigang, Deng Xiang, Jeheo, a girl from class 5, and Zhang Yifi. The top 10, a small class 8, actually occupies 5 seats. Gao Hishui faced the garbage, and his black face showed undisguised disgust. In his opinion, high school is a place where success or failure is determined by grades. If you have good grades, you have privileges. Even if you sleep in class and play with your phone every day, Gao Hishui will not care about you. But if you have poor grades, Gao Hishui, who hates evil, will not have so much patience. Before the exam, he had a cold face and showed a unique sarcasm. Although he was just an invigilator, not a class teacher, he still shook his head and sneered, "Study hard. If you don't study hard, will you work as a bricklayer at a construction site in the future? You look so arrogant and incompetent that you may not be able to do it." When he spoke, his contempt almost overflowed. After hearing this, the students in the examination room did not feel ashamed of it, but rather did not take it seriously. High school students, who would believe what you said? Who doesn't think that they can become a superior person if they work a little harder in the future? What qualifications do you, a lousy teacher, have to teach me? The students in the last examination room also put impatience on their faces. Gao Hishui had been through high school and knew the thoughts of students of this age. He said directly, "If you don't study hard, you will know how difficult it is to make money in the future. What can you do in the future if you don't study? Pick up rags." Gao Hishui made a speech throughout the class, belittling others. At this time, a light voice rang out in the classroom, "My family has invested in a factory in Yanjing, with hundreds of employees, and 10 apartments in the 3rd Ring Road. This is just part of my family's industry. Teacher Gao, what can I do in the future?" Qi Xianheng leaned lazily on the table and raised his head to ask. When the students saw someone coming forward, they couldn't help but laugh. They supported Qi Xianheng too much. Someone laughed and shouted, "Well said." Ma Shicheng also laughed. He didn't laugh at Gao Hishui, but at those students who laughed. It was too funny. Gao Hishui's face was dark and ugly, and he didn't know how to answer. He taught for a few years, and the money he saved was only enough to pay the down payment in Yuzhou City and buy a car. Qi Xianheng laughed. What they worked hard for all their lives was not as good as what he was born with. Qi Xianheng turned his head and looked out the window. The soft sunlight sprinkled on the windowsill. The countries, cities, mountains, and seas he had been to emerged in his mind. He chanted in his heart, "This prosperous sage is just as I wish." So he leaned more comfortably. Pang Jiao couldn't stand his pretense and pulled the desk hard. Qi Xianheng lost his support, suddenly trembled, and fell backwards. He fell under the table, his body twisted in an inverted bow shape, and was stuck by the stool. He pressed his hands on the ground, but he couldn't stand up. Qi Xianheng no longer had the understatement he had just said. He cursed, "Are you fucking sick?" Chapter 409 Master. The last exam room. Qi Xianheng was lying on the ground and yelling. Zhao Xiaofeng, who was standing in front of him, quickly left his seat and helped him up. "Brother Xian, are you okay?" Qi Xianheng brushed off the dust in embarrassment and glared at Pang Jiao. "You did it on purpose just now. Do you want to die?" Pang Jiao's big face was impatient, and her big shiny mouth covered with lipstick sneered. "I see you are too close. Let me give you some space." Zhao Xiaofeng roughly understood the situation, and he accused, "You are deliberately causing trouble, right?" After saying that, he took a step forward, clenched his fists, and his arms revealed a strong muscle outline, which was thicker than that of ordinary students. His eyes were wide open, full of murderous aura. If ordinary students were to confront head-on, they would definitely be scared. However, Pang Jiao did not show any weakness. She stood up suddenly and confronted Zhao Xiaofeng face to face. "How dare you wrongly accuse me?" At this time, Zhao Xiaofeng's face was only 5 centimeters away from Pang Jiao's face. His pupils shrank due to stimulation. He could see the blackheads on Pang Jiao's nose, her pockmarks, her rough skin, and her greasy lips. He could feel the miasma in her mouth. Zhao Xiaofeng was so irritated that he held his breath and complained, "I can't stand it." Wu Zhaoqi in front of him opened his eyes and watched the show without blinking. Duan Shigeng's performance behind him was the same. The two had suffered from Pang Jiao. The attention of the entire examination room was all focused here, and everyone was looking forward to something exciting. Later, Zhang Yifei cheered for her sisters and shouted, "Bullying girls, right?" Zhao Xiaofeng was in a dilemma. At this time, Gao Hishui on the podium spoke, "What are you arguing about? It's time for the exam." Zhao Xiaofeng was, as if he had been pardoned. He took advantage of the donkey to go downhill and said, "Wait, I will find a way to deal with you later." Although Qi Xianheng was unhappy, he was worried about the presence of the teacher and didn't get angry after all. Besides, Pang Jiao's disgusting appearance was almost killing him. The first Chinese language test is over. Several students are discussing their answers in the corridor. "Did you write the ancient poetry? I completely forgot. Damn, why is it so off? I think I wrote it." "Which one are you talking about?" "It's the one with I sigh deeply and cover my tears." "What's the couplet after it?" "Easy, you can fill in I lament the hardships of people's lives." The students who didn't fill it out couldn't help but feel annoyed. Some people were talking about essays with great joy. Chen Kan came back from the bathroom, shook off the water droplets, and walked steadily. He heard his classmates' discussions. The corners of his mouth showed calmness and indifference of "I will reach the top of the world." The Chinese test paper was not difficult. He would have no problem getting 130 points in this exam. Even in the entire first year of high school, he is a rare existence. Only the top 10 in the grade can barely compete with him. He went up to the second floor. From the position of class 9, all the way east, Chen Kan passed by class 8, looked at the familiar class, and looked at the 2 water dispensers. A poet's feeling arose in his heart. Goodbye, class 8. When he returns from the second year of high school, he will be personally invited to class 1 by class 1's head teacher Hu Hao. Zhu Yuantong, Jiang Ning, I will compete with you again then. Chen Kan made a great wish. People are not plants who can be heartless. Chen Kan walked to the back of class 8. After all, he could not restrain his feelings for more than a year. He was ready to step into class 8 and take another look at the familiar scene. Suddenly, a short thin girl, walking with her head down, hurried out of class 8 for an exam. Maybe she walked too fast, and she bumped into the door. Bang! After hitting the door, she buried her head even lower, completely covered by her hair, and Chen Kan could not see her face. The girl apologized helplessly. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it," she said softly. Then, without hearing a reply, she buried her head and went out. Chen Kan was immediately attracted by the attention. What a cute girl, she actually apologized to the door. Even he, who loves learning so much, couldn't help but want to protect her. Immediately, he shook his head with a sigh on his face. Although cute, she was too stupid. If it was him, the moment he hit the door, he could judge, based on the hardness, that the object of the collision was not a person, but a door. Chen Kan is good at drawing inferences from one example. Not only does he have hardness, he can also use temperature calculations. Because the temperature of the door is different from that of the human body. Immediately, Chen Kan added more doubts. As we all know, the 8th class classroom has an iron door. Iron is easy to conduct temperature. After being exposed to sunlight, the temperature changes accordingly. So the question is, what is the temperature of the iron door now? Can we judge, based on the temperature, whether it hits the door or the person? Talking about war on paper is always shallow. You must practice it to know it. Chen Kan planned to take action, so he touched the iron door. He is a person with a rigorous scientific attitude. In order to ensure the authenticity of the data, he touched the iron door up and down, trying to touch every part of it. When someone passed by the door, he saw Chen Kan touching the iron door, especially his eyes behind the glasses, which shone brightly, almost dazzling. Everyone was shocked at first, and then showed a disgusted expression. His actions were so obscene. Even the door was not spared. Chen Kan ignored it. His thirst for knowledge defeated everything in the world. People live to seek truth. After touching it, he still thought it was not up to standard, so he planned to borrow a thermometer from Huang Yasu to thoroughly measure the temperature of the iron door. Huang Yasu's grades were not good, so he did not take the exam in class 8. He went to examination room 12. Huang Yasu was flipping through a chemistry book, preparing for the next exam. After Chen Kan borrowed the thermometer, He said, I will return it to you after I measure the door. Huang Yazu was puzzled. Why measure the door? Chen Qian told him the whole story. When he was describing the experiment, Chen Qian was shrouded in a layer of light called knowledge. Huang Yazu was straightforward. He said, after you hit the door, you looked up, and you could tell whether it was a person or a door, right? There was a 20-minute break in the middle of the exam. Ma Shichen returned to class 8 and joined Wang Langlang. He sat in his seat, tapping the screen with one finger. On it was a pixel-style bird flying in the sky, with many green water pipes in front. The game is called Flappy Bird, also known as the early bird catches the worm. This extremely simple game has become popular all over the world this year, and Ma Shichen often plays it. Every time you fly over the water pipe, the number in the middle of the screen will increase by 1. At this time, the number on the screen has increased to more than 200. This is a very scary number. Only a few people can break through 50 when playing this game. Wang Langlang was worried about Ma Zhen. Not only Wang Langlang, but also a woman was standing on the wall behind Ma Shichen. She lowered her head and waited for the owner of the seat to leave, because that was her seat for the exam. Shankai Wei, you are here. I have been looking for you for a long time. The round-faced boy ran to class 8. Ah. Shankai Wei looked up timidly. Her small face was delicate, her facial features were delicate and three-dimensional, and her eyes were dodging like a deer. The round-faced boy wiped his sweat. He ran all the way here. I heard from Tangjing that you are good at LOL. Let's rank together. I'm gold. Zhu Chundeng is a little LOL master in their class. In the entire class 5, his skills are counted. Now he is gold 3rd rank. When he goes to the internet cafe with his classmates, he is usually the one who takes them there. Most of his classmates are in the silver rank, and he is considered a big shot as he is in the gold rank. Moreover, he just started playing LOL this year, and reached the gold rank in a few months. He has a huge room for improvement in the future. Let's play together. I'll take you to double row. Zhu Chundeng's round face was full of enthusiasm. There are not many beautiful girls in class 5. Meng Xian is pursued by Kaokun. He doesn't have the courage to provoke Kaokun. He knows that he is not as good as the other party in all aspects, and Meng Xian is not someone he can pursue. However, Shankai Wei in front of him is no less than Meng Xian, but she rarely communicates with her classmates. Zhu Chundeng has been secretly in love with her for half a year. Now that class 5 is facing disbandment, he finally plucks up the courage to invite his beloved girl to play games. After all, Zhu Chundeng is only good at LOL. Shankai Wei hesitated. No, I can't play. Her voice is graceful, like a whisper, touching the heart. Zhu Chundeng didn't understand. Why can't I play? Shankai Wei had to say, rank. As soon as Zhu Chundeng understood, he slapped his head and said, look at me, I forgot that the rank difference is too big, so we can't play together. But don't worry, I'll borrow a silver account from my brother to play with you. The silver account was more than enough, and he began to wonder who to borrow the account from. Shankai Wei's delicate and weak face showed a little apology. She lowered her head and looked at her toes. She said in one breath, I'm Diamond 1, and I can't play with gold. Zhu Chundeng was confused. What is the concept of diamond? Or Diamond 1? Ma Shichen, who was playing with the bird, even looked back. There is only one step from Diamond 1 to King, which is a very powerful level. He doesn't play much, but he is only at King level. Ma Shichen turned around again, and his bird was still flying, and it didn't die. Zhu Chundeng was shocked. Is it true? You are Diamond 1. He was a little unconvinced. Shankai Wei, really? Zhu Chundeng believed it. It was the first time he saw a real Diamond 1 master. He looked at Shankai Wei again, and his eyes were different. She was cute and had high gaming skills. It was amazing. He said shamelessly, can you guide me? Shankai Wei didn't speak for a long time after hearing this. Zhu Chundeng felt that she must be considering it, so he waited very patiently. 5 minutes later, Shankai Wei said in a soft voice, I'm sorry. Zhu Chundeng was like being sentenced. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. He sighed and said, I thought you had considered it for so long, and I thought you would agree. Shankai Wei answered quickly this time. She said timidly, I don't think it's good to refuse directly, so I waited for a few minutes. Ma Shichen couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. Zhu Chuneng was embarrassed. What are you laughing at? In examination room number 11, Cuiyu sat in Zhu Yan's seat, crossing his legs. He looked very proud and took a photo of the desk, intending to send it to Jiuo Kunan, but then he remembered that there was a signal jammer and couldn't send it. It doesn't matter, he will tell Jiuo Kunan after the test. Cuiyu was very proud. Brother Gui, do you think I'm awesome? Meng Gui was on his left, and they were only separated by an aisle. Cuiyu relied on cheating last time to successfully rise to the middle level of the grade, and was in the same examination room with his good brother. Soon, the chemistry test began. Brother Gui, act according to the plan. This time I will make Yuen regret it. Cuiyu said viciously. He wanted to impress Yuen with his grades. Meng Gui tapped the table with her fingers, and Cuiyu understood instantly. This was their common cheating language. The invigilator handed out the test papers. An hour later, Cuiyu had left many questions blank. Damn, chemistry is so difficult. He couldn't understand those elements with scribblings at all. Sometimes Cuiyu really envied Jiang Ning. Teacher Jiuo Ran often gave him special treatment, and he always got full marks. Cuiyu had imagined that he would be taught by a beautiful teacher, but it was only an illusion. When facing a real teacher, he still had awe. Time's up. Cuiyu glanced at his watch. Meng Gui beside him also noticed it. They had practiced the communication method for a long time, and it finally came in handy. Before the exam, they agreed in advance to help each other through secret codes and become bigger and stronger. Cuiyu tapped the table with his fingers, communicating silently with Meng Gui. What do you choose for the fourth multiple choice question? He spoke in secret. Meng Gui followed and tapped the table. No. What about the eighth question? Do you know how to do it? I don't know either. Cuiyu. Fuck. Examination room 2. The students in the examination room are in the top 10% of the grade. If they perform steadily, they will probably be at the level of 211 in the college entrance examination. Bai Yuxia, Dong Qingfeng, and Huang Zhangfei are all in examination room 2. Others such as Shen Xinli, Tang Fu, Li Shi, and Pei Yujing are also students of this level. Dong Qingfeng answered the chemistry questions with ease, occasionally looking up at the clock. In previous exams, he did not look at the clock because he would definitely finish within the specified time. Today was different. Yuen found him in the morning and asked him to pass on the answers. With Dong Qingfeng's personality, he could not refuse. The time was up. He took out the small note secretly while the invigilator was not paying attention and hid it under the test paper. Then he copied all the multiple choice questions and fill in the blank questions with a pen. He and Yuen agreed to roll the answers into thin paper and put them on the balcony of the bathroom. Dong Qingfeng rarely cheated, but he was quite excited when he suddenly tried. After the invigilator noticed it, he walked down from the podium and walked all the way to Dong Qingfeng's side. Other students looked over, and the top students also liked to watch the fun. The invigilator was a young female teacher, thin and dark. Because she was so dark, some students privately called her Black Girl. She had appeared on the TV station of Anhui province and participated in inspirational variety shows before, so she was very famous in number 4 middle school, and she was very strict. The invigilator stood in front of Dong Qingfeng, opened the test paper, and pulled out the cheat sheet. After glancing at him twice, he asked with a cold face, "What are you doing?" Dong Qingfeng was going to give someone the cheat sheet, but he couldn't say it. Once he said it, it would be the end. Now that he was caught by the teacher, Dong Qingfeng was confused and didn't know how to argue. Huang Zhangfei in examination room number 2 was helpless. He was just taking an exam, so why were students in his class caught? As the class monitor, he certainly couldn't stay out of it. Dong Qingfeng's results would be invalidated, which might affect the class division in the second year of high school. Huang Zhangfei was sweating on his forehead, thinking hard about a solution. Bai Yuxia, who was in the same examination room, had the same idea. Her eyes were calm, and she said gently and generously, "Teacher, Dong Qingfeng and I are in the same class. He has a habit of writing down the answers and comparing them with us after the exam." Chapter 410 Movies and Tires. 2. Bayuksha's sentences were fluent and her speed was very fast, just like she was describing a fact normally. Her words provided an excuse for Deng Qingfeng. Deng Qingfeng had stood up for the girls in the class several times, and his reaction speed was much faster than that of ordinary students. He calmed down and said calmly, "Teacher Jiang, I do plan to memorize the answers first and check them after the exam." The vigilance on Teacher Jiang Hujuan's face was slightly weakened. Although the other party had memorized the answers, there was no direct evidence to accuse him of cheating. Besides, the other party was a student in the examination room number 2, and was a top student. It was not easy for her to deprive him of the right to take the exam. Jiang Hujuan said, "You are not allowed to leave the examination room for this exam." Deng Qingfeng felt bad, but he still looked natural. "Teacher Jiang, don't worry." Yuan apologized. Deng Qingfeng sighed in his heart. It was not that he didn't want to help, but that the invigilator was too cunning. After resolving the episode, Jiang Hujuan went to the back of the classroom to invigilate. Deng Qingfeng looked at Bayuksha gratefully. He had always been the only one who helped others before. Unexpectedly, he was saved by Bayuksha today. This made him slightly uncomfortable, but at the same time, he felt a long-lost touch. She still cared about the friendship they had in the past. In the afternoon, there was a math test. Geo Hishui participated in the writing of the math test. He liked to see students get into trouble, so the difficulty of the test was much higher than usual. After the test, the top students were fine, the poor students were not bad, but the average students sighed. In the number 1 examination room, Chen Kan looked calm and indifferent. He was a man with the strength of being in the top 10 in the grade. The math test that seemed difficult to others was solved effortless by his calculations. At this time, he couldn't help but feel proud. Who else could beat him? Chen Kan. That Tsinghua Peking University class of number 2 middle school? Sooner or later, they will be trampled under his feet. He got up and went outside, and saw Linzada, who was ranked 7th, holding a flip-top game console, and playing it intently. It's just a waste of time. He then looked at Shen Xianxi, who was 6th in the grade. He held his phone horizontally and excitedly watched One Piece. Haha, childish cartoons. I haven't watched them since I was in primary school. Chen Kan looked down on him. Then came Fang Qiuyu, who was 5th in the grade, and wore glasses and looked bookish. She was opening a Zenzi lollipop and eating it. Girls who only know how to eat can't achieve anything great. Chen Kan complained secretly. But Fang Qiuyu saw him staring at her and thought he wanted to eat, so she handed him a lollipop, which was lychee flavored. Want one? Chen Kan's face froze, and he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He was just examining her. Who knew that he was not good at refusing, and took the lollipop. He thanked her awkwardly. Before leaving, he turned around and took a look at the students in the examination room. Zhu Yuantang was sleeping on the number 1 seat. After the kindness just now, Chen Kan did not comment on other students from a bird's eye view. He walked south along the corridor. In the distance, the campus of number 4 middle school had a beautiful view, with lush greenery and vastness. His mood became even better. This corridor was only a dozen meters long. He saw a girl leaning on the balcony, with her head down, looking depressed. Chen Kan received the kindness of others, so he wanted to convey the kindness to the whole world. He walked over, and found that the girl in front of him was the girl who knocked on the door in the morning. Chen Kan remembered that she was a very cute girl. He took out a lollipop, put it behind his back, and prepared to convey his kindness. "What's wrong with you? Are you unhappy?" He took the initiative to show concern. Shankei rubbed her eyes. Her eyes were slightly red, and her voice was hoarse. "Math is too difficult. I can't understand the last big question." Chen Kan almost laughed when he heard it. What concern, what conveying kindness, all was thrown out of his mind. He was surprised and incredulous. Is the last question difficult? Am I the only one who feels it is very simple? You construct the function and find the derivative? Can't you prove it in one go? Anyone who has studied it a little bit can do it, right? Don't you know how to do it? Chen Kan opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of doubt, as if he was looking at another creature. Shankei moved her lips and left without saying a word. Chen Qian bid farewell to her back, and the lollipop in his hand was not given away after all. Jiang Ning walked out of the classroom and went to the balcony to get some fresh air and saw Chen Qian looking up at the sky in silence. Chen Qian and Jiang Ning had an average relationship, especially after Bei Yuxia and Shen Xiao were taken away by him. Their study group was directly dispersed. This caused Chen Qian's mentality to collapse, and he never cared about the world and studied crazily. Suffering made Chen Qian and made him reborn from the ashes. Today, he still feels a little dissatisfied with Jiang Ning. However, after all, they are students in the same class, and sometimes they can still talk to each other when they meet. Chen Qian asked, Jiang Ning, do you think the last math question is difficult? Not difficult. Jiang Ning replied. Haha, I told you it's not difficult. Chen Qian laughed again. See, his idea was right. It wasn't him who was wrong, but the girl. He was determined on his own path. After the exam in the afternoon, it was almost 6 o'clock. For summer, it was still dark. The sunset in the west looked like a fire, which was beautiful. Many students who had finished the exam took out their mobile phones to take pictures. In order to show their professionalism, some students placed their mobile phones horizontally, held them with both hands, and constantly adjusted their postures, imitating the photography masters on TV, just to record the most beautiful scene. There was no evening self-study in the evening, and the day students went back to their homes. Deng Qingfeng waited for Bei Yuxia in the corridor on the first floor. Seeing Bei Yuxia and Chen Xiao sisters going out, he hurried to greet them. Bei Yuxia, thank you for today. He was sincerely grateful. Bei Yuxia's reaction was calm. It was just a casual thing. Deng Qingfeng, thanks to you. If you hadn't helped me at that time, maybe the chemistry test paper would have been taken away. Her personality is not ordinary. After he finished speaking, he saw that Chen Xiao and her sister had strange expressions, thinking that they didn't know the situation. So he smiled and explained, Jiang Hujun, you know, I took notes in the exam today, but that black. He was about to say something, and saw Bei Yuxia put her index finger on her lips, and made a shushing finger. Deng Qingfeng shuddered, looked down and saw a shadow appear on the concrete floor, and saw that the shadow had a bag on its waist. Deng Qingfeng was immediately scared. He clearly remembered that Jiang Hujun, the black girl, liked to carry a backpack. What should I do? What should I do? Sweat broke out on his forehead. In an emergency, Deng Qingfeng's reaction ability came back, and he quickly made up that the blackboard was wiped clean. Hey, class 2's hygiene is really good. I was thinking at the time that it is worthy of being an experimental class, and the quality is really good. After I finish taking notes, I will definitely check the answers with the students in class 2. Deng Qingfeng laughed dryly twice, and made up his mind. After he finished speaking, he dared to turn around, and met Jiang Hujun's vicious eyes. Deng Qingfeng was scared, but fortunately he was smart. After the teacher left, he took a deep breath. Thinking of words in a hurry is too much of a test of the heart. Chen Xiao and her sister laughed secretly. Deng Qingfeng was too funny. Deng Qingfeng paused for a moment, looked around, and said, to show my gratitude, I'll take you to a movie tonight. The theater has just released Edge of Tomorrow, which has received good reviews. Bei Yuxia refused bluntly, I'm helping you for the sake of the class. You don't have to think too much. Deng Qingfeng said, but you did help me, so it's okay to show my gratitude, right? If you don't like this movie, it's okay, we can watch other movies. It's up to you, whatever you like. Bei Yuxia, I've just watched it, it's quite exciting. After saying that, she and Shen Xiao left together. Deng Qingfeng was left wondering, she meant, has he watched all the movies that have been released recently? After Huang Zhongfei finished his exam, he walked alone on the main road of the campus. The sunset glowed all over the campus, and the flowers and plants on the lawn were dyed with a layer of golden red. The greening of number 4 middle school is one of the best in the city's high schools. It is a very comfortable thing to go to school here. Huang Zhongfei walked this main road many times, and a faint nostalgia appeared on his handsome face. Finally, the first year of high school is about to end. Looking back on what happened in the past year, Huang Zhongfei asked himself if he had done his job well, but he was a little tired. He was very tired. I hope that in the second year of high school next year, when new students transfer to the class, teacher Shan Qingran will hand over the position of class monitor to someone else. While Huang Zhangfei was thinking, Yuan pulled Jiang Yanan and chased from behind. Class monitor. Yuan squeezed out the most gentle smile. You haven't gone back yet? Huang Zhangfei replied. Yuan said in the most gentle voice, class monitor, can you accompany me and Jiang Yanan to watch a movie tonight? We bought the 9 o'clock show and are afraid that we will go home too late. Huang Zhangfei was still quite concerned about his classmates. Watching a movie at 9 o'clock in the evening, it would be 11 o'clock when the movie was over, which was indeed quite dangerous. He nodded and asked, what movie are you watching? When Yuan heard that there was a play, she made a special observation of the recent movie market and consulted Dong Qingfeng to learn about the most exciting movie recently, Edge of Tomorrow. Yuan said that she heard that boys like to watch it and the class monitor deserves her serious attention. Class monitor, please watch it with us. Yuan winked at Jiang Yanan. The two were good sisters. Jiang Yanan said, it's too late after watching the movie. If you are here, we will definitely feel relieved. The shrewd Yuan started to say, I have saved money for a long time to watch this movie. Huang Zhangfei saw the two people's request, hesitated for 2 seconds, and said, don't go to the cinema. Come on, follow me back to the class. I will find resources and pass them to you. Nanhang Road is close to the suburbs of Yuzhou City. From this road, you can turn into Heba. At dusk, the mountain bike drove smoothly. Zhu Yuantang sat in the back seat. She bought an ice cream cone and bit it very happily. Her mother was not around, so she could eat whatever she wanted. Jiang Ning never dared to control her. She shook her calves and looked at the city shrouded in the western glow. She felt it was beautiful. The ice cream in her mouth was like the clouds on the horizon, soft and sweet. Jiang Ning, we will have a holiday after the exam tomorrow. Will you go to see your parents during the summer vacation? Not for the time being. Oh, then when are you going? How many days will you stay there? She asked. I will leave only when you quarrel with me and stop cooking for me. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantong, what if I keep cooking for you? Will you not leave? Jiang Ning, yes. Zhu Yuantong was happy. Okay. She didn't want to be separated from Jiang Ning, so she secretly decided to quarrel with him as little as possible during the summer vacation. She imagined her summer vacation life when there is a flood. Let's call Bayuxia and Chenxiao over, okay? Zhu Yuantong did not forget her promise. She often made mistakes, but she always remembered some promises clearly. Okay. Don't you know how to read the sky? Remember to tell me 2 days in advance. Zhu Yuantong reminded. The time of the flood during the summer vacation is not fixed every year. Sometimes it is in July, and sometimes it can be delayed until the end of August. In short, there will definitely be a flood. She calculated in her mind, and cars flew past from time to time. Nanhang Road is not like the roads in the city. It has only one road and no sidewalks. Whether walking, riding a bike, or driving a car, all on one road. When Jiang Ning was on the road, his spiritual awareness was usually spread out, and the mountain bike was running smoothly. Suddenly, a large truck drove from behind, raising a cloud of dust. Zhu Yuantong immediately puffed up her mouth and held her breath. The 10-ton truck, fully loaded with goods, made a shocking noise when passing by, making a rumbling sound. Its huge size, if it hits an ordinary family car, let alone any luxury car, it is likely to end up with a car crash and death. Zhu Yuantang often saw such large trucks in the news, so she had a fear of large trucks in her heart. For a while, when her mother got off work at night, she always reminded her mother to pay attention to safety before going out. Her mother always rubbed her head and said not to worry. When Zhu Yuantang was worried, the large truck overtook her and drove to the front for more than 10 meters. Suddenly, there was a sound, and the large double tire wheel on the left side of the truck actually broke out and rolled forward. At the same time, the truck body tilted to the left, and sparks appeared from the suspension of the pole. Jiang Ning pressed the brake, and Zhu Yuantang suddenly pressed against his back, but there was a gentle force that she didn't notice, gently supporting her. Zhu Yuantang quickly fell from the back seat and looked forward along the roadside. The tire rolled forward along the road, rolled about 20 meters, hit the guardrail on the roadside, and with a bang, the tire flew directly and bounced to the middle of the road. Zhu Yuantang was startled and quickly hugged Jiang Ning's arm. She looked up at him nervously and then saw his calm face. Zhu Yuantang was puzzled. Isn't he afraid? She was almost scared to death. The tire made of rubber and steel bounced on the road like a rubber ball. The SUV that was speeding behind quickly turned the steering wheel and narrowly avoided it. The tire landed and bounced again. But the car behind was not so lucky. The tire, weighing 100 or 200 pounds, carrying a huge force, hit the side of the car. With a loud bang, the tire exploded. Instantly, air gushed out, and a large cloud of white smoke emerged, like a bomb detonating. Jiang Ning activated the magic circle to reduce the volume for Zhu Yuantang. But the person riding a bicycle nearby was not so lucky. He was shaken by the loud noise, and the handlebars tilted and hit the guardrail next to him. The road was in chaos. Zhu Yuantang looked up at Jiang Ning again. He stood on the side of the road, motionless. She thought again, isn't he afraid? Chapter 411. Answer. Nanhang Road. On the cement road, a large amount of white smoke poured out, obscuring the view. The force caused by the tire collision and explosion caused the car to move horizontally. All the vehicles passing by pressed the brakes and were stuck in the road. The truck tire hit the car door, smashing the metal door inwards, as if it was embedded in it. After the explosion, the car window glass shattered into pieces, which was extremely tragic. The truck wheel was stressed and bounced up again. The huge wheel whistled in the air from the smoke, carrying huge power and flying in the direction of Zhu Yuantang. The flying truck tire was powerful, no worse than a stone. If it hit, it would be disabled, and if it was touched, it would be injured. The fragile human body could not withstand such a disaster. Zhu Yuantang saw the flying black tire, and her heart was cold. The instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm is imprinted in human bones, just like the muscle contraction after being electrocuted, which made her instinctively want to avoid it. Zhu Yuantang gritted her teeth, forcibly suppressed her fear, pulled Jiang Ning's arm, and took him away together. When she grabbed Jiang Ning's arm, she suddenly felt another force, and her body involuntarily moved closer to Jiang Ning. It turned out that she was too weak and was dragged away by Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning felt amused and relieved. He didn't expect that she could still take care of him at this time. It seems that he didn't give her a waist before. He pulled Zhu Yuantang casually, and Zhu Yuantang was as light as a rag doll. The sound of brakes, horns, shouts, screams, all kinds of sounds mixed together, noisy and chaotic. Jiang Ning moved his right foot lightly and turned his body. Zhu Yuantang drew an arc and went around behind him. The truck tire flew past Jiang Ning dangerously. Bang. The tire landed and wanted to bounce again. Jiang Ning stepped on the tire with his left foot accurately. His muscles and bones, tempered by the electric current, exerted a little force, and a ton of force was applied, fixing the tire firmly on the concrete ground. It was like holding down a raging beast. The recoil force was transmitted to the legs, and after being tempered by the electric current, it disappeared completely. Then, Jiang Ning put his foot away leisurely. Drivers who parked their cars nearby opened their doors and looked at the tire on the ground in doubt. Jiang Ning let go of Zhu Yuantang's slender arm and said, "It's okay." Zhu Yuantang's mind was blank, and he only nodded in response. The feeling of being pulled just now was like returning to his childhood, when he was dragged by his mother to play games. He didn't feel any danger at all, but was genuinely comfortable. "Call an ambulance," someone shouted, and they hurried to the side of the car. That was it. It was an Audi A6. Jiang Ning scanned it with his spiritual sense. The Audi's window was covered with explosion-proof film, and the glass shattered, but it didn't splash. Moreover, the tire hit the right front door, and there was no one sitting in the passenger seat. A group of people just ran to the side of the car, and the driver pushed the door and got out of the car. The middle-aged man in black in the back seat of the car got out safely. Jiang Ning glanced around and found that the most seriously injured person was the girl who was riding a bicycle in the back and was frightened by the explosion of the tire. The sudden loud noise startled her and she shivered. The bicycle tilted and her knees scraped against the concrete floor. Zhu Yuantang took a while to react and realized what Jiang Ning had just done. She saw that the people in the car over there were fine and saw a girl sitting on the ground. Zhu Yuantang devoted himself to the work of saving people. Shan Keiwei lowered her head, her hair covering her pretty face, her eyes dim. In addition to pain, there was also sadness. She didn't do well in math in the afternoon exam, and now she suffered an unexpected disaster. Just when she was depressed, Zhu Yuantang jogged over. Shan Keiwei heard the footsteps. She raised her head, saw the figure, and her heart was inexplicably warm. It turns out that there are still people who care about her. As a result, Zhu Yuantang paused and ran back the same way. Shan Keiwei, when Zhu Yuantang turned back again, there was a bottle of pure water in her hand. She handed the bottle of water. Wash the wound. Shan Keiwei's knee was scratched, and fine blood beads oozed out, which soon formed a net and turned into a small pool of blood, flowing along her white skin. After Shan Keiwei heard this, she thanked him awkwardly. She poured some water to wash her hands and rinsed the wound carefully. After a while, her whole calf was wet. After rinsing it clean, Zhu Yuantang found Jiang Ning again and asked him if he had any solution. Jiang Ning took out 2 band-aids. After Zhu Yuantang pasted them on her, he clapped his hands and admired the fruits of his labor. At this time, many people gathered nearby. The middle-aged man in the Audi sedan was holding a mobile phone to make a call. In front, the truck driver also got off the car. The sedan driver pointed at his nose and scolded him. The truck driver was humble and kept apologizing. He bought a good insurance for his truck, so he could pay, even if he killed someone. But it depends on who the other party is. The person in the Audi car obviously has an extraordinary temperament and is definitely not of low status. The truck driver travels all over the country and has great courage. However, when facing such a person, he must compromise, otherwise he will be unlucky. The other car owners next to him were watching the excitement, chatting with each other, smoking cigarettes, and taking pictures. Several boys aged 14 or 15 were looking around the truck tires. A chubby car owner threatened, "Stay away, or I'll blow you up again." The 2 boys retreated in fear, and a boy with a crew cut said, "Blow it up, it exploded just now, how can it explode again?" He plucked up his courage and kicked the tire with his foot, but the tire didn't move at all. He bent down, held one side of the tire, and tried hard to lift it up, but the tire still didn't move. "This thing is so heavy." The boy with the crew cut was surprised. The fat car owner said, "Dual tires must weigh 200 pounds. You lifted with your face?" The crew cut was not convinced. "Didn't someone step on it just now?" He turned his head and gestured to Jiang Ning in the distance. He clearly saw that the tire was held down by someone when it collapsed before. The fat car owner also turned around. The boy was tall and thin, not the type with big shoulders and waist, but he was actually held down by the tire. He was unbelievable, because even holding down the tire would probably take a lot of effort. He thought again and again, and simply said, "Do you understand how to use the opponent's force to counterattack?" Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang helped Shan Keiwei, and Zhu Yuantang learned her name. Shan Keiwei treated her wound and stood up by pressing the ground. As a result, she groaned in pain. If Jiang Ning hadn't helped her, she would probably fall again. Shan Keiwei felt that her legs had lost their intuition, as if they didn't belong to her. "Is my leg broken?" She was terrified, and her face was pale. She recalled the scene of falling off the bike. With a bang, she fell directly, not a scratch. It is very likely that the bones were broken. Her thoughts gradually diverged, and she felt more and more panic. No one can face the body being broken calmly. Zhu Yuantang added, "It's possible. In our village, an old man fell off a tricycle and broke his leg." Shan Keiwei's face was pale and her thin body shook. Jiang Ning heard this and urged his consciousness to take a photo, just like an X-ray. "No, it's 100 times clearer than an X-ray." After understanding the situation, he said expressionlessly, "It's not broken, it's just that your leg is numb." The fear on Shan Keiwei's face condensed, and she lowered her head shyly. It was too embarrassing. She endured the numbness and pain, and lifted up the bicycle. To ease the embarrassment, she said, "I thought I couldn't go to school in the future, and could only play games at home." Zhu Yuantang talked to her. "Do you like playing games too?" When it comes to games, Shankaiwa's weakness has decreased a lot, and she cheered up a little. Yes, I like LOL. Zhu Yuantang excitedly. What a coincidence, I play a LOL too. Her family only has one computer. She wants to play double row with Jiang Ning, but she can't. She has to go to an internet cafe to play. She has never been to an internet cafe and doesn't dare. She asked Bayuksha and Chen Xiao in the class, but they don't know how to play at all. Shankaiwei was pushing her mountain bike, walking unsteadily. Perhaps she felt that it was a good opportunity, so she said in a relaxed manner, "Thank you for helping me today. I can play with you." Zhu Yuantang, really? Well, what's your rank? In order to repay her kindness, Shankaiwei decided to take Zhu Yuantang with her, regardless of the cost. Zhu Yuantang, I'm a king. Shankaiwei, she took a deep breath, endured the pain in her legs, and her voice became soft again. Add a friend. Zhu Yuantang is a good person. Seeing that Shankaiwei had an injury on her leg, she asked Jiang Ning to help her move home. On the way back, the mountain bike was driving on the dam. A cargo ship was floating on the wide surface of the Hushu River. In the past, if she encountered a cargo ship in the same direction, Zhu Yuantang would urge Jiang Ning to ride faster and try harder to overtake the cargo ship. However, now, she was uncharacteristically silent. She thought about her experience in the afternoon and remembered the scene when the wheel hit her. She grabbed Jiang Ning and wanted to take him to avoid it, but he grabbed her again. And later, Jiang Ning raised his foot and stepped on the tire. You are awesome. Zhu Yuantang rarely praised him. Hearing this, Jiang Ning looked to the north. Well, the sun did not rise from the north. Did you step on the wheel later to save others? Zhu Yuantang asked in a low voice. The situation was critical at that time. If Jiang Ning hadn't stepped on the wheel of the truck, the wheel might have bounced off again and hit a pedestrian, causing an accident. Jiang Ning prevented the danger from happening. However, Zhu Yuantang thought that his behavior of stepping on the wheel was too dangerous. She knew that Jiang Ning had the ability, but if something happened, in her heart, other people's lives were far less important than Jiang Ning's. Even if 10,000 or 100,000 people were killed or injured, they could not compare to one finger of Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang was naive, but she was not unsophisticated. She transferred from the countryside to a junior high school in the city and encountered a lot of evil. Deep down in her heart, she was actually very selfish and didn't want Jiang Ning to take risks. To save people. Jiang Ning said, of course not. Zhu Yuantang was stunned. It was beyond her expectation. She couldn't help asking, why is that? The sunset glowed on the river dam in the countryside. Jiang Ning's clear voice sounded, with a bitter smile, brother, are you cool? July 1st. The second day of the 4th term final exam. Class 8, examination room 8. English teacher Chen Haiyang, who was on the podium and in charge of the exam, had thick black hair that was no less attractive than the students. After years of being sick, Chen Haiyang was now in high spirits, and even his former harsh temper had been restrained. In the past, he only needed 3 sentences to argue with Director Yan, but now it took 5. He handed out the test papers and asked the students to pass them around. As they were passing them around, Chen Haiyang realized something was wrong. There was an extra student in the exam room. He counted again and again, but it was still wrong. Chen Haiyang went to the back row and found a student sleeping on the desk. He knocked on the table. Wake up, wake up. The boy holding the basketball opened his eyes, confused. What are you doing? Chen Haiyang recognized this as the famous troublemaker, Wu Zhaoqi. Wu Zhaoqi, teacher, I'm sleeping. Chen Haiyang, get lost. Wu Zhaoqi quickly slipped away. After playing basketball in the morning, he returned to the class for morning self-study as usual, but he forgot that today was the exam day. Exam room 9. Yuan, Wang Longlong, Shi Qianjin, Gong Zuan, Tan Miling, Zhao Jinayang, students of the same level. The physics test paper was handed out. The questions were difficult, especially for Yuan, who was weak in science. In comparison, her liberal arts were slightly better, and when she entered the second year of high school, she might have an advantage in grades if she chose liberal arts. However, the class monitor chose science, and Yuan followed him to the death. Everything has a price, and the price is that Yuan can't do physics at all. She had planned to ask Dan Qingfeng for help, but the other party was sanctioned, so she had to rely on herself. Yuan wrote down the physics formulas on her palm, planning to refer to them when she encountered difficult problems later. Who knew that today's invigilator, Jiang Hujian, actually moved a bench and sat in the aisle next to her. Yuan was in the last row, and Jiang Hujian actually sat here not because of her, but just happened to be there. This final exam was just a test for the school, not a city-wide exam, so it was not strict. Jiang Hujian took out a small comic book to read. Yuan took a glance and found that she recognized the comic book. It was actually Ulangian, a comic book she read in elementary school. Teacher Jiang is too childish. Who would still read that now? EXO is true love. No wonder she couldn't find a partner at the beginning and had to go to the TV station to find one. Yuan didn't know how to do the test, so she gossiped about the teacher in her mind. She recalled the rumors about Jiang Hujian from number 4 middle school. Jiang Hujian's facial features were not ugly, but her skin was too dark. When a woman gets dark, she is not good looking. She has high standards. Last time, Yuan heard Gao Pangzi talking in the corridor, claiming to introduce a male teacher to Jiang Hujian. Jiang Hujian immediately refused, saying that the male teacher's salary was too low. When Yuan was gossiping, she heard some laughter. Maybe the cartoon was too funny. Jiang Hujian laughed with her shoulders shaking. The examination room was full of people doing the test. It was very quiet, with only the sound of pens rubbing against paper and the sound of turning test papers. Jiang Hujian laughed more and more excessively, and her shoulders trembled faster, trying hard to suppress it. A low voice came out. She lost control of her breath and suddenly screamed like a pig. The students in the entire examination room were stunned and turned around at the same time. In order to clear herself from the embarrassing scene, Yuan pointed her finger at Jiang Hujian. Laughter came from all over the classroom, and Yuan couldn't help laughing. Jiang Hujian's dark face turned upside down. In order to maintain her dignity as a teacher, she shouted, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Yuan was really funny. Thinking about what happened just now, she was very close to teacher Jiang, and all the details replayed in her mind, including the clear pig's laughter. Oh my god, it's too funny. Yuan laughed Jerry, and her shoulders kept shaking. She couldn't be unrestrained in front of the teacher, so she tried her best to suppress it. As a result, she couldn't control her breath, and laughed out aloud donkey's bray. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Prev 1% Examination Room 9. After Yuan made a fool of herself by screaming like a pig, she couldn't stand the strange looks from the students in the same examination room. She handed in her paper 15 minutes in advance and left the examination room. After the exam, Tan Mealing, dressed in ripped jeans, a gold chain, and a beautiful small leather belt, went out with her slender waist twisted. She was extremely confident about her figure and appearance. Cuiu, who was in examination room 11, ran down from upstairs to play and happened to see Tan Mealing's enchanting figure. Cuiu was often invited to Meng Jiui's house to watch movies, so his artistic level was relatively high. He appreciated it with a pair of shining eyes. Then he sighed and thought, too dry, too shrunken. It's not that he likes plumpness, but Tan Mealing probably suffered from long-term malnutrition in order to maintain her figure. Cuiu is not interested in this unhealthy body. When Tan Mealing saw Cuiu, a look of disgust immediately appeared on her face. In the past, she liked to wear belly-exposing clothes the most, which could show her beautiful figure. She enjoyed the feeling of attracting the attention of boys on the street, as if she was a rare treasure, admired by countless people, who could only look at her, but could never touch her. However, that day, Cuiu questioned her, saying that her belly button was too dirty. Since then, Tan Mealing has never worn a belly button outfit again. Cuiu stared at her at this time, and Tan Mealing got goosebumps. If it was someone else, she would definitely scold them, and those stinky boys would definitely apologize carefully and let her scold them, while she enjoyed the superiority of being high above them. However, when it came to Cuiu, she didn't dare to say it out loud. Cuiu retracted his gaze, said nothing, and walked away. When Cuiu walked away, Tang Meiling couldn't help but lift her leg and look at the hole in her pants. Fortunately, there is no dust on my legs. At noon, during the final exams, the school cafeteria did not provide meals. After Zhu Yuantang got home, he and Zhu Chachu worked in the kitchen together. Jiang Ning sat and waited for dinner. Of course, it was not without cost. After dinner, he was responsible for washing the pots and dishes. However, Zhu Chachu would definitely rush to help. As long as he was not so determined after the meal, it would be Zhu Chachu's job to wash the dishes and pots. When cooking, Zhu Chachu took some chicken wings from home. She didn't want to take advantage of Tang Tang's family, so she prepared some ingredients herself. As for Jiang Ning, he didn't bring anything and ate and drank for free. At the beginning of eating together, Zhu Yuantang wanted to tell him apart, but it was too difficult. Even Zhu Yuantang couldn't tell, so he let him eat. Anyway, Mom didn't object, and it felt more like a family this way. After getting the chicken wings, Zhu Yuantang decided to cook a cola chicken wing. She was washing the chicken wings and couldn't free her hands, so she asked Jiang Ning to go to the refrigerator to get cola. Jiang Ning took 2 bottles of ice cola, and Zhu Yuantang said disdainfully that only 1 bottle was needed. Jiang Ning planned to put it back in the refrigerator. She said it was too troublesome, then opened the other can and drank it with Chachu. After drinking the cola, she was full of energy and fried 3 dishes in one breath. Cola chicken wings, stir-fried lettuce, and spicy shredded beef with hot peppers. Jiang Ning helped move the table to the main hall at the door. He sat on a small stool and enjoyed the countryside. Each person had a bowl of rice, sweet green bean soup, and 2 beautiful girls, one smart and the other cool. Jiang Ning felt that his current life was pretty good. At the dinner table, Zhu Chachu told Tang Tang that the uncle next door with a face full of flesh had recently brought back a big wolf dog and kept it in an iron cage. Zhu Yuantang asked her how big the wolf dog was. Zhu Chachu said it was very big and told Tang Tang not to provoke it. Zhu Yuantang was afraid. That kind of big wolf dog was very scary. If it suddenly went crazy, it could bite people very miserably. In the past, someone in their village raised a big wolf dog. Villagers raised dogs, but it was not popular to tie them up with ropes. They all let them roam freely. That wolf dog was very fierce and would pounce on anyone it saw. The dog owner watched with a smile at first, until the village children were bitten all over, and the brigade secretary took people to kill the dog. She took Chachu's reminder to heart, and was determined not to provoke the big wolf dog. Zhu Chachu finished eating the chicken wings and spit the bones carefully on the table. With Jiang Ning around, she still couldn't let go of her meal, and maintained the demeanor of a lady. She drank a sip of mung bean soup and suddenly said, "Tang Tang, do you still remember Zhu Qingluan?" Zhu Yuantang, of course. In Zhuziaozian where she lived, in addition to her and Chachu, there was a little girl of the same age. Her name was Zhu Qingluan, and the 3 of them could have become good friends. Unfortunately, Zhu Qingluan's family raised a ferocious big dog. Every time she and Chachu went to Qingluan to play, the vicious dog rushed out and barked. Over time, the 2 of them stopped looking for Zhu Qingluan to play. "Are you still in touch with her?" Zhu Yuantang asked. She was interested in childhood friends. Zhu Chachu said calmly, "Qingluan went to Yangcheng." Zhu Yuantang was surprised. Wasn't she at home before? "The family can't make money," Zhu Chachu said with a slightly complicated tone. Zhu Qingluan's grades were not as good as her and Tang Tang's, and Zhu Qingluan was not an only child. She had 2 younger brothers. In that era of strict management, Zhu Qingluan's family paid a lot for having 2 younger brothers. As a result, her family's conditions were not good. At the worst, the refrigerator and electrical appliances in the family, and even a cow, were taken away. Rural people are far less visionary than those in the city. Many families go out to work. In order to supplement the family income, Zhu Qingluan had to go to work. After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang sighed and didn't know what to say. Zhu Chachu was the same. She knew deeply that if she didn't have a skill, it would be difficult to go out to work. She could only do the hardest and most tiring work, such as sewing factories, electronics factories, waiters, and handymen. This was their parents' personal experience. Fortunately, they have now joined Changqing Liquid Company. Although it was not a good thing, it was very common. Zhu Yuantang did not want to talk about such a heavy topic, so she asked curiously, Jiang Ning, do you know why the dog next door does not come over when we eat? In the past, when her family ate meat, the local dogs next door all came over with their tails wagging. After a long time, no dog came. Zhu Yuantang almost thought that her cooking skills had declined. After Jiang Ning heard it, her consciousness moved, and the dog next door was released from the confinement and rushed out of the door. When Zhu Yuantang saw it, he immediately threw the bone out, and the dog jumped up to catch it greedily. After dinner, Zhu Chachu really took over the job of washing the dishes and pots. Jiang Ning was happy and relaxed. He sat at the door and browsed his phone. The class group chat was very heated. The people currently chatting were a small group of Pang Jiao and others. There were 53 students in class 8 who were in the same group and divided into different topic groups. For example, Yuan, Lukiki, and Jiang Yanan. They like to talk about Korean group stars, and others can't join them at all. They can only watch them exclaiming at so handsome in surprise. This is a closed group with multiple people. There are also open groups with multiple people, such as Jiuo Kunan, Wang Longlong, and Shan Keiquen, who like to get together to talk about games, internet trends, and mobile phone configurations. Some interested people, such as Dong Qingfeng, can join them. Dong Qingfeng, Chen Qian, Wan Yang, and Shen Qinch talk about study and travel. Finally, there is a closed group for individuals. Wu Zhaoqi talks about basketball dreams. Hu Jun talks about rats and insects. Zhang Kai talks about starting a business and making money. And Duan Shigan talks about the years when I was the eldest brother. Basically, they talk to themselves. Only one person is very special. He is Shan Zhao. He can chat with every closed person with relish. Pang Jiao. Oh, it's summer vacation. I must lose weight. Wang Yang Iron. Jiao Jiao. How are you going to lose weight? Pang Jiao. I want to run 10 kilometers every day. At the S restaurant outside the school, class monitor Huang Zhongfei thanked the waiter. He looked at the chat history in the group and felt very harmonious. He breathed a sigh of relief. The first year of high school was about to end, and many classmates would withdraw from class 8 in the future. He remembered one thing, that the classmates in the class had never had a group photo. He suddenly had an idea. He planned to call his classmates after the exam in the afternoon, invite them to dinner, and take a group photo together. He looked at the group chat messages and prepared to find an opportunity to talk about it to see how many classmates were willing, and he could also ask the restaurant owner to prepare the dishes. Wang Yanan said, "It's too hot to run in the summer. Your skin will get tanned. Look at teacher Jiang Hujun, how tanned she is." Pang Jiao heard it and thought it made sense. "I won't run anymore. I'll skip 3,000 times every day." "Oh Jiao, skipping rope hurts your knees too much." Wang Yanan gave her advice again, constantly persuading her good sister to quit. Pang Jiao, "But I weigh 200 pounds. Cuiu said sarcastically. Jiao, stick to yourself. Some people like fat people." Pang Jiao, "Who are you talking about?" Cuiu didn't dare to say anything. "I'm talking about whoever is fat." Pang Jiao didn't admit that she was fat, so she changed the subject. "Yang Iron, I found that Zhuang Jian who from class 1 is so handsome today." Wang Yang Iron, "He is quite handsome. Didn't you give him a chance to pursue you?" Pang Jiao, "Oh, don't say it." Zhang Yifei, "I heard that Zhuang Jian who likes Li Shi from class 2. Is it true?" Pang Jiao was in a bad mood. Wang Longlong came forward to prove it's false. Pang Jiao was very happy after hearing this. Lukiki came forward. When the school just started, Zhuang Jian who showed off his slam dunk on the playground, which made her excited. Unfortunately, after getting to know him, she found that Zhuang Jian who was too good. She is a realistic and sober person, and she knows the gap Zhuang Jian, whose comprehensive conditions belong to the top 1% among the boys in number 4 middle school. She said. Pang Jiao felt uncomfortable and retorted, girls are different from boys. Many boys in our school are ugly, and few are handsome, unlike the girls around me, who are very good looking. CUIU, bullshit. Pang Jiao cursed, what are you talking about? I'm talking about you. Ma Shiqing, Pang Jiao, you are right, 80% of the girls in the country are in the top 1% in terms of appearance. Pang Jiao, look at you, and then look at Ma Shiqing, he makes much more sense than you. CUIU was so happy. It turns out that you are not only ugly, but also have a bad brain. Meng Gui, someone once said that when God closes a door for you, he will definitely close a window for you. Pang Jiao was not that stupid. She used her brain a little and understood what Ma Shiqing said. If Pang Jiao started to attack, wouldn't it be admitting that she had a problem with her brain? Wang Yanan helped to find a topic. Hey, when you mentioned Li Shi, I thought of Tang Fu from class 7. They are both tall and good looking. Pang Jiao, tall, with good figures. Wang Yanan continued to flatter. Hey, Jiao, when you lose weight in the future, you will be that type. Pang Jiao was 165 cm tall at the beginning of the school year. She increased 2 cm in a year and is now 167 cm tall, which is considered tall for a girl. Pang Jiao was overjoyed after hearing this. She asked, hey, Yang Ning, who do you think is better looking, Li Shi or Tang Fu? Wang Yanan is a smart person with a high level of speaking skills. At this moment, she spoke with full emotional intelligence. Don't you want to be included in the options, Jiao? When Pang Jiao heard this, the big-faced person outside the screen smiled brightly. Li Shi and Tang Fu were both pretty, but she could actually compare with the two of them. Pang Jiao was secretly delighted and asked, who do you think is the most beautiful among Li Shi, Tang Fu and me? Wang Yanan was about to praise her good sister, but CUIU spoke first. I don't know who is the prettiest, but with you, I know who is the ugliest. Pang Jiao finally couldn't help it. CUIU, do you want to die? So the two of them cursed in the group, and the other golden flowers came to help. CUIU was in a verbal battle with the other flowers, and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Then Meng Gui took action, and soon after, Duan Shigen helped. Wang Lang fanned the flames in the middle. The whole group was full of curses and smoke, and no one came out to stop it. Everyone was watching. Zhu Chachu came back from washing the dishes. When she passed by the door, she saw that Jiang Ning's mobile phone screen kept popping up messages. She didn't talk to Jiang Ning before, but thinking that they might eat together often in the future, she rarely said, we had a good chat. Jiang Ning, not happy, classmates are arguing. Huang Zhengfei was halfway through his lunch when his temple throbbed. He opened the group chat again and found the grand scene in the group. His temple hurt even more. Huang Zhengfei knew that he couldn't stop it, so he directly muted the group chat. Afternoon exam. Examination room 15. English exam. Chemistry teacher Jiuo Ran was in charge of the exam. Over the past year, Jiuo Ran's dressing style has changed a lot. In the past, it tended to be campus youth style, but now it tends to be mature and decent. A white shirt with a pure black skirt is simple and generous, simple and elegant. She occasionally walks, and her waist is as thin and soft as a willow branch. Jiuo Ran's waist is extremely beautiful. Even Jiang Ning would glance at it a few more times. The examination room was quiet, and the students were concentrating on doing the questions, and from time to time they would glance at the beautiful teacher. In the last row, a round-faced boy was doing the questions stealthily. He is Fan Zhen from class 5. His grades are very good, but class 5 is about to collapse, and his own strength cannot turn the tide. From now on, Shang Kaiwei, whom he had a crush on, and Meng Xian, who was graceful and elegant in the class, would all be far away from him. Fan Zhen sighed in his heart, and he wrote furiously, copying the multiple choice questions onto a cheat sheet. While copying, he stared at Jiuo Ran. This final exam could not stop the fate of class 5 from being disbanded, but a rumor spread from somewhere that, if they performed well in the final exam, they might have a certain degree of autonomy in choosing when the class was divided in the second year of high school. Fan Zhen had the responsibility to help his classmates, and this cheat sheet was prepared for Tang Jing, who was in the same class. Jiu Ran discovered something unusual about Fan Zhen. The school final exam was more important, and she could not ignore it. Of course, with Jiu Ran's personality, she would not arrest the other party. She just walked to the back row and stood silently. Chapter 413, Banquet. 15. When Fan Zhen noticed teacher Jiu Ran, he was startled. He thought he was discovered. However, Jiu Ran stayed in the back row without saying a word. Fan Zhen's hanging heart eased a little. The clock ticked, and time passed by. He finished all the multiple choice questions in the English test paper. In the next period of time, he should complete the copying, and then go out to deliver the answers under the excuse of going to the toilet. Because of Jiu Ran's standing position, Fan Zhen couldn't copy the answers at all. If he couldn't copy the answers, he would break the appointment with Tang Jing. Fan Zhen's round face was unwilling to break the appointment. How could he live up to the promise of a girl? It was clearly agreed with Tang Jing that as long as he helped her deliver the answers, she was willing to be his wingman and assist him in pursuing Shang Wei. Damn. He recalled Shang Wei from the same class in his mind. What kind of girl was that? She was beautiful, kind, confused, she had everything in the world, and she was a fairy who was not worldly. Although Fan Zhen could only look at Shang Wei from afar, watching her talk and interact with others, he thought that others and Shang Wei were just classmates, but he was different. He was the person in the world who knew Shang Wei best, and no one could compare to him. Shang Wei was the way he liked, and Shang Wei's appearance was the way he liked. Facing someone he liked, how could he stand still? Class 5 was about to collapse. I couldn't save the world, but I was willing to save you. Fan Zhen thought of his favorite hero, Sword Saint. He had been in desperate situations countless times, and his teammates were pessimistic. He was alone with a sword, and seized the opportunity. Alpha raid. Killing. Fan Zhen finally overcame his fear. He took out the cheat sheet, and continued his cheating plan. As a result, he was so excited that his arm trembled, and the cheat sheet fell to the concrete floor. Jiu Ran saw it clearly from the side. The fire in Fan Zhen's heart was instantly extinguished, and he picked up the cheat sheet in fear. Several students around saw it. Zhang Kai accused, "You cheated." They were students in the same examination room. If Fan Zhen cheated, Zhang Kai's ranking might drop by 1 next time. He must be severely punished. Jiu Ran could not continue to watch. She moved over and frowned. Take the exam well, and don't be distracted. She was gentle, and did not want to deprive the other party of the exam qualification. She was willing to give the student a chance. However, when Fan Zhen picked up the note, he was too panicked and the mobile phone in his trouser pocket fell out, and fell to the ground with a bang. Zhang Kai quickly stretched his head over to see if the screen was broken. Fan Zhen picked up the cheat sheet and the mobile phone in a panic. Number 4 middle school does not allow mobile phones to be brought in, but they are rarely searched, so students are usually very bold. However, if the teacher finds a mobile phone in the classroom, it will generally be taken away. Zhang Kai accused, "Teacher, he is playing with his mobile phone in the examination room." The other candidates looked over together, and Jiu Ran could no longer watch. As a teacher, she always had to have a limit, otherwise the students would think she was weak and could be bullied. Jiu Ran stretched out his hand. "Give it to me." Fan Zhen was guilty and did not dare to resist. He handed over the phone obediently. Anyway, today was a holiday after the exam, and the teacher would definitely return it to him. After Jiu Ran took the phone, he asked, "What's your name? Come to me after the exam to get the phone." Fan Zhen. Oh. After hearing this, Jiu Ran looked at his test paper to prevent him from saying it wrong, and found that Meng Xian was written on it. The exam is over. Class 5. Tang Jing's sharp voice resounded throughout the classroom. She was furious. "Why didn't you give it to me? Didn't you agree in advance? Are you teasing me on purpose?" she asked, full of aggressive momentum. Fan Zhen suddenly became very cowardly in front of the craziest and most difficult girl in their class. "Teacher Jiu is staring at me. I have no choice. My qualification for the exam has been cancelled." He had good grades and was in the top 5 in the class. He was originally taking the exam in examination room 4, but when Meng Xian made a suggestion, he took the risk of switching the last exam, but failed. Tang Jing was furious. Why did teacher Jiuo do that? Is she sick? She didn't care about Fan Zhen and Meng Xian, but she was very unhappy that Fan Zhen didn't send the answers, which violated her interests. Tang Jing vented a few words, and Fan Zhen left. Afterwards, he looked at Tang Jing, and then at the taciturn Shang Keiwei. In contrast, he felt that Shang Keiwei was better. The final exams of the first year of high school were over. Students from various examination rooms left and returned to their classes. Not long after, the head teacher Shan Qingrong entered class 8 and explained some precautions for the summer vacation. During this period, the class representatives of each subject returned to the class with test papers and distributed summer test papers. Among them, Deng Qingfeng held the most. Gao Hishuai left 10 test papers for each person to do during the summer vacation. Some students who planned to switch to liberal arts were directly ignored. Anyway, Gao Hishuai couldn't control them in the future. 3. Jiang Ning also distributed to chemistry test papers. Shan Qingrong said one last sentence. Classmates, see you in September. As the voice fell, just at this moment, the last ray of bright sunlight from the south-facing window of the classroom, the westernmost side, went westward, and the sky suddenly became grayer. Lukiki, who originally complained about the glare of the sunlight, suddenly felt uncomfortable for some reason. The first year of high school ended here. Shan Qingrong left, and Zhu Yuantang packed the test paper in a small school bag. Class monitor Huang Zhangfei stood up, his slender figure stood on the podium, his handsome face smiling. Classmates, I told you in the group at noon that we should have dinner together tonight. This meal was not AA. Huang Zhangfei treated all 53 students in the class to dinner. With such a generous amount, no one could find fault. Just think about it, and you will know how much it cost. It's still early now, let's play a movie. Everyone should not be in this classroom in September. He said, you choose a movie. You Wen chose Despicable Me 2. Jiang Ning had seen the movie, and halfway through, he told Zhu Yuantong, and left the class. He passed by class 9 on the way. There were only a few students in the classroom. Other classes did not have a monitor like Huang Zhangfei, so after the exam, they all went their separate ways. The same was true for class 10. On the contrary, Jiang Ning's consciousness passed through the upstairs. Class 11, led by Zhu Yan, actually stayed in the classroom and watched the movie. Unlike class 8, they all had a portion of melon seeds, big watermelon, and spicy strips. Jiang Ning came to the door of the office, where Jiuo Ran was waiting for him. Let's go, I'll treat you to something to eat. Jiuo Ran closed the door. Jiang Ning took out a delicate little jade bottle. Here, for the summer vacation. Jiuo Ran reached out to take the bottle, and the two went out of the school together. What are you going to do in the summer vacation? Jiang Ning asked her. Jiuo Ran smiled beautifully. Well, my college roommate has opened a cram school in Nanxi, and I plan to go there to work first and make some money. Her white shoes stepped on the cobblestone path in the garden, and her steps became much lighter. Every move became cheerful. She picked a beautiful leaf and put it to her mouth to smell it. At this moment, Jiuo Ran didn't look like a teacher at all, but just like an innocent student. Passing by the garden pond, lotus leaves floated in the clear water, goldfish swam in it, and in the center of the pond was a lifelike rockery, 3 or 4 meters high, with white water drops coming out of a spring on the hillside. Jiuo Ran had just graduated for a year, and the salary of a young teacher was low. Although he was frugal enough, he only saved 20,000 yuan in a year. Now he can earn at least 5,000 yuan by tutoring during the summer vacation. Take a month's class, and then go to Yun's How to play. I heard that it's cool there in the summer. Jiuo Ran planned the summer vacation. After she finished speaking, she asked again, what about you? I'll go out for a walk as well. Jiang Ning said. Going to Yun's How? She asked suddenly. After asking, Jiuo Ran felt that she shouldn't ask. Jiang Ning, it depends on the situation. I may go, or I may not. It sounds like I didn't say anything. Jiuo Ran complained. The two talked and laughed, and outsiders didn't look like a teacher and a student, but like a pair of good friends. There was a long wooden seat in the pavilion not far away, where Tang Jing stayed. She bumped into the two of them by chance, and said to Meng Xian beside her, "Did you see that, teacher Vixen?" Her words were full of jealousy and disdain. Who let Jiuo Ran ruin her plan? Meng Xian looked at Jiuo Ran's pretty back and said nothing. Since entering high school, Meng Xian has become less and less fond of fighting and violence. Her previous big sister style has been completely turned upside down. Tang Jing has an extreme personality and will take revenge. In the past, even if no one has provoked her, she will take the initiative to cause trouble when she sees something she doesn't like. Not to mention that Jiuo Ran provoked her. Tang Jing has no respect for teachers, and she decided to make Jiuo Ran regret it. She looked for a while and said, "Isn't that Jiang Ning from class 8? Are they together?" Meng Xian's eyelashes flickered. She knew Jiang Ning. She broke 3 records in the school sports meeting, and her grades were among the top 3 in the grade. She was quite outstanding. Tang Jing recalled the rumors she had heard, and her mind moved, and she had an idea. "Didn't you, Jiuo Ran, ruin my plan? Now it's my turn to make you unlucky." After making up her mind, Tang Jing took out her mobile phone and prepared to take a photo. For her, starting with a picture, the content was all made up, and posting it in the forum to spread rumors would definitely make Jiuo Ran regret it. In 2014, mobile phone photography had not yet begun to roll back, and the camera quality was very average, mostly just over 10 million pixels, and the tuning and optimization were very poor, much worse than the 50 million and hundreds of millions of pixels in later generations. Tang Jing's mobile phone was not a flagship phone. In order to take a clearer picture, she took a step and chased Jiang Ning and Jiuo Ran. It was only after running to the rockery next to the pool that things got better. Finally, it became clear. She aimed the camera at the two people and prepared to take a photo. As a result, when she pressed it, the screen actually failed. No matter how she pressed it, the shutter did not respond. At the critical moment, Tang Jing kicked the ball and slapped the phone in anger. She obviously didn't use much strength, but she slapped the phone away with a slap. Seeing the phone flying into the pool, Tang Jing was scared to death. She had only bought the phone for half a year and spent more than 1,000. She stamped her feet, trying to catch the phone, but ignored the condition of her feet and jumped into the pool. Bang! A large amount of water splashed, the lotus leaves were in trouble, and the goldfish dodged in panic. Meng Xian at Changting was startled and ran over, only to see Tang Jing lying in the water in a mess. Meng Xian shouted quickly, "Help, help," in front. Jiang Ning chatted with Jiuo Ran with a normal expression, his consciousness lingering in the rockery and water pool. He would not have much mercy on a woman like Tang Jing who was plotting sinisterly behind her, so he punished her slightly. For students, losing a mobile phone was a big punishment. In addition, he also left a spiritual mark on Tang Jing. It's a good experience to teach others a lesson occasionally 7 o'clock in the evening. Beixiang Hotel is 800 meters away from the gate of number 4 middle school. On the second floor, there is an elegant banquet hall. In front of the background table, Zhu Yuantang sat upright, Bei Yuxia on her left, and Jiang Ning on her right. Compared with the calmness of the two, she held her breath and did not move, for fear that she would not be worthy of such a high-end environment. Zhu Yuantang's mind was full of thoughts. It's all carpets. What if they get dirty later? The table is so big, and the dishes will be served later. What if the delicious dishes are too far away from me? In the restaurant on TV, before they eat, the waiter brings a bowl of hand-washing water. What if I can't tell the difference and drink it as soup? She tried to maintain etiquette and not look so timid, but Bei Yuxia, who was standing by, had already noticed her nervousness. Her hand gently fell on Zhu Yuantang's leg, and Zhu Yuantang was startled and extremely alert. Bei Yuxia gave her a dimpled smile. Huang Zhangfei was busy running around. While he was concerned about his classmates, he was also responsible for communicating with the restaurant staff. Even so, he was still calm and handled it very easily. "Everyone, please take a seat now. The food will be ready soon." "Wait a moment." Huang Zhangfei stabilized the morale of the troops. Ma Shichen shouted, "We are not in a hurry. CUIU, squad leader looks handsome today. Everyone was very supportive, even Zankai had a smile on his face. It's not like he had never eaten a wedding banquet before, but that was a thief, which was different from the open and above board now. The hotel staff came in with a computer case, and Huang Zhangfei helped to set up the movie screen. UN, squad leader, are you going to play a movie? Huang Zhangfei smiled. He debugged the machine and started the projector. He took out a USB flash drive from his pocket. This time, Huang Zhangfei did not let everyone choose a movie, but clicked on a document. There were many photos and videos in the document. He clicked to play, and the first picture was a photo of Hu Jun jumping and touching the basket during military training. The whole banquet room was in an uproar. Wang Long Long, wow, look at my brother Jun, he is so handsome. Jiang Yanan, I took it. Next, all the classmates were wearing military training uniforms. The heroic Yang Sheng, the stunning Bai Yuxia, the honest old soldier Shan Zhao, etc. Everyone looked at the familiar classmates, as if they saw themselves a year ago, and as if they were talking to them in the past. The military training performance, followed by a video of Wang Longlong and Mao Zhe fighting in the classroom. Mao Zhe grabbed his neck and shook him. Wang Longlong blushed. Who took it? Chen Xiaoyu shouted. Wang Longlong, aren't you good at commentary? Come on and make a video for yourself. Lukiki, here's a clip. Wang Longlong was scared. Photos and videos rotated. English teacher Chen Haiyang's shiny head reflected in the sun, and the former math teacher was lecturing at the podium. Hu Jun felt melancholy. Familiar scenes recorded everyone's past year. The dishes were ready, and several waiters walked into the banquet hall with trays in their hands. They looked at the curtain and a group of young classmates, and sighed. It's great to be young. Recommend a book in proper beast taming introduction. Zhu Ran, who traveled through the world of beast taming, obtained a pet foster system. As a traveler, he still has to be a nanny for other people's pets. I don't want this broken system. What? Washing and caring can obtain the other party's skills and teach them to your own pet. Feeding and sparring can obtain the other party's physique and skill proficiency to add points to your own pet. I just love it. Several years later, Mr. Zhu Ran, your foster shop has now become the most popular foster shop for pets. Do you have any secret? The secret is to be attentive. Facing the reporter, Zhu Ran said sincerely, the service tenet of our store is to make guests feel at home, and the pets here feel like they are at home. But there are rumors that you have a perverted look in your eyes when you are taking care of the pets. Those are all rumors. Behind him, the pets with terrifying auras nodded in agreement. Their beast masters have endured humiliation and paid too much for this family. Chapter 414 Revenge. In the magnificent banquet hall, waiters in uniform served dishes one after another. Tabe fish head stew, chicken with guns, honeydew melon fried shrimp, corn pancakes, and shredded pork with Beijing sauce. One dish after another was served on the background table. Huang Zhangfei treated everyone to a meal and did not skimp on the money. The dishes he chose were all signature dishes. The classmates couldn't help but salivate when they saw the exquisitely presented dishes. As classmates, it was the first time for everyone to eat together in the banquet hall, so they couldn't let go. Ma Shicheng and Jiuo Kanan looked at each other, and he took the lead in holding up the coke and said to the monitor, Zhangfei, thanks to you today. Jiuo Kanan, thank you, Zhangfei. Someone took the lead, and the boys and girls in the class shouted in unison, thank you, monitor. At this time, almost all the students focused their eyes on Huang Zhangfei. CUIU started to make a noise. Zhangfei, don't you want to say a few words? Hearing this, Huang Zhangfei picked up the microphone and smiled. No, I'm not Principal Yu. I can only speak for half an hour at a time. Let's eat. Let's toast to you. Ma Shicheng blew a glass of coke. At the same time, the students in the class raised their glasses. Afterwards, the students had dinner. It was almost 8 o'clock, much later than the usual dinner time, and many students were already starving. After a few bites, they found that the dishes were much better than those in the school cafeteria. It was worthy of being a big restaurant, and everyone was no longer reserved. There were many pictures and videos played on the projector. Huang Zhangfei collected materials from class 8 for a year, and put them all on Myo Zhe fought Pang Jiao, and both sides were injured. In the basketball explosion incident, Wu Zhaoqi lay on the ground unconscious. In the physical education class, Yang Sheng held a table tennis racket in his hand and faced Ma Shicheng, Ji Yuokunan, Shan Keiquan and others. At the New Year's Eve party, Wu Zhaoqi's basketball street dance show, Ma Shicheng's martial arts, Bai Yuxia's dance, and Huang Zhangfei's guitar solo. Unfortunately, there was no fire magic by Jiang Ning. Myo Zhe fights Shenzhou in the classroom. In the physical education class, Pang Jiao walks towards the crowd, and her selfless back is a familiar scene of spring outing, school celebration, and sports meeting. The timeline is getting closer and closer, and finally freezes in the empty classroom. That was the scene after the classroom was over today. I didn't expect the monitor to take a picture of it. When all the memories were played, time came to this moment, and the dinner was over. Fortunately, there was no trouble at the dinner, and Huang Zhangfei was relieved. To be honest, he was really afraid that his classmates would fight in the banquet hall. After the song ended, Huang Zhangfei toasted a glass of Coke and said sincerely, "See you in September." The classmates responded, "See you in September." Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang left the banquet hall and came to the outside of the hotel. The neon lights on the roadside flickered, emitting colorful and dazzling lights, reflecting a halo of lights in the night sky. The cool night breeze blew, blowing people's hearts clear. Bai Yuxia stood on the steps. The night wind blew up her hair in front of her forehead. She did not reach out to touch it, but let it blow. Finally, she said, "Zhu Yuantang, see you during the summer vacation." Heba, bungalow. After Jiang Ning got home, he put Zhu Yuantang's small school bag away, and then sent a message in the class group, "Arrived safely." The monitor made special instructions for everyone's safety. After all, it was dark, and he was worried that something might happen to his classmates. Jiang Ning returned to the house and turned on the lights. He leaned on the sofa and looked at the starry sky outside the window. Everything was silent. Zhu Yuantang felt that he had the smell of food on his body, so he went to take a shower. Jiang Ning did not go. He could keep himself spotless with a small spell. Jiang Ning sat for a while and still went to take a shower. Zhu Yuantang changed into pajamas and ran into the house to play games. She happily told Jiang Ning that someone would play games with her in the future. Jiang Ning asked who she was, and she said it was Shang Keiwei. Zhu Yuantang was overworked today and didn't want to turn on the computer, so she hugged her tablet, huddled on the sofa, and started Hearthstone. Jiang Ning took a look and said, "Can you play without paying?" Zhu Yuantang said stubbornly, "Try it. Didn't we get beaten last time?" Jiang Ning brought up her past defeat. "Zhu Yuantang, it's different now. I put together a deck. You can watch it." After that, she showed Jiang Ning a game. Her skills were really good. She could calculate all aspects. She used a mechanical magic deck and really dominated the ladder. When Zhu Yuantang was killing, there was a knock on the door. It was Zhu Chuchu. Zhu Yuantang was very surprised. "Chuchu, don't you study at night?" Zhu Chuchu looked around and saw Tang Tang and Jiang Ning playing on the sofa, looking relaxed and comfortable. Thinking about it, she could only study hard. Zhu Chuchu's mentality was unstable. Fortunately, she has a clear understanding of the future. Aunt Kay next door gave birth to a litter of kittens, and she asked us if we would like to raise them. Zhu Yuantang, will you raise them? No. Zhu Chuchu's mother works during the day, and she cooks and studies after school, so she probably has no time to take care of the kittens. Zhu Chuchu's family used to raise cats, and cats are animals that love to steal food and often steal food from home. Zhu Yuantang had the same idea. "I won't raise one either." She shook her head and fantasized, "Unless the cat can do housework." Zhu Chuchu, the idea is ridiculous. "I also want a cat that can cook 4 dishes and 1 soup." Zhu Yuantang fantasized, "If there really is such a cat, it would be great. I don't have to do housework or cook. I can just play games when I get home." She turned her head to look at Jiang Ning and asked him, "What kind do you want?" Jiang Ning glanced at her and said, "I already have one." Zhu Yuantang reacted quickly and was instantly furious. "You actually treated me as a cat." She was so angry that she jumped on Jiang Ning and scratched him. Zhu Yuantang vented her anger and vowed to ignore Jiang Ning and moved away from the small sofa. Chachu wanted to go back to study, but Zhu Yuantang persuaded her with both emotion and reason, and she stayed. Zhu Yuantang found 2 handles from the drawer, started the FC emulator on the computer, and chose the game Hot Blood Story. With the sound of dynamic electronic music, the two of them went through the levels together. Zhu Chachu had never touched the handle before, and was not skilled. She pressed it lightly with her slender fingers, fearing that it would break the handle. On the contrary, Zhu Yuantang rubbed the buttons and punched the campus minions, as if the school bully was possessed, arrogant and invincible. Without Chachu's help, she beat the whole field alone and was invincible, and she also shouted arrogantly. At this moment, Zhu Yuantang's mobile phone on the table rang, and she pressed pause. While she was answering the phone, Zhu Chachu looked at the handle. She had seen other children in the village playing with it before, plugging it into the TV and playing, and a lot of children around were watching. It was so lively. Zhu Chachu didn't have a chance to touch it at all. Later, the child's parents came back and turned off the TV all of a sudden, saying that playing games would damage the TV and would break it. Zhu Chachu now thinks back and feels it is ridiculous. A female voice with clear pronunciation came from the microphone of the mobile phone next to her. Congratulations, your mobile phone number has been selected by our Happy Girls program team as the second prize user, with a prize of 100,000 yuan and a Lenovo laptop. You now need to pay a deposit of 2,000 yuan to receive the prize. Failure to pay is a breach of contract. He also repeatedly reminded that, if you dare not pay, you will be sued, and let the local police arrest you. Zhu Chachu stared at Tang Tang to prevent her from being cheated. However, Zhu Yuantang had already seen through the scam. She asked loudly, why do you lie? Do you know that you are breaking the law and you will be arrested? The liar heard it and continued, I'm from the Happy Girls program team. You can try not to pay the deposit. You have disrupted our lottery plan and delayed our work. If you cooperate now and pay the deposit, we will give you the prize. Zhu Yuantang is a motivated student with a light of justice in her heart. She scolded, liar, fraudster, why are you a liar and cheat people's money? She was sure of it and had no guilt. The scammer knew that he probably couldn't get the order, so he said, if you doubt us, you can hang up. Zhu Yuantang, you are a scammer, it's your turn to hang up. Scammer, I won't hang up either if you don't. Zhu Yuantang, if you don't hang up, I'll call the police to arrest you. Scammer, go ahead and report it. Report it now. I'll see if you can catch me. The scammer was hysterical and seemed to be crazy. Zhu Yuantang didn't expect the scammer to be so arrogant now. She was not confident enough and hung up the phone weakly. Zhu Chachu pretended not to hear it. The next day, Saturday, it didn't matter whether it was the weekend or not because summer vacation was coming. Zhu Yuantang didn't play games. She sat on a small stool by the door, holding her chin with both hands, admiring the pastoral scenery. She took out a piece of wriggly gum and put it in her mouth. Her fingers were not idle. She pinched the aluminum foil and played with it as if it was a folded paper and folded it into a small ring. She ran to Jiang Ning's room and gave him the small ring. By the way, she took another piece of wriggly gum, said goodbye to Jiang Ning, and went to Chachu's house. She usually didn't like to go out and stayed at home most of the time. Now that she had Chachu, her range of activities has greatly increased. Chachu was studying again, and Zhu Yuantang said, it's okay to read outside. The two girls moved the bench and sat down at the door. One was reading a book and the other was playing with a mobile phone. It was quite comfortable. There was a dog barking from the neighbor's house. The sound was particularly loud, and just by listening, you could tell how vicious the dog was. Zhu Chachu said, it's the big wolf dog in the cage barking again. An uncle named Zhang from next door recently brought back a big wolf dog. It was huge and very ferocious. Fortunately, it was kept in a cage and not released. Otherwise, Zhu Chachu would not even dare to go out. The dog barked a few times, and suddenly stopped barking. Zhu Chachu felt relieved. She moved to Heba, which had many advantages. The place was large, the environment was good, and it was quiet. She and her mother were very satisfied. Recently, the only thing that was not going well was that the neighbor had a dog. Occasionally, it barked a few times, which really affected her studies. Zhu Chuchu's thoughts were flowing. Zhu Yuantang asked, "Is the dog really big?" She had only heard about it, but had not seen it yet. She did not dare to go to other people's houses to see it. As soon as the voice fell, a big dog appeared at the door. It had a black back, was very big, and looked ferocious. The black-backed wolf dog saw Zhu Chuchu and Zhu Yuantang, bared its teeth, and growled in its mouth, as if it was about to rush over and bite people the next moment. Behind the wolf dog, Uncle Zhang, wearing slippers, was a butcher with a thick body. He was actually a butcher at the market, with strong arms and much stronger than an ordinary adult man. The black-backed wolf dog growled, moved its huge body, and ran to the door of Zhu Chuchu's house, grinning, drooling, with hair standing up, eyes red, and a ferocious look ready to bite anyone. Zhu Yuantang was stunned. A wolf dog half the height of a man, let alone a little girl, would be absolutely terrified, even if an adult man faced it. The fear of wild beasts comes from genes. Zhu Chuchu suppressed her fear and said, "Uncle Zhang, please take care of this dog." Uncle Zhang's face trembled. If it is afraid of bears, dogs will not bite people. The black-backed wolf dog suddenly roared, deep and hoarse, which made people shudder. Zhu Yuantang was so scared that he moved the small stool back, and the black-backed wolf dog barked twice again, with threats in his voice. The old man next to him couldn't stand it anymore, so he said, "Xiao Zhang, take care of your dog, and don't scare Tang Tang." After persuading him for a while, Uncle Zhang called back the black wolf dog with a smile. It was indeed the dog he bought, majestic and powerful. Zhu Yuantang took the opportunity and hurriedly took Chuchu to find Jiang Ning. It was not until she entered Jiang Ning's room that Zhu Yuantang patted her chest and took a breath. She was so scared that she was sweating. It was terrible. Jiang Ning asked, "What happened?" Zhu Chuchu said, "Uncle Zhang next door has a big wolf dog. It's not tied with a rope, and it scared Tang Tang." She added, "Tang Tang and I stayed at the door and didn't provoke the dog." Hearing this, Jiang Ning looked at Tang Tang, who was drinking water next to him. He put down his book, stood up, and said domineeringly, "Let's go. I'll take you to find a place." After that, he took Tang Tang's wrist, like an adult helping a child. Zhu Yuantang was taken out by Jiang Ning. Zhu Chuchu followed behind, and when she saw this scene, she felt indescribable strangeness. Jiang Ning actually cared about a dog, and she always felt that something was wrong. Thinking carefully, she felt that he actually had such a childish side. It's quite fun. Zhu Chuchu thought so. Jiang Ning swept his spiritual sense, and coincidentally, the black-backed wolf dog was hanging around his door. When he saw him coming, he immediately rushed up with his teeth bared. Jiang Ning sat down on the stool with a slash, and the black-backed wolf dog growled in his mouth, with a ferocious face. Uncle Zhang, who was watching from the side in the distance, thought that the boy was quite courageous. The old man next door was also there. He knew that Jiang Ning was not ordinary, and he probably saw it. The lawless black-backed wolf dog put its mouth full of sharp teeth close. Zhu Chuchu secretly worried about Jiang Ning. If he was bitten by a dog, he would definitely be miserable. Such a big wolf dog, most people can't subdue it, and if the dog bites a person, it may not let go. She knew Jiang Ning was powerful, but this was a big wolf dog, so it was hard to judge its fighting power. The black-backed wolf dog was halfway to the target, and Jiang Ning suddenly slapped the dog in the head like lightning. This slap was so powerful and heavy, like a brick, and with a bang, the dog was pulled 2 meters away. Such behavior not only stunned Chuchu and Tang Tang, but also Uncle Zhang, who was a little further away, had an ugly face. He spent thousands of dollars to buy a dog, and was beaten. The black-backed wolf dog got up and barked wildly, like a hellhound, roaring and biting, with a moving momentum. Once the dog's teeth were full, it would definitely tear off a large piece of flesh. Jiang Ning was impatient, noisy. Another big slap in the face. The dog flew away. The wolf dog was still wild, shaking its head, and rushed up with bared teeth to bite, and Jiang Ning slapped it again. Back and forth, 7 or 8 slaps. The wolf dog was beaten half to death, and struggled to get up. Jiang Ning pretended to stretch out his hand to slap it, but when the wolf dog saw this, it immediately whined, and its face was full of flattery, as if it was docile. Zhu Chuchu couldn't believe it. She never thought that Jiang Ning would actually beat the dog into submission. She thought it was funny again. The indifference on her face disappeared, and a pure and sweet smile emerged. Zhu Yuantang's revenge was achieved. With Jiang Ning by her side, she shouted, "If you bite again, I will beat you." Butcher Uncle Zhang couldn't stand it anymore and accused, "Why did you hit my dog? You broke my dog." Jiang Ning said, "Jump." The big wolf dog jumped high, full of energy and extremely healthy. Zhu Chucha held back. Ahem. Uncle Zhang suffered a loss and couldn't say anything. He looked at Jiang Ning's not so strong body, and the fat on his face trembled. "Xiao Jiang, you are wrong. I have to have a fight with you today." Chapter 415. Take it away. South of the dam, in front of a row of bungalows, in a large open space, Uncle Zhang rubbed his hands and spoke in an unhappy tone. Beating a dog depends on the owner. As an owner, he stood by and watched his dog being beaten. Is that right? It's not right. Just now, Xiao Jiang beat the dog and slapped it 2 meters away. It looked bluffing, but Uncle Zhang was a butcher. The things he touched every day were different from those of ordinary people. When he was busiest, he could kill 6 pigs a day with his knife. He also wielded a bone chopping knife to chop bones and meat. His skills for half his life were all in his arms. He ate well on weekdays, and there was never a shortage of pig offal and pig intestines. Uncle Zhang was particularly strong. His arms looked thicker than other people's thighs. The fat even grew on his face. According to others, he was so fierce that he could scare children to tears. "What are you talking about?" The uncle next door was sitting on the platform on both sides of the door. Hearing this, he advised without hesitation, "Xiao Zhang, how old are you? Why are you arguing with Xiao Jiang?" Uncle Zhang's eyes were sharp and his voice was loud. "I saw that Xiao Jiang was quite strong, so I planned to test his strength. If he doesn't study well in the future, he can learn to butcher pigs from me, and he won't have to worry about his life." Zhu Chuchu looked strange. Looking at Jiang Ning, who was outstanding beside her, she really couldn't imagine the scene of him butchering pigs. Jiang Ning patted Zhu Yuantang and said to her, "I will be butchering pigs in the future. You will have endless pork to eat every day. Are you happy?" Zhu Yuantang fantasized about it. His eyes were bright and full of yearning. "I want to eat pigtails. Save them for me after you kill the pigs." When she was a child, her mother made braised pigtails. They were not greasy at all, very chewy and delicious, not to mention how delicious they were. Unfortunately, she asked her mother to buy them later, but they were not available on the street. If Jiang Ning learned to butcher pigs, wouldn't she eat them every day? Uncle Zhang was also happy when he heard what Xiao Zhu said. "Okay, I have a pig's tail at home. Xiao Jiang, let's arm wrestle. If you can hold on for 10 seconds, I'll send it to you right away." As he said that, Uncle Zhang shook his extremely strong arms and forearms, which looked quite intimidating. As for men, arm wrestling is a good way to compare who is stronger. The uncle next door saw that it was just arm wrestling, so he didn't stop them. They were neighbors, and fighting would hurt their harmony. Arm wrestling was a good idea. The uncle next door was actually curious. He knew that Jiang Ning was very strong. He helped to make the stone roller in the field before. He beat the dog again today, which was enough to show that he was definitely strong. As for Xiao Zhang, who killed the pig, that was needless to say. Zhu Yuantang was happy for a while when she heard about the pig's tail, but then, worry was hidden in her clear eyes. Arm wrestling doesn't sound like a big deal, but last time my mother was hospitalized for a broken bone, there was a patient in the same ward who broke his bone because of excessive force while arm wrestling, so this sport has certain risks. She cannot eat, but Jiang Ning must not be in trouble. She looked at the strong Uncle Zhang and pulled the corner of Jiang Ning's clothes. Jiang Ning turned around and gave her a reassuring look and said to Uncle Zhang, "Okay, let's practice and see if I have the opportunity to kill a pig." Uncle Zhang was happy to see that he agreed. After beating his dog, he had to teach Xiao Jiang a lesson and let him know who is the boss of the Heba bungalow. Uncle Zhang glanced around and saw the stone roller in the distance. He thought it was a good platform for arm wrestling, so he walked over to put the stone roller down and rolled it over here. Zhu Yuantang was still worried. She was already thinking about how she should take care of Jiang Ning if he broke his bone. Zhu Chuchu noticed Tang Tang's worry, gently squeezed her hand, and said slowly, "Don't worry, Jiang Ning knows his limits." Zhu Yuantang, how do you know he knows his limits? Why did she suddenly feel that Chuchu understood Jiang Ning better than she did? Zhu Chuchu explained, he doesn't do anything he is not sure of. During this period of contact, she deeply discovered that Jiang Ning was rarely as naive as boys of the same age. On the contrary, he was very mature and calm, and he didn't look like a 15 or 16-year-old boy at all. It is undeniable that staying with him really makes you feel safe. But sometimes he would do some seemingly risky things that make people feel very exciting. Zhu Chuchu's mind was filled with memories of Jiang Ning, and then she dispersed the mess and laughed helplessly. "What are you thinking about?" The uncle next door moved 2 wooden stools, and Uncle Zhang and Jiang Ning sat face to face, separated by a stone roller. At this time, the grey stone roller stood up. Uncle Zhang looked at the irregular small stone pits on the surface of the stone roller and said, "Xiao Jiang, your arms that don't work all day must be hurt by hitting them." As he spoke, he stretched out his strong arms. "I'm not afraid of it." Jiang Ning smiled easily. "It's okay." The old man next door stood on the edge and watched. The noise alarmed the residents of the same row of bungalows, and a teacher named Kyan in his 40s or 50s came over. When Teacher Kyan saw this, he said, "Brother Zhang, it's wrong for you to bully Xiao Jiang." "What do you do?" "What does he do? Bullying a child?" In his words, he just thought it was a joke. Uncle Zhang was annoyed when he heard his voice. This teacher surnamed Kyan was the easiest to talk to. He always mumbled and boasted more than anyone else, but when it came to doing things, he was stingy and loved to take advantage of others. "I want to teach Xiao Jiang how to kill pigs." "What's wrong?" Uncle Zhang said impatiently. Teacher Kyan was good at observing people's expressions, and seeing this, he stopped talking. Finally, the ears were quiet. The 2 men held hands, and Uncle Zhang's flesh trembled. He often wrestled with his arms, and he could judge the strength of his opponent by shaking hands. Uncle Zhang said in a deep voice, "Xiao Jiang, you have good momentum." His 2 elbows were placed on the hard stone roller, and Uncle Zhang's muscles bulged. His right arm was as strong as a gymnast, and he had a few more bloody and fierce auras. That was the momentum accumulated from years of slaughtering pigs. Zhu Chuchu and Zhu Yuantang felt their hearts twitch, and they couldn't help but worry about Jiang Ning. The old man next door shouted, "We agreed on 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Uncle Zhang exerted too much force, and the flesh on his face trembled, as fierce as a pit bull. 5, 4, 3. The old man continued to count down. Uncle Zhang was unable to make any contribution, and seeing that the time was running out, he held his breath and roared, "Down." Teacher Kyan jumped back in shock. Jiang Ning sat down leisurely, letting the other party use all his strength. His arm did not move at all. After 10 seconds, Jiang Ning used a little strength and slowly pressed down to the right. Uncle Zhang felt that it was not a human arm, but a hydraulic press. Jiang Ning pressed down at a constant speed, and Uncle Zhang watched his arm being pressed down little by little. "How can I lose to you, a bastard?" Uncle Zhang bet on his face as a pig butcher for 20 years, and fought to the death. Then Jiang Ning used a little strength again and pressed down. The bench under Uncle Zhang tilted, and suddenly, with a bang, he fell to the ground. Zhu Yuantang shouted excitedly, "Win, win. It's worthy of Jiang Ning who eats her family's food. So amazing." Zhu Chuchu pursed her lips and smiled. "The wrestling between men is quite interesting." The old man bent down to help Uncle Zhang up and patted the dust off his body. When Uncle Zhang looked at Jiang Ning again, his expression was surprised and doubtful. He had arm wrestled with many people before, and he had lost before, but the people he lost to were either stronger than him, or had practiced specially. He had never seen someone like Jiang Ning, who was tall, thin, and had little strength. "Why did you lose?" Uncle Zhang was annoyed. Jiang Ning changed his left hand. "Let's try again." Uncle Zhang shook his hand. Forget it, you are capable. I have lost someone once, can I lose him again?" Jiang Ning won the competition, and did not mention the pigtail. The uncle next door and Zhu Yuantang did not mention it either. He just thought he was joking. On the contrary, after Uncle Zhang lost, he went back to the house with a gloomy face. In less than half a minute, He took out a flesh-colored pigtail and put it on the stone roller. Zhao Jiang, your Uncle Zhang is a man of his words. Take it. Zhu Yuantang smiled brightly. How can I be so embarrassed? Take it. After giving away the pigtail, Uncle Zhang was too embarrassed to stay and turned to go home. Teacher Khan looked left and right and said enviously, pigtails are not cheap now, more than 20 yuan a pound in the vegetable market. The pigtail that Uncle Zhang lost must weigh 2 pounds, worth 40 or 50 yuan. The old man next door, Zhao Zhang is a butcher, don't you need these two? Zhao Jiang and Zhao Zhu, you can stew them when you go home. Zhu Yuantang was no longer reserved and went home with the pigtail. Uncle Zhang left, but the black-backed wolf dog was still lying on the ground. Jiang Ning looked over, and the wolf dog quickly stuck out its tongue, showing a flattering look. Oh, this dog is so kind. Teacher Khan stretched out his hand and pretended to touch the dog's head, but the dog immediately bared its teeth and was terrified. Teacher Khan stretched out his hand halfway and was so scared that he quickly retracted it. You vicious dog. At noon, Aunt Gu and Hua Fengmui worked overtime at Changqing Liquid Company and did not go home for lunch. There were only 3 people at home. Zhu Yuantang made braised pigtails. The strong fragrance wafted from a long distance. Uncle Zhang, who was several rooms away, smelled it and felt even worse. He turned over on the mat in annoyance and could not eat lunch. Jiang Ning cut the watermelon. He picked the watermelon from Huqi Mountain. The watermelons he planted were not ripe at the same time. New watermelons kept ripening throughout the summer, and he even froze them in advance. Zhu Chuchu fried a portion of beans and eggplants and made unpasteurized pancakes with an electric baking pan. After Zhu Yuantang served the dishes, he took out a glass-sealed jar from the refrigerator. She made her own honey lemon, took out 3 slices with tweezers, put them in a cup, poured in pure water, put in 4 ice cubes, and a cup of sweet and sour lemonade was ready. Jiang Ning had done a great job today, so he was the first to enjoy the honey lemonade. He took a sip, and it tasted unexpectedly good. Well, it was several levels better than the lemonade from Mixuice City in his previous life. During the meal, Zhu Chuchu only ate beans, eggplants, and watermelon. The watermelon was so delicious that she couldn't stop. Jiang Ning was puzzled. Don't you want to try the pig's tail? Zhu Chuchu shook her head. When she saw the pig's tail, she didn't know why she had no appetite. Just like some people don't eat stinky tofu, durian, or preserved eggs, changed eggs. Zhu Yuantang, eat a piece, it's delicious. Zhu Chuchu couldn't help her enthusiasm, so she tried a piece. It turned out to be unexpectedly delicious, not what she thought. During the meal, several dogs came to watch, and Uncle Zhang's black-backed wolf dog was among them. Jiang Ning threw a bone to the black-backed wolf dog, and the black-backed wolf dog ate it bit by bit. The other puppies could only look on enviously. After feeding it some pig bones, the black-backed wolf dog became more loyal. It put the bones on the ground and stood guard at the door of Zhu's house. Uncle Zhang next door didn't see his dog come back for a long time. He went out and saw his own wolf dog lying flatteringly at the door of someone else's house, sticking out its tongue, just like a dog licking its mouth. Uncle Zhang's face was trembling. Somehow, he suddenly felt that the wolf dog had become unfamiliar. He thought about how he had begged his grandparents to buy a dog and asked his friends for help in finding breeds. After several months of hard work, he finally chose this big wolf dog and spent 8,000 yuan. In the end, he drove a small truck himself and took it home to raise it. He gave it the best meat, but he had never seen it show such a flattering look in front of him. Uncle Zhang had been killing pigs for 20 years, and his heart, as cold as a knife, was pierced with pain. Zhu Yuantang saw Uncle Zhang coming and said with a smile, "Uncle Zhang, thank you for the pigtail. Let me serve you a bowl." She pretended to serve the food. "You guys eat." Uncle Zhang refused with a stern face. He stepped in front of the black wolf dog and shouted, "You dog, come home with me." As soon as these words came out, the dog, which was originally flattering, suddenly bared its teeth. Ferocious, and ferocious, scary. "You dog, you want to die." Uncle Zhang was furious, picked up a palm as big as a palm fan, and slapped the wolf dog hard. The wolf dog opened its mouth and bit. Uncle Zhang could subdue a fat pig weighing hundreds of pounds, let alone a wolf dog. When he was really angry, the fierceness in his eyes was very obvious, and he was murderous invisibly. The wolf dog, who was arrogant just now, seemed to be intimidated. The wolf dog had a keen sense of smell. It smelled the bloody smell of raw meat on Uncle Zhang for many years, and also smelled Uncle Zhang's anger. The wolf dog whined, and lay on the ground with its limbs tightly, not daring to resist. Uncle Zhang pulled the dog and left angrily. The wolf dog looked back every 3 steps, and looked at the Zhu family reluctantly. After seeing this, Uncle Zhang wanted to eat dog meat hot pot. What's going on? In the city center, in a large flat, the aunt put the dishes on the table. There were fish, meat, and fruit desserts. It was very rich. Shen Qinj, dressed in home clothes, stood in front of the rice cooker and served rice. She knew that she was living under someone else's roof, so she must not be lazy. People's hearts are fickle. If she made her aunt unhappy, she would be the one who would feel uncomfortable. There were only 4 people eating at home, namely her aunt, Jiang Ning, Shen Qinj, and Shen Qinj's sister, who was her aunt's daughter-in-law. Long, when is your school holiday? The aunt was in her 40s, and had crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Compared with women of the same age, she looked a lot younger. After all, her family was well off. I see Qinj is on vacation. Jiang Ning, we don't have any. The summer vacation ends in August. After hearing this, the aunt made a plan. When the vacation comes, and the weather gets hot, I will sign you up for a remedial class. Jiang Ning felt uncomfortable when he heard this. Mom, I finally have a vacation. Can't you let me rest? Now is not the time for you to rest. The aunt said lightly, picked up another piece of ribs and put it in her son's bowl. At this time, the dishes in Jiang Ning's bowl were piled high. Jiang Ning felt very uncomfortable, but he endured the disgust and ate the meat. He protested, my brother Ning has 2 months off. Why didn't he sign up for cram school? The aunt said, he's from number 4 middle school, and you're from number 2 middle school. How can you compare? Jiang Ning stubbornly said, his grades are better than those in our number 2 middle school's Tsinghua and Peking University classes. The aunt got angry. You're talking back, right? Okay, I'll call Jiang Ning's mom, and have him go to cram school. Jiang Ning, haha. The aunt didn't understand the meaning of haha, but she felt that it was not a good thing, so she scolded her son. What are you capable of? Do you know how hard it is for your dad to make money? Look at how busy he is every day, and you're not studying hard? You're not as good as your uncle Yao's daughter. She's had a part-time job recently. The cousin's wife advised, Mom, say less. Shen Qinj didn't get involved in household chores, and ate in silence. Chapter 416, People with Heat Stroke. Afternoon. Zhu Chuchu went back to her room to study. Zhu Yuantang saw Chuchu working so hard and felt inspired. So Zhu Yuantang worked hard, and went home to do 2 test papers. When she was tired, she went to Jiang Ning's room to watch a movie. Jiang Ning chose a classic movie. Zhu Yuantang watched the movie, and felt that she was missing something. During the summer vacation, she should stay at home to watch movies, eat a lot of snacks, and drink a lot of ice water. Zhu Yuantang stepped on her calves and ran home. She took out a 100 yuan bill from the wardrobe. This was her savings. She turned back and said, Jiang Ning, let's go to the supermarket. She planned to buy a lot of snacks. Staying at home during the summer vacation, eating snacks and playing computer every day was simply the life she had dreamed of before. Jiang Ning had nothing to do. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon and the temperature outside was still quite hot. It was not suitable to go out, but it didn't bother him. Jiang Ning agreed. He pushed the mountain bike out. Zhu Yuantang ran home, locked the door, and took a big cloth bag. If you go to the supermarket to buy things, large plastic bags are charged extra. In order to save a few cents, Zhu Yuantang always brings her bags, which is economical and environmentally friendly. When she goes out, she wears a white baseball cap with a little rabbit embroidered on it, and she becomes soft and cute. Zhu Yuantang looked up. Didn't you take the hat? She bought a hat online for Jiang Ning. The hat was embroidered with a big tiger, which just happened to correspond to Jiang Ning's zodiac sign. Zhu Yuantang thought he was very powerful when he put it on. Jiang Ning thought it was childish. I forgot to take it. The door is locked. Let's go. Jiang Ning didn't want to wear it and said perfunctorily, Zhu Yuantong, you will get tanned. She felt a little regretful, but didn't force it, and got into Jiang Ning's car. Jiang Ning started the car and drove the mountain bike to the dam. Neither of them mentioned calling Zhu Chuchu. Jiang Ning didn't care. For him, Tong Tong was enough. He didn't care about other things. As for Zhu Yuantong, she knew Chuchu would not go to the city. She played games with her in the morning, and she would definitely study harder in the afternoon, to make up for the slackness in the morning. Jiang Ning slightly accelerated, and the mountain bike passed the steep slope, and rushed onto the asphalt road of the river dam. The vision suddenly widened. Zhu Yuantong looked around, and saw rows of lush poplar trees under the dam in the north, and pieces of cultivated fields with green peanut seedlings. It was not until October that the peanuts were harvested. Further north was the wide Hushu River, lying quietly on the earth. Perhaps it was because of the hot weather. I didn't meet many people on the river dam until I rode to the city. The outsmart supermarket in the city was about 5 kilometers away from the river dam. Jiang Ning rode fast and perfectly avoided the red light and arrived in 15 minutes. Jiang Ning locked the bike and did not go directly into the supermarket, but waited for Zhu Yuantong to make a decision. Zhu Yuantong saw that there were many stalls in the food festival street just now, and she couldn't walk immediately. She wanted to go to the food street first. Jiang Ning opened his spiritual sense, like a radar, scanning everything around. They walked to a small stall. The stall owner was a college girl. The glass cabinet was filled with fruits, and looked very clean. Zhu Yuantong asked, "What is this?" The stall owner smiled and said, "Yang Mui lychee drink, would you like to try it?" She looked at the tall and handsome boy and the cute girl and said, "The second cup is half price now." Okay, 2 cups. Zhu Yuantong wanted to take out a 100 yuan bill, but Jiang Ning took a step ahead and took out a 10 yuan bill. 2 cups were 7.5 yuan, which was a good price. Zhu Yuantong didn't feel too bad. She ate while walking, her little mouth chattering, and soon finished her meal. Seeing that Jiang Ning's cup was still untouched, she had some thoughts. Jiang Ning knew her well, so he handed it to her. Zhu Yuantong was very happy and thought to herself, "Actually, he is very nice to me." Jiang Ning said, "Help me do the math test paper." The joy that Zhu Yuantong had just felt disappeared immediately. She underestimated Jiang Ning. In the end, the deal was made with a share of 2 test papers. Jiang Ning was not in a hurry. He was not worried at all, because the summer vacation was still long. Jiang Ning gave her the bayberry and lychee drink, took the empty cup she had finished, and walked hundreds of meters until he came across a trash can and threw it in. Zhu Yuantong smiled. Jiang Ning was just like her, never littering. After visiting the food street, Zhu Yuantong did not buy anything else. The two walked towards the entrance of the supermarket. There was an event in the square today. A large area of brand new electric vehicles was set up, and a large stage was built. On the red carpet, the host in a suit held a microphone and spoke fluently, talking about today's discounts, old for new, etc. A large group of people gathered under the stage. What attracted Zhu Yuantong the most was a Cumin doll in the square, handing out flowers to people passing by the square. For a small city like Yazhou, dolls are relatively rare. Cumin was surrounded by a group of adults and children. Some people raised their mobile phones to take pictures of Cumin and take group photos. Some naughty children also reached out to pat Cumin. Zhu Yuantong stared for a few seconds and suddenly asked, "Jiang Ning, the weather is so hot, he must be hot, right?" She meant the staff inside the Cumin doll costume. In the hot weather of 35 degrees, wearing a Cumin doll costume, it must be very painful. Jiang Ning, it is indeed hot. He scanned Cumin with his spiritual sense and found that he had met him before. After hearing this, Zhu Yuantong and Jiang Ning passed by Cumin and planned to take 2 flyers to reduce the burden for others. As a result, the Cumin seemed not to see her and did not give her any. Zhu Yuantong was very distressed. Jiang Ning could probably guess the reason. "It doesn't matter, let's go in." Entering the supermarket, a gust of air-conditioned cool air hit her in the face. Zhu Yuantong looked at the dazzling array of goods in front of her and immediately forgot about the previous things. She bought a lot of snacks this time, selected a shopping cart, and pushed it. Jiang Ning was responsible for pushing, and she was responsible for enjoying the joy of shopping. Zhu Yuantang went straight to the snack area and kept putting honey chicken legs, potato chips, large cola, hot and sour noodles, and plums into the shopping cart. On the way, she met a mother and son. The little boy was sitting in the shopping cart, very happy, and the mother was pushing the cart. Zhu Yuantang was very envious. When she was a child, she had such thoughts when watching TV dramas, but unfortunately, there was only a small supermarket in the town at that time. Now that she has grown up, she can no longer do stupid things. Adults should look like adults. After passing through several shelves, she came to the area selling bread and biscuits. In front of the shelf, a little girl with pigtails reached out to take something on the shelf. Because the shelf was too high, the little girl couldn't reach it, and she was so anxious that she jumped up and down. When Zhu Yuantang saw it, she thought of the martial arts movie she watched at home in the afternoon, and the chivalrous spirit in her heart arose spontaneously. Seeing injustice on the road, draw your sword to help as a knight. Helping the weak and upholding justice is what Zhu Yuantang should do. Zhu Yuantang ran to the little girl and asked kindly, "Sister, what do you want?" The little girl pointed to the bag on the top of the shelf and said in a childish voice, "I want that Shaki Ma." After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang stood on tiptoe and stretched out her arm, but she couldn't touch it. Embarrassed, she faced the little girl's questioning eyes and turned back to Jiang Ning to test her eyes. "Why don't you help me?" Jiang Ning slowly came over. He was 30 centimeters taller than Zhu Yuantang and easily took down the Shaki Ma bag. The little girl hugged the bag happily. She raised her little face and said politely, "Thank you, brother." Zhu Yuantang, "What about me?" The little girl shook her head. "Thank you, sister, for calling my brother for me." Zhu Yuantang was thanked, but she was also hit and felt very uncomfortable. She picked a few boxes of pure milk with hatred. Jiang Ning was surprised. "Don't you dislike drinking pure milk?" Zhu Yuantang, "I like it again now." Because she heard that drinking pure milk is good for growing taller. When shopping in the supermarket, Jiang Ning is just an emotionless cart-pushing robot, carrying a shopping cart through the shelves. He has nothing to do, so he takes out his mobile phone and plays with the cart with one hand. Now that we are on holiday, the class group is still very lively. If there is a half-day interval, there will definitely be 99 plus messages. Jiang Ning did not check the class group first, but clicked into another group first. There were also 99 plus messages in this group. This is the 14th freshman group of Yuzhou No. 4 middle school created by Wang Langlang. The group owner is Wang Langlang himself, and the administrators are Ma Shichen, Cuiyu, and Jiuo Kunan. On weekdays, Wang Langlang likes to show up and tell the freshmen some things to note about No. 4 middle school, such and such teachers, the small dining table plan, campus photos, accommodation conditions, etc. His prestige is unparalleled. Cuiyu is crazy about adding junior girls and looking at their question space. Jiuo Kunan is shy. He stays in the group to chat and puts on the airs of a senior from time to time. It really attracted many junior girls to call him senior. Recently, he encountered a setback. Several new juniors who have not yet enrolled discussed the shoes they usually wear. Various sneakers were posted in the group, which was dazzling, especially a junior with a black and white male head in anime. The shoes he posted were worth 4 figures. Jiuo Kunan, who came from the countryside, had no chance to get a word in and became a background board for the anime-headed junior to show off. The anime-headed at Jiuo Kunan challenged, "Senior, do you know shoes?" Jiuo Kunan didn't know how to reply to maintain the senior's face in the group. Cuiyu was even more direct, and he used the administrator's authority to kick the junior out directly. In another group. First, Dong Qingfeng posted a new spicy crab restaurant in the city, claiming that the restaurant tasted good and had free fruit buffet. Lukaki said, "I went there twice recently with my boyfriend. Their store is average, not as good as another store I went to, but the one I went to has higher prices." Chen Xiaoyu posted a photo of her newly bought t-shirt with a blue sky and white cloud icon on the front. "Look, does it look good with my cloud jade pendant?" Dong Qingfeng praised, "Perfect." Bayuksha said, yeah, it looks good. Lukaki immediately posted a photo of her newly bought bracelet. Your combination is okay. The jade pendant doesn't look worth much. My cousin bought it for me. It's made of sterling silver. More than 700. Chen Xiao wanted to say, Jiang Ning carved it for me and my sister. It's handmade. There's only one in the world. Considering the meaning of this sentence, she didn't say it. Lukaki doesn't have any bad intentions, but she's vain and likes to show off and compare in the group. Everyone knows it. Dunking Feng, I found a movie, Embroidered Spring Blade. Have you heard of it? I will definitely go to the cinema to watch it, if I have a chance. MyOZHE, Embroidered Spring Blade is a sword of the Jinaiwei. It sounds interesting. In MyOZHE's eyes, the Jinaiwei is a mysterious and powerful profession. They work for the emperor and can arrest anyone they want. Chen Kan commented, the Jinaiwei are just a group of minions. They can't do anything big. Zhang Kai has good physical fitness and is more yearning for swords and swords, even if they are minions. There are many people vying to be them. In our time, it is similar to the mysterious FBI. Do you understand the value of it? Meng Jiui has watched countless movies and immediately asked, Zhang Kai, do you also watch FBI? Zhang Kai was puzzled. What is it? Dunking Feng quickly understood and was too lazy to join in their topic. He had Jiang Yanan and Shenkinj. Will you watch it together when the time comes? You can also bring your best friend. Ever since Dunking Feng met Muaying, he had the idea of protecting her. Meng Jiui heard this and said, can you take me with you? Lukaki, the embroidered spring blade. The quality is average. I'm not interested. I left halfway through. She showed that she had seen the movie and showed the money for the movie ticket. She didn't care at all. Dunking Feng was silent. Bayuksha popped up again. Hey, Kiki, where did you watch it? Lukaki, didn't I just say it? The cinema. I spent a lot of money on the ticket. It was all wasted. Chen Xiao, who was in a diving state, suddenly received a message from her deskmate Bayuksha. When she saw the string of words, her eyes lit up. Chen Xiao just showed off her cloud jade pendant and was compared to it by Lukaki. She is still unhappy now. She replied in private, Zaya, you are still the best. Leave it to me. Together, we sisters will be invincible. Chen Xiao asked in the group, which cinema did you watch it? Lukaki, Wanda Cinema, the largest theater. I bought a very good seat. Chen Xiao replied honestly, but the movie Embroidered Spring Blade has just been scheduled and will be released on August 7th. The class group was silent. Many classmates felt embarrassed for Lukaki across the screen. In the supermarket, Jiang Ning pushed the shopping cart to check out. As the cashier scanned each item one by one, the final checkout amount was perfectly stuck at 100 yuan, not a cent off. This simple calculation was extremely easy for Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang handed over a 100 yuan bill and checked out neatly. The big cloth bag was filled to the brim. As for the bag carrying customer, of course it had to be Jiang Ning, because Zhu Yuantang was paying today. Zhu Yuantang stepped cautiously onto the escalator and slowly went down. After leaving the supermarket, the air conditioning disappeared. She looked forward and saw Kumaman still holding flowers and handing them out in the square, staring at the western sun. Zhu Yuantang felt hot for him. Jiang Ning's consciousness sensed something unusual and slowed down his pace a little. Kumaman was handing out flowers when his body suddenly swayed twice. Then he jumped and lay on his back, motionless. He looked funny and the children around him laughed. After more than 10 seconds, Kumaman didn't stand up again. The little girl with pigtails cried miserably. Kumaman is dead. Zhu Yuantang hurriedly touched Jiang Ning, fearing that something had happened. Kumaman lay there for almost half a minute, and the pedestrians around him noticed something was wrong. Jiang Ning's consciousness sensed the reason. He stepped forward, and with a wave of spiritual power, the people blocking the way moved away. He handed the cloth bag to Zhu Yuantang beside him, then squatted down and pulled off Kumaman's hood. A girl's face with closed eyes, pale complexion, and 2 strands of wet hair in front of her ears appeared in front of him. An old lady nearby said, "It's so hot, you must have had a heat stroke." Jiang Ning looked at the girl who had a heat stroke. He had a slight impression of her. She had eaten at his uncle's house before. Her name was Yao Yao. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning pointed out a warm spiritual power with his fingertips and shook her. Wake up. Chapter 417 Like-minded friends. Jiang Ning supported the unconscious Yao, and a crowd of people gathered around, pushing and shoving each other, expressing their opinions, and making a lot of noise. An experienced uncle shouted at the top of his voice, "Everyone, please make way. The little girl has fainted. Everyone, please spread out, so that the air can circulate." He shouted several times in a row. People were quite well-mannered. They were worried about affecting the rescue, so they stepped back and left a large area of space. At this time, in the empty venue, Jiang Ning supported the Kumamon doll, and Zhu Yuantang stood aside, holding a cloth bag. In the crowd, the girl with pigtails widened her eyes and screamed in horror. Kumamon's head fell off. Jiang Ning took off the Kumamon hood at this time, revealing Yao's beautiful face. He tapped the spiritual power, and the invisible wood spiritual power flowed into the girl's body. It was more effective than any first aid method. In just 3 or 5 seconds, Yao's eyebrows moved and slowly opened her eyes. The girl with pigtails, Kumamon, is alive. The crowd was in an uproar. They only saw the boy gently press the girl's temple and save her in an instant. They couldn't help but marvel. Jiang Ning was quite indifferent to others. The spiritual power he used was just enough to make Yao sober, without wasting a single cent. If she was left outside in the sun, she would probably faint. Seeing that there were too many people, he said, "I'll take her to the mall. Thank you all. Human life is important." As he spoke, he pulled the doll's clothes. Yao had just woken up and was still not conscious. Like a deer being led, she subconsciously followed Jiang Ning forward. Zhu Yuantang picked up the doll's headgear and entered the mall. The cold air blew in her face, and Yao's dazed mind instantly became much clearer, and she finally realized what had just happened. Arriving at an empty exit, she hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you for saving me, you are." She recognized Jiang Ning. She saw him when Jiang Ning entered the mall earlier. Because of some emotions, she did not give him the flyer. Jiang Ning looked normal and said bluntly, "Take it off." Yao was stunned for a moment. Her mind was in a mess. What is he talking about? In public, he actually asked her to take it off. Zhu Yuantang was beside him and said, "You have heat stroke. If you don't take it off, you might faint." Oh. Yao reacted and found that she was still wearing a doll costume. She hurriedly took off the doll costume and put it on the ground. The exquisitely crafted brand name clothes were stuck to her body because of the sweat, which made her look a little embarrassed. Jiang Ning glanced at the doll costume and said playfully, "It's 35 degrees, and you wear this part-time job, and you don't even put an ice pack. You have some skills." Yao was silent after hearing this. After a long while, she said, "This is my first part-time job. Your family conditions are not bad, right?" Jiang Ning asked. He had seen her at his uncle's house last time. She had a faint noble air that could not be concealed. When Yao heard this, she naturally would not hide anything from the person who saved her, and told her about her family. Zhu Yuantang listened quietly beside her. She looked at the girl's expression while she was talking, and suddenly her heart moved. In fact, today was not the first time Zhu Yuantang had seen her. He had met her before when eating grilled fish at a small temple fair. Last time, it was dark, and the distance was not close, so she was busy eating, and the two did not communicate. Now looking at this girl carefully, Zhu Yuantang suddenly felt that she looked a little familiar. Zhu Yuantang was cheerful every day. Most of the unpleasant things he had experienced in the past were silent in the depths of his mind, but now they quietly floated to his mind. It was 4 years ago, during the summer vacation after the 6th grade of elementary school, Zhu Yuantang came to the city with her mother. At that time, the family environment was very difficult, and her mother found a job in a large hotel in the city to support the livelihood of the mother and daughter. Zhu Yuantang had just come to live in the city, and the unfamiliar environment was very scary. Her mother was at work during the day, and she was alone at home. The fierce dog next door often barked at her, which made her even more scared. On the first day at noon, she heated up the rice at home, and even forgot to pour water into the pot, which burned the bottom of the aluminum pot. One time, her mother couldn't stand her pleading eyes, so she took her to the restaurant where she worked. Her mother served the guests and cleaned the house, and Zhu Yuantang played in the corner, waiting for her mother to get off work. The restaurant provided meals, but the meal time was always after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Her mother asked the manager for permission to eat in the restaurant, but that meal was the worst meal Zhu Yuantang had ever eaten. The meal that the restaurant gave to the employees was cabbage and shredded potatoes cooked by the boss's wife. It was salty and had no oil or water, just like pig food. The rice was the worst brown rice, which was difficult to swallow. Zhu Yuantang still can't figure it out. How can someone cook so badly? Once, Zhu Yuantang was still hungry at 9:30 p.m., but there was still a big private room for dinner. Zhu Yuantang passed by the door by chance. When the door of the private room was open, she saw many exquisite dishes on the luxurious round table. The most eye-catching thing was a 3-layer cake on the cart next to it. There were all kinds of gift boxes piled up on the side. A girl in a luxurious white dress and a birthday hat, as beautiful as a little princess, was surrounded by stars. People were full of smiles and praises. Even the restaurant's proprietress was smiling. She took a gift box and went in to wish the little princess a happy birthday. Zhu Yuantang stared blankly at the scene that she could not dream of. That day, she looked down at her pants and saw a puppy patch embroidered on it. It was because her clothes were torn, and her mother sewed it for her at night. The little princess was immersed in the cheerful atmosphere and did not notice Zhu Yuantang outside from beginning to end. Later, some employees discussed privately that the cost of the meal was nearly 5,000 yuan, and her mother's salary was only 2,000 yuan. The face of the little princess and the memory of 4 years ago overlapped with the girl in front of her, as if they had crossed time and merged into one. Yao Yao's voice rang in her ears. A concert ticket is only 1,500 yuan. My father earns a lot of tickets a day, but my mother doesn't want to buy one for me. Her delicate face gradually changed color, and her beautiful eyes were full of strong stubbornness, as if she wanted to fight against the world. If she doesn't buy it for me, okay, I'll earn it myself. When she said this, she gritted her teeth. Her nose was crooked with anger, and she tried to get approval. Do you think I'm right? Zhu Yuantang suddenly said, that's right. She was poor, and had no idea, and she couldn't empathize with this at all. Zhu Yuantang couldn't even think about how many snacks she could buy with 1,500 concert tickets. It's no exaggeration to say that the snacks she bought were enough to bury Zhu Yuantang. After hearing this, Yao felt a little better. Sure enough, others also thought that she was not wrong, and her mother was wrong. How much do you earn now? Jiang Ning and Tan cooperated. Yao paused. I did it for the first time today. After she had a quarrel with her mother this morning, she ran out to make money in anger. She was picky about the job. She wanted to find a job that could make money, but she didn't want to suffer, and she didn't want to show up in public to avoid being recognized by familiar people. However, she had no education, no skills, and was not old enough, so how could she find a job? In the end, she was lucky enough to find a job wearing a doll costume to distribute flyers, but who knew that she got heat stroke halfway through the distribution? Zhu Yuantang was curious. How much can you make a day? Yao, 100 yuan. Zhu Yuantang counted on his fingers in front of her. 100 a day. You can save 1,500 in half a month, and you can watch the concert. Jiang Ning, will it be hot in the next few days? She asked. Jiang Ning replied, it will be sunny in Yazhou City in the next week, and the temperature is expected to be 38 degrees. Yao's feet trembled, and her delicate body shook. Jiang Ning asked again, when is the concert? Yao blurted out, the 19th. Jiang Ning, today is the 2nd. When you make enough money, the concert tickets should be sold out. You may have to pay more to buy them from scalpers. Yao felt even worse. Her body swayed more and more. She was about to fall down, and her forehead was dizzy. Why is life so difficult? She felt bitter in her heart. At the same time, her lower abdomen suddenly growled twice. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang looked over together. Yao was embarrassed. She left home angrily in the morning and had not eaten until now. She was hungry all day and her legs were weak. Zhu Yuantang said generously, "You must be hungry. I'll give you snacks." She opened a cloth bag and took out a bag of honey chicken legs. Yao couldn't help looking at it. She had eaten the honey chicken legs before, and they were quite delicious. Zhu Yuantang touched the chicken legs and put them back. They were too expensive. She only bought 2 bags and couldn't bear to part with them. She continued to search, and at the bottom, she found loose biscuits, which she often ate when she was a child. Weilong's chive chicken biscuits. Zhu Yuantang was satisfied with the cheap and filling food. She took out 3 packs and gave them to Yao. She used to not even look at this kind of biscuits, but now she was so hungry that she tore them open and ate them. Zhu Yuantang generously gave her a bottle of 80 calcium milk. Yao didn't care about her eating manners. She was very hungry. She tore open the package and ate them. She quickly finished the biscuits and drank the 80 calcium milk in one breath. She finally felt alive again. At this time, a boy in a suit with a work badge on his chest ran over. When he saw Yao, he immediately frowned and asked, "Did you have heat stroke just now?" Yao, "I'm recovered now." The man in the suit looked at the tall Jiang Ning next to him, hesitated for 2 seconds, took out his wallet, pulled out a 100 yuan bill, and said to Yao, "You did a good job today. Don't come tomorrow." After that, he picked up the doll costume on the ground and turned away. Yao was stunned. Zhu Yuantang said mischievously, "Oh no, you're fired." Jiang Ning looked at the man in a suit walking away. He probably thought that he was afraid that something might happen to Yao, so he settled the bill without completing the work for the day. Yao held the light $100 bill. In the past, she didn't care about this money at all. It was not enough to buy a pair of shoes. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt heavy when she thought of the money she got for distributing flowers in a doll costume in the scorching heat. Back to the river dam. Zhu Yuantang jumped out of the car, washed her hands, cut the watermelon, put it on a plate, and then returned to Jiang Ning's room, put the plate on the exclusive chair, and tore open the snack packaging. Everything was ready, and she started the computer. Zhu Yuantang bought snacks today, and was in great shape. She used the gold trumpet given by Jiang Ning. This was the power leveling account that Jiang Ning got from his cousin and his classmate. The ranking was successful. There was no need to worry about the gold game. Zhu Yuantang immediately chose Riven. The teammates matched in this game were actually 2 couples with IDs. Zhu Yuantang curled her lips and didn't care about it. The 2 couples were in love from the beginning, and they comforted each other by typing. Zhu Yuantang was concentrating on playing games in the top lane and didn't care. They didn't come to help him, and Zhu Yuantang didn't help them either. As a result, the teammates were distracted by love and died several times and began to question, "Riven, why don't you support?" Zhu Yuantang, "I'm stealing the wild." After a while, the teammate asked again, "Riven, what are you doing?" Zhu Yuantang replied, "I'm still stealing the wild." The man in the couple was irritable. "Do you know how to play? Don't you know how to support? You don't come to the team fight. You just stay alone in the top lane. You don't know how to play. I suggest you hang up." After a while, the teammate didn't receive a reply and couldn't help asking, "Riven, why don't you reply?" Zhu Yuantang, "I'm stealing the wild." The teammates exploded instantly, and the 4 of them blamed each other, accusing, "This game is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been caught so badly." They are very good at blaming others and relying on the power of the group. They have the upper hand in public opinion. Zhu Yuantang killed the crocodile on the opposite side while chatting and laughing. Then the opponent's jungler came to gank, but was killed by Zhu Yuantang again. The teammates said sarcastically, "What's the point of having your own economy? Do you want to win by yourself?" Zhu Yuantang was not submissive in the online world. She said, "A bunch of elementary school students." The teammates were furious after hearing this, but the game should be played as usual. Finally, it was time for a team fight, and the 5 people on both sides were about to come into contact. Zhu Yuantang seized the opportunity, took the lead, and rushed to the front. Seeing that a big team fight was about to break out, the two couples on Zhu Yuantang's side, as if they had agreed in advance, stopped at the same time and let Zhu Yuantang rush into the team fight alone. The screen was full of messages. Riven, aren't you very good? Fight by yourself. Isn't it 1 against 5? Let me see how you fight. All laughter. Zhu Yuantang sneered. In the crisis, she was not afraid and cut the speed of light, which was ridiculously fast, and killed the AD first. With extremely good positioning and operation, and precise damage, all 5 people were killed. Before the game ended, she sent a message. It's just 1 against 5, so what? The opponent sent a string of 666 praises. Zhu Yuantang ate a piece of melon and won the game leisurely. Afterwards, she turned around and asked Jiang Ning, am I awesome? Awesome. Jiang Ning praised. But Zhu Yuantang was not carried away by the victory. She knew that she could only perform this kind of operation in the gold game, and it would definitely not work in the king game. She decided to find a like-minded gaming friend on the road to scoring. She thought for a while and privately chatted with Shankei, whom she met at the car accident scene the day before yesterday. Zhu Yuantang, playing games? Right now, my idea is, Ning Ning steals wild. At the same time, in a western style house in the city, in an air-conditioned room with excellent lighting, Shankei, who was sitting on a gaming chair, saw this ID. She stared at it for a while, and suddenly felt a little familiar. She quickly opened the table on the desktop. The table was densely packed, and she searched for Ning Ning Steals Wild. Recommend a book mythology card making, starting from Erlang Shen SYNOPSIS, Luofu, a producer of a mythology-themed heavy krypton guild mobile game, traveled to a parallel world where cards are the mainstream and knowledge is a core. In order to cope with the school year homework, he used the fragments at hand to create a pseudo-mythology card, one-hand banner, and suddenly realized that the myths of this world had long been cut off. Faced with this dangerous world, where rituals and music are broken, strange gods are patrolling, chaos and disorder are rampant, starting with Guangkao Erlang, collecting materials, copying texts to make cards, and invite the myth to return. Chapter 418 Night Game. Shankei likes to play games. Only in games can she find her true self. In a world full of competitive confrontation, she doesn't have to consider her image, the consequences, or to deal with strangers. She can release her true nature. Her classmates will never think that she is a good girl in school, but online, she is the real king. The contrast of taboos can arouse the throbbing deep in Shankei's heart. Of course, Shankei's release of her true nature on the internet has inevitably offended many people, and she has also had thrilling moments. Everything she has almost been destroyed. At the beginning of this year, she played games as usual, and met a Yasuo with good skills. He was her teammate. The orphan Yasuo had been eating up her economy for his own development. Shankei's soldiers were only killed by her, and she greeted Yasuo in a friendly and polite manner. Shankei has good experience in online learning. She spoke fluently, and vented her anger, and she fell asleep as usual. A month later, during the match, Yasuo from the same team played very well, and won the game easily. The other party sent a friend request, and Shankei agreed directly. They played in a duo for a while, winning more and losing less, and the atmosphere was pleasant. Shankei thought she had found a close friend on the road to ranking up, until one time the other party asked to borrow the account. Shankei agreed without hesitation. Then, all the things that had been accumulated in the account were lost by the other party. Afterwards, the other party confessed that he was Yasuo a month ago, and this time he was here to avenge the last time. After learning the lesson, Shankei learned from the pain. In order not to repeat the same mistake, she pulled a separate document and gathered all the people she had offended together. Shankei searched this time, originally adhering to a cautious character, but she actually searched for the name, Ning Ning Steals Wild. The note next to it was, Riven likes to steal wild, always steals wild. One game against my little fish, killed 3 of my heads, and returned to the city in front of me, but failed to take revenge, and I was so angry. Shankei's eyes widened. The clear notes reminded her of that game. She and Zhu Yuantang had actually played against each other. Shankei couldn't believe it. They really had a grudge. What should she do? Just as Shang Wei was thinking, Zhu Yuantang moved his mouse and clicked on Shang Wei's question space, which was inaccessible. Zhu Yuantang didn't think it was strange. If he couldn't see it, he didn't have to. Shang Wei was entangled. On the one hand, she had a grudge against Zhu Yuantang, and on the other hand, she helped herself. What should she do? They agreed to play games together. Shang Wei thought about it, gave up the big account, and decided to take out her small account. She had been traveling around the world, and after lessons, she knew the reason for preparing several vests. I'll lend my diamond account to someone else, so I only have a gold account. I guess I can't queue up. Zhu Yuantang, it's okay, I have a gold account. Shang Wei, okay. After winning several games in a row, Shang Wei raised a question. You have a king account. Why are you playing a gold account? Zhu Yuantang, Jiang Ning gave me the account, and I play whatever he gives me. Shang Wei, I just looked at the record of your account. It seems that someone was playing before. The record after you took over makes people suspect that you are a power leveler. Zhu Yuantang was very happy to be praised. It means I'm good at playing. They were about to continue talking about power leveling, but Jiang Ning frowned and joined in. Tong, let me take a photo of you. Jiang Ning raised his mobile phone to stop the two from continuing the topic. Zhu Yuantang turned around and covered his face embarrassedly. No, take one. Jiang Ning said. He suddenly realized that they didn't seem to have taken many photos during this time together. Jiang Ning used to regret that many people in his youth could only appear in his memories and no photos were left. Zhu Yuantang was even more unhappy. She always felt ashamed to be photographed. She was afraid that Jiang Ning would stare at her photo. If that happened, she would definitely be shy. Jiang Ning persuaded her several times, but Zhu Yuantang was unwilling no matter what. She felt that it was not good to refuse Jiang Ning, so she suggested, call Chachu over, and I will take photos with her. Jiang Ning, call her for everything? He thought for a while and said, I will invite you to the city for barbecue tonight. You can order whatever you want. Zhu Yuantang was surprised. She put down her hands that were covering her face and asked in surprise, really? Taking this opportunity, Jiang Ning pressed the shutter to record this scene. Jiang Ning glanced at the photo. Zhu Yuantang had a smile on his face and looked greedy. The photo was very beautiful. He put down his phone, as if nothing had happened. Really, you ate too many snacks. Let's go later. Zhu Yuantang, okay. She stopped playing games, went out to find Chachu, and took her home. Chachu said tactfully, I won't go tonight. Zhu Yuantang, don't you like it? Chachu likes it. Who doesn't like eating barbecue and drinking beverages on a summer night? That's what she dreams of, but barbecue is not cheap, and she hasn't been there for a long time without a companion. Zhu Yuantang finalized the matter in a few words. Let's go at 9 o'clock in the evening. Chachu looked at Tong from the side and suddenly remembered that Tong didn't dare to go out at night before, but now he dared to go to the city for dinner. I have to say that the change is very big. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Jiang Ning on the sofa. It was probably because of him that Tong was so brave. Chachu hesitated for a while. Barbecue was indeed tempting. Perhaps because of her natural anxiety, she always had a premonition of tragedy for every beautiful thing. Chachu rarely went out at night. She knew that she looked outstanding and tried to avoid dangerous things. Before, when she lived in the city, she went out to buy mosquito coils at night. She was followed by someone just passing through the alley. Fortunately, she calmly took out her mobile phone and pretended to make a call, which scared the other person away. Is 9 o'clock too late? I'm worried, she said. Jiang Ning sat still with his beads and said calmly, it's okay, I'm here. Chachu was stunned by his temperament. Zhu Yuantang next to him looked at Jiang Ning and raised her chin. She liked Jiang Ning's confidence the most, but she never praised him, but snorted, look at you showing off. At night, 9 o'clock. The long dragon-like river dam lit up with street lights, pointing the way for those who were walking. The cool breeze blew away the heat of the day and felt very comfortable on the body. Jiang Ning rode a mountain bike, accompanied by the wind, and there were many people walking and running on the dam. Since the street lights on the river dam were extended to close, nearby residents went home later. They went to Margie BBQ first. Her barbecue was the best in the area near number 4 middle school. Unfortunately, Margie was closed tonight. Zhu Yuantang was dumbfounded. Jiang Ning, what should we do? Jiang Ning looked at her like an idiot and said, why don't we just go to another place? Don't you even know how to eat? Oh. Zhu Yuantang realized that she was making a fuss, but Jiang Ning's words made her unhappy. I'll let you see if I can eat it later. Jiang Ning turned the car around and rode south. Zhu Chuchu drove a black electric car and followed closely behind. Zhu Yuantang occasionally turned back and waved to her. In fact, there were not many people on the road. Zhu Chuchu could walk side by side with Jiang Ning, but she felt that it was not good for fear of hindering other pedestrians. While riding her bike, she looked at the environment on both sides. Most of the shops on this street were entertainment KTVs, internet cafes, billiard rooms, and game arcades. Zhu Chuchu saw a few young people with dyed hair and fancy clothes holding a pole and lifting a bull on a semi-open pool table. She quickly looked away. In her inherent impression, such places are mixed with good and bad people, and fights often occur. Zhu Chuchu has never been there. It is very unfamiliar to her. Going south, riding 2 kilometers, she arrived at a large park. Looking around, there were hundreds of people in the square, swaying wantonly with a magical tune. After listening to it, Jiang Ning found that it was the most dazzling national style, and he smiled knowingly. In another half a month, a more magical song Little Apple will be released, and it will quickly become the new favorite of square dancing. Zhu Yuantang listened to the song, and couldn't help humming the song twice, which was crisp, light and pleasant. Her voice is very good, and she is born with a good voice, but she rarely sings. Jiang Ning didn't stay in the park for long, and continued to go west. This street is very open, with all food, earth pot chicken, grilled fish, crayfish, barbecue and other shops. In front of each store, there is a flat cement space with many tables. Many customers sit outside, chatting, drinking, and eating skewers. Zhu Yuantang is very satisfied. Jiang Ning opened his mind and scanned all the stores in all directions, from the hygiene of the store's back kitchen to the ingredients and the demeanor of the customers who ate, and made a comprehensive judgment on the dishes. Finally, Jiang Ning chose a store that combines crayfish and barbecue. The place is large and the environment is clean. The only bad point is that there is probably a table of guests who are bragging loudly, but it doesn't matter. Jiang Ning can isolate the noise. Jiang Ning parked his bicycle and chose an open-air table near the edge. Zhu Chuchu looked at the noisy guests over there. At this time, a short and strong square-faced man looked over here. Seeing the clear face, the man could hardly move his eyes away. Zhu Chuchu looked away, as if nothing had happened. Just as he fell, a kind aunt came with the menu. Jiang Ning skillfully cut some skewers. While waiting for the barbecue, the weakened voices around came out. The short and strong square-faced man cursed. Damn workshop director, doesn't he control me? You know my temper, I must give him a good beating. A tall yellow-haired man said, Brother Cheng, did you get your salary after you finished the work? The square-faced man looked fierce. If he wants to default on my salary, I will just wear brass knuckles and rush to the manager's office. Do you think he dares to say no? Another handsome and slightly gloomy man said, Brother Cheng is awesome. After such praise, the square-faced man blew half a beer. After being weakened by the magic circle, the sound was very small when it came here. Zhu Chuchu and Tang Tang didn't just stare at each other, but talked about some things in junior high school. You didn't go to junior high school in town. Li Boteo, who used to be in the village primary school, was addicted to playing games every day in junior high school. Zhu Chuchu talked about her former classmate. He lived in the school dormitory in junior high school. He just got 50 yuan a week for living expenses, and he spent all of it on the fishing game machine on the first day. Zhu Yuantang knew that the fishing game machine was a gambling machine. If you play well, you can make money, but the students who have the idea of making money always lose badly. He has no living expenses. How will he eat for a week? Zhu Yuantang asked. Zhu Chuchu said, I heard from classmates that when he ran out of money, he rode his bike home to eat at noon, and after eating, he brought a big apple to school and saved it for dinner. He didn't eat the next morning and went home to eat at noon. Jiang Ning, his ability to survive is not bad. Zhu Chuchu sighed, not very good. Junior high school is the growth period. He eats very little every day. He is very thin and not tall. Jiang Ning glanced at Tang Tang. Zhu Yuantang felt offended and said angrily, I ate seriously. I just developed late. Jiang Ning nodded, you make sense. Zhu Yuantang was still angry. What's so great about being tall? Zhu Chuchu talked a lot about fishing machines and slot machines. Time passed quietly, and before she knew it, the barbecue was served. Zhu Yuantang quickly took a skewer and bit into it despite the burning mouth. She had snacks in the afternoon, and waited until now, to eat in the evening, so she was already greedy. While the few people were eating, 4 or 5 boys and girls on the road suddenly stopped. Among them, the boy who was slightly fat and always smiling on his face said, Jianhu, okay, let's eat here. Zhuang Jianhu, are you sure this one tastes good? They planned to look at a few more stores. After all, there were 2 friends from Shanghai this time. They couldn't just find a random store to fool people, right? Linzada made the decision. This is the one, guys, trust me. The reason was that he saw an acquaintance. Linzada occasionally chatted with Jiang Ning in the corridor. People from a family like his were good at judging people. Based on his understanding of Jiang Ning, the other party was picky about food. After Linzada made the decision, a handsome boy with top brand names and extraordinary temperament teased, little fatty Lin, if the taste is not good, I will ask you again. The long-legged Li Shi said, don't worry, our Yazhou is the first city to eat crayfish, and the taste is guaranteed to be authentic. There was also a girl with grey and white dreadlocks, heavy makeup, big earrings, a shoulder-bearing vest, and flared jeans. She saw a bunch of customers in the open space and felt it was an eyesore, so she said, give the boss 20,000 and let's book the place. Linzada, forget it, we are just having a meal, why make such a big fuss? After that, the 5 people chose a table and sat down. Linzada nodded and greeted Jiang Ning. Li Shi noticed Zhu Chuchu at Jiang Ning's table and was surprised by her appearance. She was cool and charming, almost as good as Xuan. Unfortunately, Ding Xuan and her aunt were attending a banquet tonight and they were not available to get together. The heavily made up girl saw Linzada's actions and pouted. Know him? Linzada confirmed. Yes, I know him. What does your family do? She needed family background to make friends, otherwise she would not be able to play with people of the same level. Linzada, just an ordinary family. The girl immediately lost interest in making friends and teased, you have come to Yazhou, and your standards for making friends have dropped. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, 3 punches and 2 kicks. The standard for making friends has dropped. Linzada heard this and smiled helplessly. Zishan, I don't care about background when making friends. His standard for making friends is not like Wei Zishan's, who cares about family background. Family background is important, but more importantly, whether the two can talk to each other. Besides, Linzada believes that, if he always stays high and mighty, one day he will be out of touch with ordinary people. Most of the world belongs to ordinary people after all. Wei Zishan did not argue with Linzada. She has been abroad for many years, and received Western education. She has always been so straightforward. Li Shi couldn't help but look sideways again. Wei Zishan, with her grey and white dreadlocks and heavy makeup, is really too unique. Even with her vision, it is still the first time she has seen a girl dressed like this. Yesterday, Wei Zishan came to Yazhou. Li Shi added her WeChat and browsed the circle of friends. In Wei Zishan's circle of friends, the most pets are snakes. There is a room full of snakes of various species, densely packed, which makes her thrilling. They talked about all kinds of interesting things, football stars, manners, various things they saw and heard, as well as the current situation of their friends in the past year. Li Shi was not in the same circle as them, but was called by Linzida, so they could not talk to each other at all. In terms of family financial resources, Li Shi's family could invest in enterprises in Lincheng, which was not much worse than Wen Yizishan's. However, due to the environment they usually live in, they were far less knowledgeable than Wen Yizishan in Shenzhen. Li Shi listened to Wen Yizishan's experience abroad. After all, after graduating from high school, she would probably go to study abroad in a country across the ocean. As they were chatting, the noise in the distance became louder. The short and stocky square-faced man was too drunk and felt too hot, so he took off his vest, bare-chested, and made a noise. Xiao Wang, in my opinion, your job is useless. 100 yuan a day, you make a penny, you might as well come with me. The young man called Xiao Wang was about 18 or 19 years old, with a round face, dark skin, and a somewhat fierce look. He kept blinking when he spoke, and had obsessive-compulsive disorder. Brother Cheng, do you have a way to make money? The square-faced Brother Cheng tilted his mouth and said confidently, I recently found a good way. Are you willing to do it? Let's order some things from the wholesale store and drive to the countryside to sell them. When Xiao Wang heard this, he lost interest. How much can I make in the countryside? Brother Cheng, this is the way my eldest brother pointed out. Don't worry about how much I can sell. The main thing is a no-cost business. I can sell a bottle of laundry detergent that costs a few yuan for dozens of dollars. Just sell it to old men and women in the countryside. You don't think they don't have money for their retirement, do you? Haha. Brother Cheng with a square face wanted to try his luck, but he had no one around him, so he could only fight alone. Now it was just the right time to find a few brothers. Xiao Wang thought it was interesting, and he used his imagination. Brother Cheng, I understand what you said. Let's go to another place when the time comes, right? Brother Cheng praised. Not bad. You have a good brain, worthy of being a fake wine seller. After dealing with Xiao Wang, he looked at the other yellow-haired man and the gloomy man. The two of them stayed at home all day, riding motorcycles and wandering around, and they didn't even have money to buy a bowl of noodles. When they heard that there was a way to make money, they immediately agreed to join. After figuring out how to make money, several people were in a good mood, and they felt that their future was bright. They raised their beer bottles and blew at each other, and the scene was noisy. You two are you have been in Yazhou for so long, but you haven't found a girl to show your Brother Cheng's eyes. Brother Cheng's square face was unhappy. People, after eating and drinking, began to think about women. Brother Cheng with a square face glanced at the man and two women eating barbecue over there. Damn, that girl is really beautiful. The yellow-haired guy said gloomily, don't mention it. Last time I hooked up with a girl, her parents found out. Brother Cheng became interested. Did you succeed? Thinking of him, Brother Cheng, he used to do well in school and had a few girlfriends, including good girls. Later, it became much harder to work. Without a penny, women would ignore him. The yellow-haired guy immediately showed a lewd smile, and several people at the barbecue stall actually talked about women. All kinds of lewd words were spoken without any scruples. Linzida heard it clearly, and it was so noisy that they couldn't continue their conversation, and the sound was completely drowned out. Wei Zishan was a person of character. She was unhappy, and stood up and blurted out, you guys keep your voices down. After these words came out, the barbecue stall was quiet for 2 seconds. Several tables of guests looked over here. It was hot in the summer and people were irritable. It was not uncommon for people to make trouble and fight at the barbecue stall. Zhu Chachu looked worried. The barbecue was delicious. She just wanted to have a quiet barbecue and didn't want to cause any accidents. When the square-faced Cheng Jie saw Wei Zishan's heavily made-up look and then looked at the 3 men at their table who were dressed like decent people, he spat on the ground. What's it to you if I eat barbecue? If you don't agree, don't eat it and go home. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 people at the same table laughed out loud. Xiao Wang's dark face flashed a trace of impatience. He spread his legs, clenched the beer bottle in his hand, stared at her, and was ready to fight if he didn't agree. They often fight, and it's no big deal to give each other a blow. Wei Zishan wanted to scold the handsome boy who was dressed in top-notch brands, but Yuan Lin stopped her and said, Zishan, forget it. He pulled Zishan back to her seat. This time he came to Yuz how to play. He brought Zishan with him, and he must send her home unscathed. Seeing this, Brother Cheng said disdainfully, "What the hell, eating a barbecue? You act so delicate and expensive. Why don't you look at yourself?" Xiao Wang laughed. Maybe he has never come to our shabby stall to eat. Several people mocked wantonly. After Wei Zishan sat down, he heard such words in his ears, and his eyes were burning with fire. He was so angry that his lungs hurt, and he almost went up to give the other person a big slap. Lin Zida glanced at the table for a while, noticed the beer bottle of the round-faced young man, and another gloomy young man, and couldn't help but be a little cautious. Yuan Lin said, "Forget it, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake." Zhuang Jian who laughed and teased, "Zishan, you have been in a foreign country for so long, and your temper is still bad. It's you, Yuan Lin, who is much more restrained than before." Zhuang Jian who still had the mind to tease, and his demeanor was calm, obviously not bothering with those people. Wei Zishan said angrily, "If it was abroad, I would have asked someone to deal with them directly." Yuan Lin said frankly, "Aren't we in Yuzhou now?" Jian Hu, you too, you've been in Yuzhou for a year, don't you have any connections? Wei Zishan remembered clearly that Jian Hu had a lot of playmates around him in Shenzhen before. As for these gangsters today, they had been taught a lesson long ago. Zhuang Jian Hu, we come here to be low-key, not to mess around. Another voice came from the other side. Look at the way that little cousin is dressed, with white hair. She doesn't look like a good girl. I wonder how she tastes in bed. Cheng Jiefeng's mouth corners were tilted, his face twisted, and he imagined. Wei Zishan's hair exploded. When Yuan Lin heard this, his magnanimity disappeared, and he clenched his fists on the table. The other party's words were too unpleasant. His tone turned cold, his face expressionless. Jian Hu, Zida, can you fight? Zhuang Jian Hu's face was also not good, and he said bluntly, "Yes, but let me say one thing, their lives are not as precious as ours." His subconscious meaning was that the other party was just a group of scum at the bottom of the society, destined to suffer all their lives. But they have a bright future. Li Shi saw that Wei Zishan was in a bad mood and said, "If you want to fight, you can try to call Jiang Ning. He has a good physique, can he help us?" Lin Zida glanced at Jiang Ning over there. "Forget it. Jiang Ning has a good physique, but their relationship is not that close, and he may not be willing to help. What's more, as long as you fight, you will inevitably bear the corresponding risks." Lin Zida said, "The power of the family is not proportional to whether they can resist being beaten or not." He lowered his voice and said, "How about this? Let's remember this restaurant. After we finish eating, I'll find someone to lock them up. Then we can go visit them." Zhuang Jian Hu, indeed, there is no need to fight for a while. Li Shi agreed, this method is good. She was not afraid of others, but she felt that there was no need to take risks. Wei Zishan was full of anger. "I listen to you, Yuan Lin, let's solve it this way first." After a few words, the few people decided on the countermeasures and continued to eat. Cheng Zhe and Xiao Wang over there belittled them a few more times. Seeing that they did not dare to respond, they became more arrogant in their hearts, thinking that they were the most powerful in the world, and their mentality was different. "Jiang Ning, have you been to a game arcade?" Zhu Yuantang bit the lamp skewers, blinking her dark eyes, flashing curiosity. In her impression, after being passed down by word of mouth by the adults, the game arcade is a flood and beast. Once you get involved, you're done. As for such places, Zhu Yuantang has certainly never been to them. "I have been there. I liked playing there for a while." Jiang Ning was a left behind child. He was not supervised by his parents, so he was free. For a while, after school, he would go to the arcade, buy $1 of coins, and go home after playing. He was not addicted to arcades, unlike some of his classmates who spent all day in the arcade. He even avoided machines like slot machines. "What games are there? Are they fun?" Zhu Yuantang asked. Jiang Ning smiled and said, "I thought they were fun before, but now they are just average. It is now 2014. Smartphones, game consoles, and online games are shining. The old games in the arcades cannot be innovated, and have long been outdated. Few people play them. Even elementary school students have switched to CF, DNF, and LOL. King of Fighters, Three Kingdoms, Journey to the West, Metal Slug. These games can actually be played on computers with an emulator. But if you want to play, I'll take you to the arcade after we finish the barbecue and play a few games. Jiang Ning suggested that, although the arcade has a complex staff, it is not full of gangsters. The environment is much better now. 10 years ago, if you went to the arcade to play, there would really be a big brother asking you to borrow game coins. If you don't lend it, they will leave and dare to rob you. Zuchachu. No, it's very late after dinner. It's 9:40 p.m. now. Zuyuantong, but we don't have school tomorrow? Jiang Ning, are you going? Zuyuantong was very entangled. Not far away, the square-faced Cheng brother heard the yellow-haired younger brother talking about his girlfriend, and his heart was furious. The more he looked at the girl at Jiang Ning's table, the more beautiful he thought she was. How could she be so beautiful? If she was his girlfriend, he would be so happy. The alcohol magnified his inner desires, and the fact that there was only one young boy at the table made him even more unscrupulous. Brother Cheng winked at his brothers and then stepped over. Li Shi noticed the short and strong square-faced man's actions and immediately signaled to Lin Zida and the others. It's time to watch something interesting. Lin Zida looked at him and sighed. He's here with bad intentions. Wei Zishan was puzzled. Who is that? I see you know him? Jiang Ning, in our school, he's considered a semi-celebrity, with good grades and strong in sports. Li Shi briefly introduced him, but he didn't reveal the suspense between Jiang Ning and Ding Xuan. I see. Wei Zishan said that she understood. That is, she was a semi-school hunk in an ordinary high school in a small city? Zhuang Jianhu. Let's see how he handles it. Brother Cheng walked to this table and looked at her closely. The girl's face was particularly clean and her skin was very good, especially her coolness, not to mention how attractive she was. Brother Cheng smiled and said, "Beauty, add me on WeChat." Zuchachu's heart tightened when she heard that. She raised her head with difficulty and refused. "Sorry, I don't add other people's contact information." Zuchachu had encountered such situations many times, and she refused every time. An awkward expression flashed across Cheng Zhe's face, and he came closer and forced a smile. "Beauty, I lost a bet with my friend. Please give me some face." Jiang Ning stepped forward and said, "You lost the bet. What's it to us? Don't disturb us while we are eating." Cheng Zhe's expression immediately became ugly. "I'm asking the girl for it. What's your business? I brought her here. Of course she has something to do with me." Jiang Ning said slowly. Zhu Yuantang bravely said, "Leave quickly, or he will be angry." She knew how powerful Jiang Ning was once he got angry. Zhu Yuantang had witnessed Jiang Ning's achievements, which was why she dared to go out for dinner at night. With Jiang Ning around, the demons and monsters would quickly retreat. Cheng Zhe, "Okay, you won't give it to me, right?" After saying this, he turned around and left. When Li Shi saw the short and strong square-faced man retreating, she couldn't help but say, "He actually left." Lin Zida said, "It's not that simple. Let's wait and see." Zhuang Jianhu suddenly asked, "If a fight really breaks out, will you help, Zida?" As soon as these words came out, Li Shi, Yuan Lin and Wei Zishan all thought that they knew Lin Zida, and that he was a very capable person. Lin Zida thought for a moment and said, "In my opinion, there shouldn't be any conflict." Wei Zishan, "Maybe not. Those guys aren't good people, and the Jiang Ning you're talking about is from an ordinary family. He doesn't have the same way as us to get back at us, so he may not be able to hold back his anger." They were discussing this here, and after Brother Cheng went back, he said unhappily, "Fuck, they don't give me face." The flesh on Xiao Wang's black cheekbones twitched, a little creepy. "Brother Cheng, let's have some fun with them." Another yellow-haired man, "That's right, a man brought two girls out. He has good luck with women. Xiao Wang, before me, I like to beat this kind of people the most," and pressed them to their knees on the ground. Finally, a young man with a decent appearance and a little gloomy said, "Brother Cheng, what should we do?" Brother Cheng's expression changed. Looking at the girl over there, the evil fire in his heart became more and more vigorous. "I'll give them another chance." After Zuchachu refused to ask for WeChat, she was worried about trouble, so she said, "Jiang Ning, let's pack up and go home." She was embarrassed. "It's all my fault." It was her appearance that caused trouble again, otherwise the other party would not have come to her, which made today's barbecue very unpleasant and ruined the mood of Jiang Ning and Tang Tang. Zhu Chuchu felt guilty. Zhu Yuantang drank a glass of orange juice and waved her hand. Jiang Ning is here? What are you afraid of? Although Chuchu heard Tang Tang say so, she was still worried. She knew that Jiang Ning was very capable and could easily teach a domestic violence man a lesson, beat a big wolf dog, and beat Uncle Zhang next door in arm wrestling. But this time it was different. There were 4 people on the other side, and they were not bad in physique. They were also gangsters. Once a conflict occurred, Jiang Ning would suffer. It's different. Go back early, she said again. Jiang Ning put down the plastic cup and said calmly, eat your meal in peace. It's okay. His words seemed to contain a special power, which calmed Zhu Chuchu's uneasiness in an instant. Brother Cheng came again. He brought a beer bottle, smiling with a dagger. Beauty, I lost the bet again. This time adding WeChat won't work. You have to drink this bottle of beer. Jiang Ning, get away. Brother Cheng's expression froze. Then he smiled. A smile that made people shudder. He pointed at Jiang Ning. Okay, you're awesome. After that, he turned around and left. Zhu Chuchu's originally calmed uneasiness surged again. She was anxious, but she saw that Jiang Ning and Tang Tang were still calm. Zhu Chuchu was depressed. Tang Tang was obviously very timid before. Why did she have the demeanor of a great general who remains calm even when Mount Tay collapses in front of her? Who gave her the confidence? Li Shi observed the enemy situation. He went back again. She paid special attention to the situation over there. Where is Ishan? Sure enough, he is sick, to shameless, and he does it again and again. Yuan Lin stayed out of it, ready to watch the show. Lin Zida, on the other hand, lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Based on his impression of Jiang Ning, he was a very confident person, but his current performance was not like that. As a person, you should know that the idle people on the roadside are the most dangerous. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. What is he thinking? On the other side. Damn it, I give you face, but he doesn't know how painful it is to punch him? Brother Cheng's face was gloomy and ferocious. The flesh on Xiao Wang's cheekbones twitched, and his pair of small eyes kept staring at that side. Brother Cheng, it's just a matter of your words. Brother Cheng said, they don't give me WeChat, and don't drink wine. I have given them face. Since they don't want it. The tall yellow-haired man said, Brother Cheng, what are you going to do? Brother Cheng lowered his voice. Wait, I'll go over and kick that guy down, and you guys kick him a few more times, step on his face, and break his nose. His face makes me unhappy. He rubbed his hands. I have never seen such a beautiful girl in my life. I will rub her a few times when the time comes. Xiao Wang said obscenely, brother, come together, I will rub her a few times too. The yellow-haired man said, your hands are rough, aren't you afraid of being rubbed to pieces? Who cares? Let's have fun first. Brother Cheng said, let's leave directly after rubbing, and don't pay for the meal. Another man with a gloomy look said, hurry up, don't get caught. Brother Cheng grinned, creepy and disgusting, such a beautiful girl, it's worth it, even if she is caught. Oh, that little girl, she actually chased me away, I'll kick her to death. He made a plan, and was ready to start. Jiang Ning's consciousness detected their conversation clearly. After hearing the last sentence, he drank the coke in the cup in one gulp, and gently put it on the table. Tang Tong, Chuchu, you guys eat first. Jiang Ning smiled and stood up. Ah. Zhu Chuchu was startled, and then she saw Jiang Ning walking towards the table of people. What did he want to do? Zhu Yuantang took a deep breath and held Chuchu's hand. Don't be afraid. The people at the tables noticed Jiang Ning's actions at the same time. Li Shi was also puzzled. Wei Zishan shook her grey and white dreadlocks and pinched her big earrings. Oh, you're not going to apologize, are you? Brother Cheng sat on a plastic stool, staring at Jiang Ning gloomily, and said with a crooked mouth, are you dissatisfied? There was only one person coming, and Brother Cheng didn't think there was anything to be afraid of. He made up his mind that he must disfigure this kid today. When Jiang Ning walked to the table, he was met with 4 cruel eyes. Jiang Ning said, good eyes. Fuck you. Brother Cheng cursed. He hated this kind of look. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Ning suddenly attacked, and in an instant, he grabbed Brother Cheng's forehead and lifted it up. The action was too fast. Brother Cheng was attacked suddenly, without any defense. His skull seemed to be clamped by a clamp, and he howled. Jiang Ning pushed hard, and Brother Cheng's head and body hit the table head on, making a loud bang sound, and the whole table moved out horizontally. At this time, the other 3 people at the table reacted quickly, and stood up suddenly. Xiao Wang shouted, "Grass mud horse, you are looking for death." Jiang Ning kicked the dining table with a flying kick, and the barbecue skewers and beer on the table were spilled all over the floor, and the scene was extremely chaotic. He stepped forward and stepped on Brother Cheng's face. With the sole of his foot, Brother Cheng's face rubbed against the concrete floor, and he screamed miserably. Jiang Ning rubbed his feet casually without any other movements. He listened to the screams and felt that it was quite wonderful. He hadn't hit anyone for a while. The tall yellow-haired man's eyes turned red. Kill him. He picked up a beer bottle and threw it at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning tilted his head slightly. The beer bottle flew past his side with a whistling sound and hit the ground with a bang explosion, which scared the other guests to dodge. The yellow-haired man was experienced in fighting. He kicked him right after throwing the beer bottle. It was obvious that he was very skilled, but his speed was too slow. Jiang Ning took a step forward, swung his forearm, and hit him in the stomach at a faster speed. The yellow-haired man fell down, holding his stomach, and rolled on the ground. His facial features were twisted together in pain. Xiao Wang picked up a stool. Bastard. Jiang Ning's face was stern. He took another step and the figure suddenly approached. Xiao Wang had no time to dodge. He instinctively raised his hands and tried to resist. Jiang Ning punched him in the arm. The force of this blow was so great that he was knocked back. His body weighing more than 100 kilograms flew into the air and then slammed into the ground, hitting the broken wine bottle on the ground and causing him to scream. Jiang Ning looked at the last gloomy man left and slowly hooked his finger. Come here. In less than 10 seconds, 3 people were beaten and lost their ability to move. Zhu Chuchu, who was watching, had a frozen look in his eyes. On the other side, Li Shi, Wei Zishan and others were not much better. Wei Zishan cursed, "Damn, that's too fierce." This chapter has 6,000 words. Please give me a vote. Chapter 420 Destroy. No wonder Wei Zishan was shocked. It was because Jiang Ning's attack was too fierce. She had previously disapproved of Jiang Ning, but after he started fighting, he seemed to be a different person. The scene of him kicking someone away left a deep impression on Wei Zishan. Wei Zishan likes to raise snakes, and her personality is different from others. Seeing such a ruthless style, she was in turmoil and her eyes were shining. Not only her, but Zhuang Jian, whose previously arrogant mentality also changed. He is too good at fighting. The reason why he did not dare to conflict with the gangsters was that, although he had good physical fitness, he was far inferior to the street gangsters in terms of fighting experience, and he might not win if they really fought. Li Shi saw Jiang Ning standing there and suddenly realized, it turns out, that he took the initiative to find others to beat them up. On the other side, Zhu Yuantang was drinking orange juice and eating barbecue skewers, sitting peacefully. She didn't worry about Jiang Ning's safety at all. Having witnessed so many of his battles, Zhu Yuantang's mentality had long been different. With Jiang Ning around, she didn't need to worry about safety issues. He was her protector. Immediately, Zhu Yuantang denied it again. In this way, she seemed so weak. It should be said that she was an immovable military advisor, and Jiang Ning was a general under her command. The worry between Zhu Chuchu's brows turned into astonishment. Is he so good at fighting? She paid attention to Tang Tang's performance. It seemed that there was no panic from beginning to end. Zhu Chuchu had an idea in her mind. Does Tang Tang know that he is very powerful? Jiang Ning didn't understand other people's opinions. At this moment, facing the gloomy looking young man, he said calmly, "Come here. Don't stand there." The gloomy young man looked even gloomier. He stared at Jiang Ning with his eyes, smiling. "Brother, you have some skills." While speaking, he suddenly rushed to the side and picked up an iron skewer from someone else's dining table. This is an iron skewer used for skewering lamb chops. It is thicker than ordinary iron skewers and has a wooden handle. When held in the hand, one end is sharp, like a dagger. Seeing him get the weapon, the people who were originally watching the fight were all shocked. Zhu Yuantang stood up. Jiang Ning, be careful. Too late. The gloomy young man had a crazy look on his face. He had lost his mind. He held the iron skewer, stepped forward, and the iron skewer jumped forward, like a poisonous snake, stabbing at Jiang Ning. It was hot in the summer, and the clothes were thin. If he stabbed someone, it would definitely make a bloody hole. The gloomy man stabbed at the eyes at a tricky angle, which was extremely vicious. Zhuang Jianhu and others who were watching the show saw this scene, and their hearts were filled with fear. Fortunately, they didn't make a big fuss with them just now, otherwise they would have been stabbed by the iron skewer. Zhu Chuchu was panicked. Once she brought a weapon, it would be easy to cause death. But she was too far away, and couldn't stop it at all. Just when the gloomy young man was about to stab Jiang Ning in front of the sharp iron skewer, suddenly there was a hand blocking it, as if trying to resist the steel with the palm of his hand. The gloomy young man's face became more fierce. Block. Can you block it? The idea flashed through his mind instantly, and his shoulders and waist burst into strength, and his arm stabbed forward fiercely. When the iron skewer was less than 10 centimeters away from Jiang Ning's palm, the gloomy young man had already imagined the other party's screams. Jiang Ning twisted his wrist, and his palm suddenly shook, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, and 2 fingers suddenly pierced out, clamping the iron skewer diagonally at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. He only used 2 fingers. The gloomy young man summoned all his strength, but could not move anymore. The next second, Jiang Ning suddenly stretched out his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. The gloomy young man had good experience in fighting. He quickly let go of the iron skewer and was about to dodge. But Jiang Ning's seemingly light grab was faster than he could react. He only saw a hand constantly enlarging in his field of vision, and then the retreating movement stopped. His chin seemed to be clamped, and the pain made him make a crackling sound of tracheal friction in his throat. Jiang Ning clamped his lower jaw and lifted it up inch by inch. Every time he lifted an inch, the gloomy young man felt as if his spine was being torn apart inch by inch until his feet left the ground. His eyes bulged, veins popped, and he couldn't breathe. Everyone present was quiet. All the chaos disappeared, as if being strangled by an invisible force. How shocking was it for a man who was nearly 1.8 meters tall and weighed 160 to 170 kilograms to be lifted up by another person. Half a minute later, the gloomy young man lost consciousness. Jiang Ning let go of his hand, and the man fell to the ground like a corpse. Jiang Ning straightened his collar and looked around calmly. Li Shi's heart shuddered, and she didn't dare to look at him at all. There was chaos on the ground, with collapsed tables, chairs, and various skewers. The square-faced Cheng Jie, the dark-skinned Zhao Wang, the yellow-haired, and the gloomy young man were lying on the ground, their limbs twisted, screaming, or unconscious. Jiang Ning frowned slightly, and he walked towards a nearby Lin Zida's table. Although his steps were steady, Li Shi, who was usually brave, saw this scene, and was somehow terrified. Her eyes were evasive, not daring to look directly at him. Zhuang Jianhu and Yuan Lin at the table were inevitably nervous. They saw clearly how cleanly and easily Jiang Ning beat people just now. It is no exaggeration to say that, if he suddenly attacked, no one present would be able to resist. Li Shi felt that the approaching Jiang Ning was not a human, but a beast. Lin Zida was still able to maintain his mentality. He smiled and said, "Jiang Ning, you are such a good fighter." Wei Zishan stared at Jiang Ning's arms under his short sleeves. The muscle lines were extremely beautiful. If Jiang Ning was not so intimidating now, she would have wanted to pinch him. Jiang Ning grabbed 2 bottles of beer and turned back to where several people were lying. He crossed his hands and touched the bottles, and the bottle mouths shattered. He turned the bottles upside down and poured them on the heads of several people. At the same time, he stepped on the ground to activate the thunder spell. An invisible force of thunder and lightning was transmitted from the ground. When the electric current passed through several people, their muscles trembled, and they bounced up from the ground like carp. Jiang Ning glanced at the few people. They were too weak. He was very restrained in his actions, otherwise they would have turned into ashes long ago. The square-faced Cheng Jie stared at Jiang Ning. He wiped his face. His hands were full of blood. He had never been humiliated like this. Cheng Jie's eyes were full of sinisterness. He wanted to kill Jiang Ning, but he had no strength in his body, and it was difficult for him to walk. Jiang Ning said lightly, "In order to make up for my mental loss, you paid for my meal." Xiao Wang and his friends almost thought they had heard it wrong. He asked them to pay for the meal? What a joke. Xiao Wang was extremely angry. "Fuck you." As soon as the words fell, Jiang Ning's body rushed out in an instant, as fast as a ghost, and rushed in front of Xiao Wang in an instant. He slapped Xiao Wang in the face, and Xiao Wang's face seemed to be hit by a big rock. His body shook and he flew sideways. "Will you pay or not?" Jiang Ning's tone was cold. Brother Cheng's face was extremely ugly. Facing Jiang Ning's slap, he was forced to call the boss and settle the bill. The boss was shocked and scared, but fortunately nothing happened. He didn't mention compensation at all, and only collected the money for the meal. "Get out." Jiang Ning turned and left. At the same time, 4 spiritual marks were fixed on several people. Brother Cheng and the other to help Xiao Wang up and limped away. After beating the man, Jiang Ning sat back in his original seat and continued to drink and eat barbecue, as if nothing had happened. The aunt in the store took a broom and a trash can to clean up the garbage caused by the fight just now. When the guests around looked at him again, their eyes were extremely strange. Zhu Yuantang was used to it. She gave Jiang Ning a string of grilled eggplant slices. "This is delicious. It's really good." Jiang Ning took a bite. Zhu Chachu looked at Jiang Ning, who was eating barbecue as usual. For some reason, she felt a sense of magic. There had just been a fight, and it was so intense. Weapons were used, and he beat the man until his face was bleeding. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, looking at Jiang Ning now, she would never have been able to associate everything that had just happened. Looking at the 2 people who were happily eating barbecue, to the point that Zhu Chachu doubted herself. Is there nothing wrong with them, or am I the one with the problem? Zhu Yuantang said, "Chachu, don't be stunned. I'll make you some roasted green peppers. Is it spicy?" Chachu looked at the roasted green peppers that were tender and sprinkled with chili and cumin. She had never eaten roasted green peppers. "Not spicy." Zhu Chachu took a bite, and it was not spicy. The salty, sweet, spicy and fresh taste blended together and was surprisingly delicious. Zhu Yuantang saw that she liked it and gave her another one. Gradually, Zhu Chachu integrated into the atmosphere of peace and tranquility. Occasionally, when drinking a beverage, Zhu Chachu would secretly look at him out of the corner of her eye when Jiang Ning was not paying attention. It was hard to imagine that his not so strong figure could actually hide such terrifying power. This power gave her an indescribable sense of security. Zhu Chachu always had a premonition of tragedy for beautiful things, and she dared not open her heart. However, at this moment, she felt more relaxed and peaceful than ever before. It was 10:30 at night. Li Shi looked at Jiang Ning's back as he walked away. They left. Wei Zishan took a breath and complained, "Lin Xiaopang, if you had known he was so awesome, you would have introduced him to me." Lin Zida was speechless. "Didn't you look down on him at the beginning? Now you are getting close to him again." "Nonsense. If you had said earlier that he could fight, I would have made friends with him." Wei Zishan recalled the handsomeness of Jiang Ning's several moves, his indifferent and free-spirited temperament, which made her legs clamp tightly together. He was so handsome. Lin Zida, come on. Even if it was said that Jiang Ning could fight at the beginning, Wei Zishan would not have taken it to heart. After all, words are not enough. It was just that he fought so handsomely. Not to mention Wei Zishan, a girl. Even Lin Zida was impressed by his handsomeness. Who among the 15 or 16-year-old boys has not dreamed of fighting a few people on the street and making them bow down to him? Lin Zida often plays role-playing games and has fantasized about it many times, but it is too difficult to realize it. Zhuang Jianhu said, "He is really good at fighting." Wei Zishan changed her previous arrogance and said excitedly, "It's mainly because he is handsome." Li Shi suddenly asked, "Better than a professional boxer?" Yuan Lin had seen boxers compete when he was studying abroad, and he considered, "It's different." Lin Zida opened a bottle of beer. When both sides are unarmed, it is not difficult for a professional boxer to beat 4 thugs. Upon hearing this, Li Shi's eyebrows slightly relaxed, and the lines on his face relaxed a lot. Judging from this, any professional boxer can do what Jiang Ning did. And those boxers are not of high status, compared with her family background. They are not at the same level at all. Linzada continued, I mean both sides are unarmed. Now there are no restrictions on the streets. You saw that some of them smashed with beer bottles, and some stabbed with steel sticks. The lethality of that thing is not much worse than that of a knife. It is difficult for professional players to defend against it when it suddenly bursts out at close range and stabs continuously with weapons. As for grabbing the blade with bare hands, it is too difficult. Linzada was shocked. The last move of the gloomy young man really scared him. If he was unlucky, someone might die. Li Shi's original sense of superiority was tossed away again. She said unwillingly, can't the top professional boxers defend against it? Seeing her puzzled, Linzada said, remember one thing. The upright apes millions of years ago dared to use pointed wooden sticks to poke lions and tigers. As a professional boxer, no matter how good you are at fighting with bare hands, can you beat a tiger? Wei Zishan, little fatty Lin, stop talking nonsense. Do you have Jiang Ning's contact information? I'll add him as a friend. Yuan Lin said helplessly, auntie, don't play around. We can't stay in Yazhou for long. There was something he didn't say in his heart. You look like a ghost now, with grey dreadlocks, big earrings, heavy makeup, and revealing clothes. The gangsters don't even bother to provoke you, let alone a boy like Jiang Ning who came from a small city. It's too late to stay away from him. Wei Zishan said solemnly, it's because I can't stay for long, and I can't leave any regrets. A two-story building with an old and dilapidated courtyard in the old city. In the bedroom, Brother Cheng took cotton balls and iodine to wipe the wound. Occasionally, when he touched a deep wound, he gasped in pain. Not only him, but also the black-faced Xiao Wang, the yellow-haired man, and the gloomy young man were all there. Brother Cheng often fights, and his family has stored a lot of things for bandaging wounds. The atmosphere in the room was frighteningly cold, oppressive, and horrible, as if it had frozen. Brother Cheng, I still say the same thing. I will accompany you to the end, no matter what you do. Xiao Wang's face was distorted, swallowed by hatred. The gloomy man said nothing. He was alone, and did things without considering the consequences. His character was known from the fact that he dared to use a steel skewer. When he was in junior high school, he poked someone's eyes out, and his family paid a lot of money. As for the yellow-haired man, he said, Brother Cheng, let's buy some lime powder, and try a sneak attack. No matter how good he is at fighting, it's useless. When the time comes, we will put him in a sack, dig out his eyes, and then castrate him. His words were extremely cruel and inhumane. The square-faced Cheng Jie's expression changed. He thought of the barbecue stall again, the breathtaking girl, that face and figure he would never be able to touch in his life. He made up his mind, let's not get the man first, let's get the woman first. Xiao Wang, you go check the place, she should be a student, you find out her route after school. Xiao Wang, okay, I'll ask around. It's done, I'm going to have sex. Cheng Jie said calmly. Several people were stunned. Will you have sex? Together? Cheng Jie said again. Xiao Wang, I will, but will she tell it afterwards? Cheng Jie said coldly, when the time comes, take photos and record videos. Will she dare to tell? When he thought that he could threaten such a beautiful girl with the video, Cheng Jie's throat was dry, and even the wound didn't hurt as much as before. When he got tired of playing, he would force her to make money. She was so beautiful, there must be many people willing to patronize her. Wouldn't she make more money than those who went to the countryside to sell goods? At that time, he would catch the man who beat them today and let him see it with his own eyes. Oh, and that little girl, Brother Cheng, had an extremely cruel expression. Several people discussed the details. Driven by extreme emotions, they completely lost their humanity, leaving only the desires of wild animals. Xiao Wang, you go and check it out tomorrow morning. I'll go get the lime powder. Brother Cheng made the decision. At this moment, the door suddenly made a loud noise, and the thick wooden door exploded. The black-faced Xiao Wang was hit by the broken wood, and he screamed in pain. Brother Cheng looked at the door, picked up the short knife by the window, and shouted angrily, who? Then he saw a figure dressed in black and covered in a bamboo hat standing at the broken door. The figure was silent, and Brother Cheng trembled in his heart. He felt that the man was extremely strange and not like a human. The next second, the figure raised the bucket-shaped container in his hand, and a large amount of liquid splashed in front of him. The four people were unable to dodge and were drenched. Brother Cheng smelled a pungent smell, and he suddenly had an idea: gasoline. The last thing he saw was a golden rectangular piece of paper that spontaneously ignited without wind. Before it hit the ground, it had already burned a little, instantly igniting everything in the house. At the same time, the mountain bike drove to the entrance of the game hall. Jiang Ning pressed the brake and smiled gently. Tong Tong, let's go. I'll take you to play the game machine. Chapter 421, Double Perfection. On a summer night, twinkling neon lights illuminated the streets and alleys of Yazhou. Compared with the bustle of the food street, this street full of entertainment venues was much quieter, and the air was no longer filled with the aroma of food. Zhu Yuantong, who was sitting on the back seat of a mountain bike, looked at the arcade with dim lights on the street. Her heart shrank, as if there were some sinister and ominous things hidden there. She hesitated a little. After all, she had never been to such a place since she was a child. From childhood to adulthood, people around her warned her that the arcade was not a good place. It would only make people degenerate, addicted, and their studies would plummet, and they would never recover. It was a flood of beasts and demons, and they could not be touched. There were gangsters with extremely low moral qualities there, and it was very dangerous for girls to enter. A variety of thoughts intertwined in her mind. But there was another thought that kept tempting her. Just take a look, just once. There's no danger with Jiang Ning here. Zhu Yuantang grabbed the corner of Jiang Ning's clothes with his small hands, feeling conflicted. Jiang Ning's consciousness reached back, and he noticed her conflict. I want to go, but I'm afraid. He didn't wait for her answer, so he simply stopped waiting, and went straight to the door of the game hall. Zhu Chuchu didn't say anything. She was riding an electric bike and also stopped. She was just a guest tonight, so she let him arrange it. Most of the time, Zhu Chuchu didn't have any opinions. Outside the game hall, there was a building similar to a shed with eaves, and there were several billiard tables in the space below. Several boys who looked like students were having a lot of fun. When they saw the three people, especially the outstanding looking Zhu Chuchu, their eyes were all fixed. One boy used the technique of hitting the ball from the back to show off, but unfortunately his technique was too bad. Jiang Ning led Tong Tong across the billiard table and walked into the hall, where the proprietress at the counter was watching TV. How much are the game coins? Jiang Ning asked. 4 for $1. The proprietress said, it's $3 an hour to surf the internet. It's quite cheap. Jiang Ning gave 2 yuan and exchanged it for 8 game coins. He gave Tong Tong 3, and Zhu Chuchu waved her hand to refuse, but Jiang Ning still gave her 2. Zhu Yuantang weighed the game coin and looked down. There was a pattern printed on the game coin, which was slightly lighter than a 1 yuan coin. Jiang Ning walked a few steps along the aisle beside him. The environment became dim and the air was much more turbid. Jiang Ning mobilized his spiritual power and the airwave rolled. The noise of game music and buttons and joysticks came out. There were 4 or 5 rows of about 30 arcade machines in sight, and 7 or 8 boys were sitting on round stools playing happily. Zhu Yuantang stared at the picture on the arcade screen. Her first impression was that it was blurry. Her eyes were spoiled by the smartphone and Jiang Ning's display screen. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense was fully opened, like a detector, scanning several arcade machines, and he chose 2 machines near the corner. The buttons and joysticks of the game hall have been touched by countless people. The boss rarely cleans them, and there are many sweat stains on them. Jiang Ning took out a bottle of alcohol, sprayed it a few times, and wiped it with paper. Zhu Chuchu was surprised. Is he so clean? He actually carries alcohol with him. After sitting down, they started to choose games. Zhu Yuantang said she wanted to play King of Fighters, because she often heard her classmates talk about these games. Jiang Ning said, do you play it? Zhu Yuantang was stunned on the stool for a while, and couldn't help saying, how do you put coins in? Jiang Ning helped her choose King of Fighters 97 step by step. She picked up the joystick, and joined the battle. As for Zhu, after being asked by Jiang Ning, she said she could play anything. Jiang Ning chose Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which is a fast energy collection version with a lot of energy, and you can use big moves at will, which is more refreshing to play. Zhu doesn't know how to play games, and this game happened to be for 2 people. Jiang Ning put in 2 game coins, and sat with Zhu to play a 2-player game. At the beginning of the game, Jiang Ning chose Ma Chao, and Zhu asked him what to choose. Jiang Ning said, "Let's choose Zhu Liang. It's simpler." Zhu obediently chose Zhu Liang. Jiang Ning taught her to shake the joystick up and down, and then press the button, and suddenly, accompanied by a cry of thunder, lightning fell all over the screen and hit the soldiers. Zhu listened to the game music, and found it quite fun. Jiang Ning controlled Ma Chao, and used his ultimate move Kung Fu Benyuan, and a bunch of flaming leopards rushed towards the enemy. With their 2 group attack skills, they cleared the field very quickly. The soldiers were almost killed as soon as they appeared and before they launched an attack. On the other side, Zhu Yuantong, who had been practicing King of Fighters, improved her skills rapidly. With her strong gaming talent, she actually beat the final boss. However, she was not familiar with the mechanism and fell there. Zhu Yuantong was full of confidence. She was no longer timid, as when she first entered the game hall. She raised her chin and said provocatively, "Jiang Ning, do you dare to challenge me in a duel? What's there to be afraid of?" Jiang Ning gave up Zhu and sat in front of a game console with Zhu Yuantong. The game Jiang Ning chose was not pure King of Fighters 97, it was called King of Fighters 97, Rise of the Storm, a version with unlimited energy. After inserting the coin, it was time to choose the characters. Zhu Yuantong chose 3 girls, Mei Shiranu, Athena, and Liana. Jiang Ning chose Orochi, Kyoku Sanaji, and Irie Yagami, who were arguably the most shameless heroes. "Humph, I'll beat you up later." Zhu Yuantong was full of pride. Her gaming skills were quite impressive, but Jiang Ning had only seen a few of them. Today, she was bound to let Jiang Ning know how terrifying and powerful she was. Seeing her arrogant look, Jiang Ning suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Zhu Yuantong asked ignorantly. "Nothing, just play the game well." Jiang Ning frowned. "Zhu Yuantong, look at me alone, I'm going to beat up the 3 of you." At this time, Chu also came to watch the game. Without Jiang Ning's help, she was quickly beaten to death by the chaotic soldiers. At the beginning of the game, Zhu Yuantong controlled Huo and approached flexibly. Jiang Ning pushed back a quarter of the joystick, the big snake raised his arms, and a white light suddenly lit up on the screen. Sunshine. Huo instantly lost a lot of blood, and Zhu Yuantong was stunned. Is this hero so powerful? She resisted the attack, and wanted to rush up again, but the big snake sent out another black particle, and a circle of black holes hit her. Huo lost a lot of blood again. Jiang Ning made up for another sunshine, and Huo died. Zhu Yuantong was completely stunned. When the next character came on the stage, she still had no power to resist, and died in a hurry. This time, she woke up, and accused Jiang Ning, "You are a cheater. You chose a cheater hero." Under her strong protest, Jiang Ning controlled the big snake to be killed, and it was Kyoku Sanaji's turn. Zhu Yuantong looked at the man in the jacket, trousers and white headband on the screen and thought that he looked normal and should not be a bug character. As a result, Jiang Ning shook the joystick, a super kill, a big flame flashed, and Zhu Yuantong's Lian lost half of her blood. She huddled in the corner to defend herself, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack, and then Jiang Ning used 4 flames to break through her defense and burn her to death. Zhu Yuantong had no desire to live. She was a gaming genius, but Jiang Ning actually used the game mechanism. It was too abominable. She wanted to take the game coins to continue fighting Jiang Ning, but she touched her pocket and found that she had no coins. Zhu still had a coin, so she advised, Tong, let's play the Three Kingdoms War Chronicle." Jiang Ning handed the last coin on hand to Tong and let them play together. Zhu Yuantong chose Zhu Liang and rubbed the joystick and buttons frantically, using Thunderbolt and Call the Wind and Rain non-stop. They fought their way through the levels and actually passed the level smoothly. Jiang Ning glanced at the time. It was already past 12 o'clock. All the people who played games before had left. Apart from them, there were only 2 new men in their early 30s. Zhu Yuantang was still not satisfied, and her fingers were a little sore from rubbing. After playing the game, Jiang Ning went to the front desk to get 3 cups of ice cream. They sat on the bench at the door, taking advantage of the inky night sky and the moon hanging in the sky, and scooped ice cream with wood chips. After eating the ice cream, Zhu Yuantang glanced at her thumb, which was red, and she said pitifully, "Jiang Ning, you have blisters from rubbing it." Jiang Ning took a look, and it was true. She is a talent. She can get blisters from playing an arcade game. Zhu Chuchu, it's okay, it will go away tomorrow. After a few words of comfort, Zhu Yuantang felt much better. She looked at the pool table, on which the billiard balls were neatly arranged, and suddenly asked, "Jiang Ning, can you play billiards?" "Yes." Zhu Yuantang was tempted, but it was too late today, so he had to give up. After eating the ice cream, Jiang Ning did not stay and rode home. Because it was too late, there were few pedestrians and vehicles on the road. Zhu Chuchu's electric car came from behind, and was parallel to Jiang Ning's mountain bike. The city was much emptier late at night, and the temperature was no longer sultry. As the car was driving, the oncoming wind blew, making Zhu Chuchu feel cool and refreshed, and at the same time, blew away the twists and turns that had occurred during the barbecue. Zhu Chuchu's heart was clear, and she quietly appreciated the night view of Yazhou. After coming to Yazhou City for more than a year, she was like a bird in a cage, and had never gone out in the middle of the night. Yazhou at 12 o'clock in the morning was very unfamiliar to her. She lived here, but there were many things she had never seen. She actually liked freedom very much, but she always set up shackles for herself. Zhu Chuchu opened her mouth and took a deep breath of cool air. She twisted the handlebars, and the electric bike flew out with a whoosh, leaving Jiang Ning's mountain bike behind in a few seconds. Zhu Chuchu's black electric bike is a large electric bike that can ride up to 60 yards. Zhu Yuantang was overtaken, and she quickly poked Jiang Ning, "Overtake Chuchu. Jiang Ning, hurry up, overtake her." She wanted to see Jiang Ning racing. Jiang Ning adjusted the transmission, exerted force with his feet, and pedaled twice. The car body rushed, and Zhu Yuantang almost fell off, but fortunately she hugged him tightly. The 2 cars started a race in the night. There were faint lights on in the bungalows under the river dam. Those were the lights of her own home. Zhu Yuantang felt warm in her heart. No matter when, her mother was always waiting for her to come back. The mountain bike swooped down the dam, closer, closer, and closer. Zhu Yuantang saw the vague figure of her mother waiting at the door of her home. She felt even warmer in her heart. Thinking back carefully, her mother was the same as now after evening self-study. Every time she came home, her mother would always prepare hot water or snacks. Even though she played outside until 12 o'clock today, her mother was still waiting for her to come home. This is her real mother. It was the feather duster in her mother's hand that made Zhu Yuantang feel a little embarrassed. "You came back so late. What were you doing? Do you know what time it is now?" Aunt Gu stared at her daughter, a little angry. It's okay for her to go out to play. With Jiang Ning around, she is not worried. But her daughter went out for so long, without calling her, sending her a text message, or telling her when she would be home. She must have gone crazy. Aunt Gu actually learned about her daughter's situation through Jiang Ning's phone call. "Tell me, what did you do at night?" Aunt Gu stared at Tong Tong, and pretended to wave a feather duster. Zhu Yuantang immediately argued, "Mom, I didn't go to the game hall to play games." Zhu Chuchu, Jiang Ning, 6. Zhu Yuantang was arrested, and Jiang Ning and Zhu Chuchu went back to their own homes. Zhu Yuantang used the smell of barbecue as an excuse to take a shower and wash her hair. She changed into loose and cute pajamas, stepped on slippers, and walked out the door. Aunt Gu said, "What are you doing out at night?" "I'm asking Jiang Ning to blow my hair for me." Zhu Yuantang felt the warmth and coldness of human nature with her mother, and decided to play with Jiang Ning. "I'll blow it for you." Aunt Gu said, "Jiang Ning should go to bed." "Mom, Jiang Ning feels comfortable with the blow." After saying this, Zhu Yuantang left the house. Aunt Gu looked at her daughter's back and wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything and let her go. Jiang Ning used his spiritual sense to explore the situation on their side clearly. When Zhu Yuantang came, he plugged in the power supply for the hairdryer. Zhu Yuantang huddled on the exclusive throne, leaning lazily, with thick hair hanging down. Jiang Ning pinched a handful of hair. When blowing his hair, he did not use the wind of the blower, but chose to release wind spells to condense the moisture in the air and dry Zhu Yuantang's hair bit by bit. The gentle breeze made Zhu Yuantang feel itchy and comfortable. She squinted her eyes in comfort. After blowing for 10 minutes, Jiang Ning turned off the hairdryer she used to cover up. Zhu Yuantang touched her hair. It was no longer wet. It became clean and smooth. She twisted her fingers around it twice. Jiang Ning was amazing. He blew her hair so well. Blowing her hair was the most troublesome thing after washing it before. Zhu Yuantang had to work hard. Since she had Jiang Ning, blowing her hair has become a pleasure. She wanted to ask him to blow her hair every time she washed her hair. Without waiting for Jiang Ning to remind her, Zhu Yuantang said, "I'll put it on your account for one blow drying." She didn't want Jiang Ning to blow her hair for nothing. For this, she had to pay a little price. This was her principle of action, equal exchange. Do you want to withdraw it now, or deposit it first? She turned her chair and faced Jiang Ning. "Withdraw it," Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang entered the working state and said seriously, "Hello, do you need any service now?" At this moment, her attitude was like that of a dedicated waiter. It was just that her loose pajamas betrayed Zhu Yuantang's appearance. Jiang Ning finished his shower. He leaned on the sofa, closed his eyes, and was busy for a while. It was time for him to enjoy. "Tell me what you can do first," Jiang Ning said in a lazy tone. Talking about what she can do, Zhu Yuantang was very excited. "I can cook, whether it's cooking, or making snacks. I can do it all. What do you want to eat? I will make it for you tomorrow." She couldn't help but be greedy. "Well, what else?" Zhu Yuantang said again. "I can do homework, no matter what the test paper is. I can finish it easily." She looked at Jiang Ning expectantly, hoping that he would choose this, so that she could pay off Jiang Ning's account soon. "What else?" "I'm good at playing games. I'm a king, playing Hearthstone Legend. I can dominate the ladder without spending money." "Well, continue?" Jiang Ning asked. Zhu Yuantang kept boasting about her strengths. Jiang Ning asked her more than 10 times, and she kept talking, which showed how many skills she had. In the middle of the conversation, she even secretly ate 2 pieces of candied fruit from Jiang Ning and drank half a glass of water. Jiang Ning listened for a while and suddenly asked, "Since you know so many things, is there anything you don't know?" He wanted to see how Zhu Yuantang would deal with her own shortcomings. Zhu Yuantang glanced at him and saw through his thoughts. She knows astronomy and geography, and she is the top scholar in all 360 professions. Is there anything in the world that she doesn't know? Of course, she must not say these words to Jiang Ning now, and she is cautious about her identity as a debtor. Zhu Yuantang sat cross-legged on the chair. She had just finished taking a bath, and her skin was slightly rosy. Under the reflection of the bright moonlight outside the window and the lights inside the house, she felt ethereal. Her soft and petite body exuded a faint fragrance. "There's nothing I can do." Her clear and bright eyes flashed with intelligence. After a while, she raised her eyelashes and thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. "No, I won't leave you. P.S. Thank you 1314. The Huge Silver Alive." Chapter 422. Bad Neighbors. July 3rd, afternoon. The summer vacation had just begun, and it was the height of July. The sky was blue and cloudless, and the sun was scorching everything on the earth mercilessly, and the soil in the ground was about to smoke. The big poplar tree outside the house seemed to be wilted by the sun, and the green leaves drooped weakly, as if it was sick. The weather was extremely hot and humid, and there was not a trace of wind. The thick air seemed to be frozen. The black-backed wolf dog next door was lying on the ground, with its nostrils wide open and its tongue sticking out to dissipate heat. Jiang Ning did not stay at the door to bask in the sun. He moved his small stool into the house and was in the shade at the door. Zhu Yuantang knew how to enjoy herself. She leaned on the recliner, holding a comic book and reading it with relish. On the square stool at hand, there were 2 cups of honey lemon water with ice cubes floating on the water. Zhu Yuantang picked up the cup. In such hot weather, Taking a big sip of ice water made her body refreshed and plump. Zhu Yuantang was filled with emotion. It's great that I don't have to go to school, she continued to read the comic book. After a few minutes, she stretched lazily on the recliner and wanted to drink water again. She glanced at her cup and found that half of the lemonade was missing, while the other cup, which belonged to Jiang Ning, was only a little less. She stole a glance at Jiang Ning and found that he was concentrating on the book. Zhu Yuantang's childish eyes flickered, and when she was thinking, she was a bit cute. While Jiang Ning was not paying attention, she touched Jiang Ning's water cup, pretended to take a big sip, and then put it back, as if nothing had happened. Seeing that Jiang Ning had less lemonade than her, Zhu Yuantang felt balanced. However, everything she did had already been seen through by Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning didn't care about her, took out his mobile phone, and replied to the newly received friend request. Who are you? The other party's avatar was a rebellious clown girl with 2 ponytails. Jiang Ning rarely adds friends now. With his current life, useless communication is dispensable to him. On the other side, in a lakeview flat near Yazhaozuhe Lake, in front of the French window, Wei Zishan was enjoying the air conditioning, lying on a long sofa, and her hands were quickly replying, I'm the girl at the barbecue stall last night. Li Shi, who was next to her, was leaning on the edge of the sofa, revealing a pair of Snow White's slender legs under her hot pants. Her legs were beautiful and white. Zishan, are you really going to at him? I admit that he is good at fighting, but he is not that handsome, right? Li Shi didn't understand. Jiang Ning taught a few hooligans a lesson last night. He was handsome, but what kind of person was Wei Zishan? His family was in Shenzhen, which was the most prosperous city in the country, and connected with the international community. What kind of peers could he not meet? What's more, Wei Zishan went abroad since she was a child, and her horizons were far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Wei Zishan sent the application again. She said excitedly, it's not a question of whether he is handsome or not. He is very unique. Wei Zishan wanted to describe him, but her Chinese was not good. After thinking for a while, she couldn't think of how to describe him. She said, he is different from others. I want to see another side of him. Li Shi didn't understand Wei Zishan's thoughts at all. In the spacious living room, Lin Zida was holding a game controller and playing a racing game on the huge TV. Next to him were Zhuang Jianhu and Yuan Lin. Zhuang Jianhu knocked Yuan Lin down with a turtle shell and said, this racing game is fun. Lin Zida, the new Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U console, has much better graphics than the previous generation, and there are a lot more maps. He maintained the lead and left the others far behind. After receiving the application, Jiang Ning from Heba recalled the scene at that time and replied, which girl are you? Wei Zishan was stunned when she saw the reply. He didn't even remember her. Think of her stunning makeup, her unique grey and white dreadlocks, her off-shoulder vest. No matter where she goes, Wei Zishan should be the most eye-catching person in the crowd. But she was ignored by Jiang Ning. Good. Wei Zishan bit her lips, feeling angry, and then she put on a charming smile. But, you are worthy of being the man I admire. She described her appearance again. Jiang Ning, oh, it's you? Wei Zishan was delighted. He really remembered her. In her joy, she stretched out her hand and pinched her cucumber-flavored potato chips, stuffed them into her mouth, and they were crunching. Li Shi saw that she was eating very happily, and she couldn't accept it. Cucumber-flavored potato chips, what a strange taste. But Wei Zishan said that she liked that clear taste. Wei Zishan ate the potato chips, drank coke, and waited quietly for Jiang Ning's reply. He must be so happy to see a beauty like her at him. After 5 minutes, Wei Zishan still didn't receive a reply. She bit her potato chips even louder, almost biting someone, and a few words came out of her throat. Okay. You don't agree. I like men with personality, and I like hard to get men. His reaction aroused Wei Zishan's rebellious character. In this world, there is no man she can't get. Wei Zishan, brother Jiang Ning, you were so fierce last night. I recorded a video. Jiang Ning laughed. Before he made a move, the power of thunder and lightning overflowed, shielding the electronic equipment around him to prevent people from recording and posting it to the internet. It would be strange if she could take a video. It's impossible. He said, oh. Wei Zishan took every step carefully. I'll send it to you. Jiang Ning, no need, the fight last night was not good. I think you are very handsome. Does brother know martial arts? Wei Zishan continued to attack. Jiang Ning, it's not martial arts. What is it? Wei Zishan asked. No matter if he talked about taekwondo, sanda or anything else, Wei Zishan could find a topic. With her family background, she could easily introduce Jiang Ning to those top boxers and athletes. Jiang Ning replied, magic. Wei Zishan was silent for a while. Brother, you are joking. Having nothing to do, Jiang Ning talked to her for a while, but in the end, he was too lazy to reply to the message, so he put his phone aside. He did not agree to Wei Zishan's friend request. The sun was setting in the west, and it was no longer as hot as it was at noon. Zhu Yuantang had already taken a nap. When she woke up, she rubbed her eyes in a daze, and went back to wash her face. Then she ran to the next door to play with Chachu. Chachu had been on vacation for the past 2 days, and studied at home every day. As soon as she entered the door, Zhu Yuantang found that she was still studying. She ran back, and took the tablet from Jiang Ning's room. Jiang Ning, Dang Dang from our neighbor yesterday is back. She talked while playing games. On the iPad screen, a person with a jet backpack was flying forward. Who is Dang Dang? Jiang Ning asked. He opened his spiritual sense and scanned along the bungalow and found a chubby and dark boy. The boy was about 6 or 7 years old, 1.4 meters tall, weighed more than 90 kilograms, and was dark and strong. Zhu Yuantang curled his lips. A naughty child, uneducated. Jiang Ning, oh. If Zhu Yuantang could say that the other person was uneducated, then he was probably really uneducated. Jiang Ning, if Dang Dang annoys you, don't beat him too hard. His grandmother is unreasonable. Zhu Yuantang warned. She knew Jiang Ning's temper. Dang Dang was a very bad kid, worse than the worst kid in Zhu Yuantang's village. Not only was he rude, but he was also good at crying and making a fuss, which was extremely annoying. In the past, when he came to play at home, he would look for snacks everywhere when he got into the house. The key point was that he would tear them open and not eat them, and they would be scattered all over the floor. Once, when Zhu Yuantang was not at home, he took the doll his mother bought for him. When he returned it, it was extremely dirty. Zhu Yuantang went to Dang Dang's grandmother to question her, but she said, isn't it just a rag doll? From then on, Zhu Yuantang never let him come to his room again. Fortunately, Dang Dang only returned to the bungalow during the summer vacation, otherwise Zhu Yuantang would have to be on guard against him. Don't worry, I won't argue with children. Jiang Ning said, he is not like Zhang Kai in their class. Zhu Yuantang nodded with relief, that's good. As the sun sets and the temperature drops, the old man next door takes a bowl of cold tea out, and Uncle Zhang, who kills pigs, takes his black-backed wolf dog, still without a leash. But the black-backed wolf dog passed by Zhu Yuantang's house and avoided it from a distance. Uncle Zhang kicked the dog, and the dog avoided it even further. Hey, you beast. Uncle Zhang scolded. Zhu Chachu studied all day, standing at the door and looking at the fields in the distance, relaxing her eyes. She turned a corner and went to Tang Tang's house to watch her play games. The two took turns playing games. After a while, a chubby little boy ran out. The little boy was very dark, especially dark, with a background face, a big mouth, and small eyes. He was not good looking. He ran in front, and a fat old lady was chasing him from behind, shouting, Dang Dang, Dang Dang, slow down. Dang Dang ran to the door of Zhu Yuantang's house. He first looked at Jiang Ning, whom he didn't recognize, then looked at Tang Tang, and finally noticed Zhu Chachu. A boy of 5 or 6 years old can distinguish between beauty and ugliness. He looked at Chachu, stretched out his hand and ran up. Sister, hug me. Without waiting for Chachu to react, Zhu Yuantang's face was alert, and she quickly pulled Chachu behind her, staring at Dang Dang motionlessly. 2 years ago, her mother told her not to play with Dang Dang because children's hands were not honest. Zhu Yuantang remembered it in her heart, so how could she let Chachu hug him? Dang Dang saw Zhu Yuantang's attitude and saw that the beautiful sister was unwilling to hug him. He immediately took out the slingshot in his hand and shouted wildly, Zhu Yuantang, you fatherless man, do you want to be beaten? He spoke very harshly and pulled the rubber band of the slingshot, aiming it at Zhu Yuantang. Although this boy is only 6 or 7 years old, he weighs 90 kilograms, which is heavier than an ordinary girl. He is also dark and strong. If he really fights, his fighting power is not low. Zhu Yuantang was scolded and got angry. He immediately shouted, "If you are crazy again, I will let my mother beat you when you come back tonight." Dong Dong was not afraid at all. He pulled the slingshot in his hand longer. "I will let my grandmother beat your mother." Zhu Yuantang was furious. There was no male fighting power in her family. Even a little boy dared to bully her at will. Dong Dong grabbed the slingshot and was about to hit someone. The child didn't know the consequences and aimed at Zhu Yuantang's face. If the slingshot hit him, the consequences would be terrible. At this time, Jiang Ning reached out and grabbed his slingshot. He twisted it twice and said, "What a broken slingshot." He threw it away casually. Dong Dong was empty-handed and hadn't reacted to the fact that his slingshot had been taken away. 2 seconds later, he yelled, "How dare you take my slingshot?" Jiang Ning looked at him and straightened up. His 1.80 meter height was much more powerful than his 1.40 meter height. "Little boy, I heard that you are not convinced." Jiang Ning clenched his fist and shook it in front of him. Dong Dong's expression changed from arrogant to frightened. He turned around and picked up the slingshot in disgrace. Jiang Ning sneered, "TSK." Zhu Chuchu was happy to see Jiang Ning's attitude, but she also found it a little funny. It turned out that he would bully children. Zhu Yuantang felt much more relaxed. She had lived here for a few years and knew how hateful Dong Dong was. He was a complete little bully. Now that he had Jiang Ning, if he dared to be arrogant again, she would hire Jiang Ning to beat him up. After being intimidated, Dong Dong did not come to harass him for the time being. He held the slingshot in the open space and aimed at the old man next door and the sparrows on the tree. Uncle Zhang, who was watching from the side, smacked his lips. Why didn't Jiang Ning beat up the kid? Dong Dong's grandmother was a crazy woman. She might make a scene. Uncle Zhang suffered a loss at the hands of Jiang Ning. He lost a pig's tail and was very depressed. Without the interruption of the naughty child, Zhu Yuantang continued to play games on his iPad. After a while, Dong Dong came over again. He stretched his head to watch for 2 minutes and thought the game was fun. He came up to grab Zhu Yuantang's iPad. "Let me play for a while." Jiang Ning frowned. He was really uneducated. No wonder Tong Tong hated him. He blocked and bounced his hand forward. Dong Dong's snatching action immediately stopped. He took 2 steps back and sat on the ground. The fat old lady came over quickly and cared. "Oh, my little darling, what's wrong with you?" With the support of his grandmother, Dong Dong pointed at Zhu Yuantang and shouted, "I want to play with the tablet. I want to play with the tablet." Zhu Yuantang ignored him. Seeing no response, Dong Dong immediately rolled on the ground. Uncle Zhang, who was nearby, saw this and thought there was going to be something interesting to watch. He knew that with Jiang Ning's personality, he would definitely have a fight with Dong Dong. So today, he didn't even take his dog out for a walk, just to watch the show. "Zio Zhu, isn't it just a tablet? What's wrong with giving it to Dong Dong? How can it bother anyone?" the fat old lady accused. "If someone can raise such a grandson, don't expect him to have a good character." Zhu Yuantang would not give it to her. The year before last, it was the same. Dong Dong wanted to play with his mother's Nokia phone, so his mother gave it to him. When she took it back, she owed dozens of yuan. Zhu Yuantang felt so bad for his mother. After learning the lesson, how could she repeat the same mistake again? Seeing that Zhu Yuantang would not give it to her, the fat old lady continued to blame her, saliva splashing out, and Jiang Ning used a barrier to bounce it back. He couldn't stand the old lady's splashing, and said lightly, "This is my tablet." The fat old lady choked up. "Young man, who are you?" Uncle Zhang explained, "The person who rented the house of Zhu's sister." When the fat old lady heard that it was a tenant, she became more confident. "Give the tablet to my grandson to play with. I will talk to Zio Zhu and ask her to reduce the rent for you." Zhu Chuchu and Zhu Yuantang were shocked by her shamelessness. Jiang Ning waved his hand and said unceremoniously, "Hurry up and let your grandson stay away. He is disturbing me while I'm playing games." When the fat old lady heard it, she pointed at Jiang Ning's nose and said in a very aggressive tone, "How do you talk like that?" Dong Dong howled, "I want to play with the tablet. I want to play with the tablet." Uncle Zhang saw that the two sides had started arguing and laughed. Hey, he didn't mind the big deal. He added fuel to the fire. "Isn't it just a tablet? What's wrong with you letting Dong Dong play with it? Old man, be a little more generous." He patted Dong Dong on the shoulder. "Ziana Dong, don't cry. Uncle will give you a mobile phone to play with." Uncle Zhang took out his Samsung mobile phone and put it in Ziana Dong's hand. Who knew that Ziana Dong took the phone and smashed it to the ground, howling, "I want that tablet." The force of the throw was really strong. The Samsung phone bounced twice on the ground, the screen facing up, and it was shattered into pieces. Everyone present saw it. Zhu Chuchu covered her mouth and laughed. Zhu Yuantang looked at Uncle Zhang, and Jiang Ning curled his lips. Uncle Zhang's face turned black, and he quickly picked up the phone. Seeing the tragic screen shattered, the fat lady's face jumped. The fat old lady's expression changed, knowing that something had happened, and immediately passed the blame. "Xiao Zhang, you put it in my grandson's hand yourself. Don't blame Dong Dong." Uncle Zhang, "Bullshit." 5 minutes. Zhu Yuantong, Jiang Ning, and Chuchu sat at the door and drank ice water. On the muddy ground at the door, the fat old lady rolled around. The ground was full of dust and smoke, and the fat old lady kept cursing fiercely. "Come and see, come out and see. A 40-year-old man is arguing with a child of a few years old." The fat old lady kept howling. The old man and teacher Kyan came out to mediate. Uncle Zhang didn't get any compensation, and he felt bad. He sat down on the ground feeling aggrieved. "Damn it, wait for me." Uncle Zhang was thinking about how to get back at his wits' end. He frowned for a long time, and suddenly thought of the hornet's nest under the big poplar tree. Chapter 423 Barter. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun, which had been working for a long time, was ready to enter the fishing mode. It faded its excitement. The scorching light was no longer strong, and the whole world became cold. The light vermilion illuminated the world, and the floating clouds at dusk were colorful, purple, and red. Zhu Chuchu looked far to the west, holding the phone horizontally, taking pictures of the sky, wanting to record this day, these clouds, and this dark green field. Dong Dong refused to pay for the screen compensation. He held a slingshot, aimed here and there, and fired a mud ball, hitting the little yellow dog. Wow. Dong Dong laughed, but his eyes still looked at the door of Zhu's house from time to time. Sooner or later, he would take the tablet away to play with. When Zhu Yuantang was not at home, he would go home directly to get it. Uncle Zhang squatted for a while, and after thinking of a way, he went home and brought a rice bowl. He picked up a big bone, and the stewed bones were attached to large pieces of meat. Uncle Zhang ate the meat with big mouthfuls. It was so delicious. He deliberately passed by Dong Dong. Dong Dong is a child who loves to eat. Otherwise, how could he grow to a height of 1.4 meters at the age of 6 or 7? Uncle Zhang smacked his lips while eating meat. Dong Dong, who was greedy, stopped playing with the slingshot and watched Uncle Zhang eat. He took 2 steps forward. If it was Xianafan next door who was eating meat, he would definitely take it away, but Uncle Zhang was a butcher, strong and powerful, and Dong Dong didn't dare to take it away. "It smells good. It smells good." Uncle Zhang raised his thumb and ate a big piece. Zhu Chuchu was wearing a plain white dress, which was a little dazzling. Her eyes were like a pool of clear water. When she looked around, she noticed something unusual. Her eyes slightly deviated and looked at Jiang Ning, as if saying, "Uncle Zhang might have an idea." Jiang Ning nodded gently, indicating that there was no need to worry. After getting the answer, Zhu Chuchu's eyes floated with the little green waves, and the corners of her mouth, which were originally pursed, were raised into a beautiful arc. Zhu Yuantang was unaware of the exchange between the two. After she smelled the fragrance, she saw the big bone in Uncle Zhang's hand. The meat on the big bone was very good, but it was a pity that she would get sick of it if she ate too much. Zhu Yuantang preferred to eat spare ribs. Uncle Zhang picked up the big bone and waved it in front of Dong Dong. The aroma of the meat floated out, and Dong Dong greedily reached out to grab it. But how could Uncle Zhang let him succeed? He smiled and withdrew his hand, and took a big bite himself. Dong Dong was so anxious that he wanted to reach out to grab the meat. Uncle Zhang shouted, "You can't eat the big bone meat." Dong Dong was a little bully. He could eat whatever he wanted at home on weekdays. He was not convinced. "Why can't I eat it?" Uncle Zhang's ferocious face, his eyes turned, and he was actually a little cunning. "My big bone meat, only men can eat it." He pretended to show his arms. His strong arms were full of muscles and had explosive power. Zhu Yuantang curled her lips and said disapprovingly, "Huh, you are so strong, but you still can't beat my Jiang Ning." Fortunately, she spoke softly, otherwise Uncle Zhang would definitely be furious. Dong Dong shouted, "I'm a man." He is the strongest kid of his age, and he can beat 3 people in a row. If he is not a man, what is a man? Uncle Zhang questioned. "You are not a man." Dong Dong spread his legs and slapped his belly, making a loud noise. "I'm a man." Uncle Zhang showed his true colors. "A man dares to hit a hornet's nest. Do you dare?" Dong Dong, "I dare." Seeing that he took the bait, Uncle Zhang pointed to the big tree more than 100 meters away. "There is a hornet's nest at the bottom of the tree over there. If you dare to hit a hornet's nest, I admit that you are a man. When you come back, we will drink big bowls of wine and eat big bowls of meat." Dong Dong has red new water margin, and he is most eager to see the heroes in it eating meat. He immediately became excited. He didn't care what kind of hornet's nest it was, even if it was the sky, he dared to poke it. "I'll go now." Dong Dong clenched his slingshot and strode forward, looking like the king of the world. Passing by a small greenhouse, where vegetables were grown, he went up and pulled off the plastic sheet and draped it behind him like a majestic cape. He challenged the hornet's nest from behind, brave and lonely. Zhu Chachu looked strange. Hornets are very powerful and poisonous. Zhu Yuantang's eyes lit up. "Is there honey in the hornet's nest?" The honey lemons she made were all bought honey. Zhu Yuantang thought wild honey might taste better. Zhu Chachu denied it. "No, only bees' nests have honey. Hornets are omnivorous and can't make honey." When Zhu Yuantang heard that there was no honey, his interest in the hornet's nest decreased greatly. Dong Dong ran to a few trees in the west and looked up. He saw a grey paper ball as big as a human head. Around the paper ball were large black and yellow hornets, making dense buzzing sounds. Dong Dong was not afraid. He took out a small stone from his pocket and put it in the slingshot pocket. He pulled the rubber band to launch the slingshot, but the stone went astray. Dong Dong thought of the big bone that Uncle Zhang promised him. In anger, he picked up the broken bamboo pole on the ground, raised his hands high, rushed forward, and shouted, "Take my stick." He jumped into the air and smashed the big paper ball with a stick. The hornet's nest looked fragile, but it was actually very strong. It didn't fall down after being hit by Dong Dong's stick, but just shook violently. Dong Dong was ecstatic. "I'm a man. I want to eat meat." He was so excited that he picked up the bamboo pole and prepared to hit it again. Before he swung the stick, several big hornets launched a fierce attack. Dong Dong could even see the hairs on the surface of the hornets and the terrifying stinger. He waved the stick like a general with the courage of 10,000 men, hitting the attacking hornets. However, the wasp circled around and easily dodged the stick, and its tail pointed at Dong Dong's arm. Dong Dong felt as if he had been electrocuted, and the pain was so great that he let go of the bamboo pole and flew away. He screamed and ran back, and several wasps chased him and hit him again. Dong Dong screamed and ran to the bungalow, and his voice shook all the residents, and everyone ran out. The fat old lady saw her grandson and ran over quickly. "Oh, my grandson, my grandson, my grandson, what's wrong with you?" The fat old lady rubbed her grandson's head. Dong Dong cried and howled. Wasp stung me." He was in so much pain that tears and snot came out, and his previous arrogant look was completely gone. The fat old lady looked over and saw that there were indeed several red spots on her grandson's face, arms, and neck. Jiang Ning thought he was howling too loudly, so he used a formation to reduce the volume. Seeing that her grandson was howling so loudly, the fat old lady followed and howled, "Damn it, who has a wasp stung my grandson?" When everyone heard it, they couldn't comfort him. Dong Dong cried out, "Kill the hornets, kill them." Dong Dong could still shout at first, but after a while, the hornet venom began to take effect. His lips were as hen and his complexion was obviously abnormal. Even Uncle Zhang, who was watching the show, noticed something was wrong. The uncle next door said, "Send him to the hospital quickly, don't let anything happen. The sting of hornets is so strong that it can kill people." He used to be a rural person. Someone in that area was stung by a nest of hornets and died. The hornet venom is very strong. The fat old lady was scared out of her wits. The uncle went back to the house and pushed the electric tricycle. "Hurry up and get on the car. I'll take you to the hospital." The fat old lady quickly picked up her grandson who was half dead and got on the tricycle. Zhu Yuantang was left stunned and in disbelief. Being stung by a wasp, it turns out to be so serious. Zhu Chuchu knew a lot. Wasps are much more powerful than honeybees. They must not be provoked. I saw on TV that some professional beekeepers dare not touch a wild wasp nest. Zhu Yuantang thought of Dong Dong's miserable condition and quickly said, "I will definitely not provoke it." In Zhu Yuantang's view, being stung and going to the hospital was a big deal. Zhu Chuchu's beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned, and her delicate face reflected a slight worry. "I'm worried that Dong Dong has angered the wasp. Once the wasp goes crazy, it will sting anyone it sees. Someone in my uncle's village poked a wasp's nest the day before yesterday, and people passing by were stung the next day. What should I do? What if my mother gets stung?" Zhu Yuantang was worried. Immediately, she gritted her teeth fiercely and decided to do it once and for all. "Let's go, Jiang Ning, let's burn the wasp's nest." Jiang Ning put away his phone and stood up. "Lead the way. Zhu Chuchu just talked about nothing. Don't go." She stopped him. Jiang Ning was indeed powerful and could beat up the gangsters, but wasps were much more difficult to deal with than gangsters. Humans can't fight them with bare hands. If you want to solve the wasp's nest, you must find firefighters and let professionals deal with it. She persuaded him a few times, but Jiang Ning was still indifferent. Zhu Chuchu gave up trying to dissuade him and supported his idea, offering advice. "If you really want to get rid of a wasp's nest, it's best to smoke it, burn it, or use insecticide." Zhu Yuantang thought about it and waved her hand. "Can I use an electric mosquito swatter?" Zhu Chuchu, "In theory, it's feasible. The premise is that you need to wear a protective suit." There was no protective suit at home, so Zhu Yuantang had to give up. "Zhu Chuchu, you must be prepared. Dong Dong just ended up like this." Jiang Ning assured, "Don't worry, I'm definitely more prepared than him." "Tong Tong, get some oil. I'll go back to the house to get the tools." Jiang Ning arranged. Zhu Chuchu felt much calmer when she saw that he was willing to use fire attack. He was willing to listen to her advice. He was not as arrogant as she thought. The pre-war mobilization was very fast. Zhu Yuantang prepared fuel and lighters, and Zhu Chuchu went home to find 2 raincoats to use as protective clothing. When she saw Jiang Ning, Zhu Chuchu was stunned for a second. She saw Jiang Ning holding a nunchaku, and he even waved it twice. "Zhu Chuchu, is this called full preparation?" After all, Dong Dong took a slingshot, which is a long-range weapon. Jiang Ning told Tong Tong, "When we get there, you listen to my instructions." Zhu Yuantang jumped up and down to support. Okay. After determining the strategy, Jiang Ning waved his hand and the army set off. He led the way. On the way forward, Uncle Zhang squatted on the ground smoking, looking worried. He just wanted to teach Dong Dong a lesson, to avenge the smash of his phone, but who knew that the wasp was so fierce that Dong Dong was sent to the hospital. "What are you doing?" Uncle Zhang asked. Zhu Yuantang, "Punish evil and promote good." After that, she trotted a few steps to catch up with Jiang Ning. She was the logistical support for this expedition. Without her, Jiang Ning could not exert his full strength. After walking more than 100 meters, Jiang Ning stopped and looked up. A grey wasp nest as big as a basketball was hanging on the tree. Dozens of wasps were buzzing around it, making people's skin numb. What a big wasp! The wasp nests seen in the village before were less than half the size of the one in front of him. Zhu Chuchu didn't dare to get too close. Wasps have a violent temper and are very protective of their nests. The current wasp nest is fine. Once the nest is destroyed, the wasps will indiscriminately attack all creatures passing by in a short period of time. So wasps are quite scary creatures. If ordinary people provoke them, they will end up miserably. Zhu Chuchu knew Jiang Ning's character. If you have made up your mind, we can pour oil on the beehive and then set it on fire. However, there are still flying wasps around, so it is difficult to catch them all. Jiang Ning said, put on your raincoats first and step back. Seeing Zhu Chuchu hesitate, he said, put on quickly. Zhu Yuantang decisively put on his raincoat. Jiang Ning, if the wasps bite you, remember to run. I know you run very fast and the wasps can't catch up with you. That's right. Jiang Ning did not comment. He showed his nunchaku and said, Tang Tang, help me pour the oil. So, Zhu Yuantang poured the oil on the nunchaku in front of Chuchu's surprised eyes. Zhu Chuchu was confused. Why is it different from what I thought? After the nunchaku was dipped in oil, Jiang Ning went to the field and picked up a fist-sized piece of soil. Zhu Yuantang led Chuchu back. Go. Jiang Ning threw the soil in an instant and hit the wasp's nest accurately. Bang! The soil clods shattered and flew, and the wasp nest suffered a fatal blow and fell from the tree, which was a great sight to watch. The next second, the angry wasp swept in densely, with overwhelming power, and the buzzing sound rang in their ears. Such horror frightened Zhu Chuchu and Zhu Yuantang. Jiang Ning pressed the lighter slowly and lit one end of the nunchaku, and the flames burned fiercely. Jiang Ning held the nunchaku, swung his wrist, and the burning nunchaku turned, gradually increasing in speed, forming a big fire wheel. Zhu Yuantang saw Jiang Ning dancing the fire wheel and rushing forward. The hornets that swept in hit the wheel of fire, so vulnerable that they were burned in an instant. Jiang Ning danced with great power, and the speed of the nunchaku was too fast, and the flames connected into one side. The gorgeous fire wheel bloomed in the sunset, which was beautiful beyond words. If someone got closer, they could clearly see that Zhu Yuantang and Zhu Chuchu's eyes were shining with red flames. The wasps burned by the flames fell to the ground, and the remaining wasps continued to attack fearlessly. Jiang Ning was worried that he couldn't kill them all, so he urged his spiritual power to call out all the wasps in the hive. He burned them for a full minute, and the place where he landed was full of wasp corpses. Jiang Ning threw the nunchaku aside. Zhu Yuantang rushed over and was extremely excited. Jiang Ning, you are so awesome. Unlike usual, perhaps because of the stuffiness of the raincoat and the high temperature of the flames, her face was flushed. Zhu Yuantang took out a tissue and stood on tiptoe to wipe Jiang Ning's sweat. She guessed that Jiang Ning must be hot, so she wiped his forehead and found that he was not sweating. Zhu Yuantang took back the tissue in disappointment. Zhu Chuchu held a cup with honey lemonade in it, and she was embarrassed to give it to him. Jiang Ning stepped on the wasps all over the ground, making a strange sound. He picked up the wasp's nest, probed it with his spiritual sense, and said with satisfaction, there are good things in it. Speaking of the spoils, Jiang Ning led 2 logistics soldiers and returned to the capital. Uncle Zhang had just finished a phone call and learned that Dang Dang was fine, and he was finally relieved. He came to join in the fun. When he saw the beehive in Jiang Ning's hand, his face trembled, and he took a half step back and said in surprise, you kid poked a wasp's nest? Zhu Yuantang, of course. Jiang Ning burned all the wasps. This is our spoils of war. Jiang Ning stopped and tore open the beehive. He saw that in the dense holes, there were bee pupae-like insects, some of which were still twisting, which was extremely shocking to the eyes. Zhu Chuchu couldn't bear to watch it. She was a little afraid of this. Zhu Yuantang also felt that it was hot. Uncle Zhang's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands excitedly. Zio Jiang, can you give me the beehive? Jiang Ning stopped and looked at him straight. Honeybee pupae are fried and are a very good dish. Most people can't eat them at all. Uncle Zhang has eaten them before. They are golden after frying, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Not to mention how delicious they are. But this thing is hard to buy and expensive, not to mention wild ones. Uncle Zhang knows the rules and said quickly, don't worry, Uncle won't let you suffer a loss. I still have 5 or 6 pounds of ribs at home, the best, the most expensive on the pig. I'll give you the ribs in exchange, okay? Uncle Zhang was really greedy. Jiang Ning asked Tang Tang for his opinion. Zhu Yuantang was afraid of honeybee pupae. Okay, let's exchange. Uncle Zhang was so happy that he went home and brought the ribs and then left with the honeycomb. Zhu Yuantang smiled happily. Let's go. Let's fry the ribs and eat them. Zhu Chuchu stared at the pot of ribs and felt ridiculous. Chapter 424 Online and Offline. At the door of the bungalow, Uncle Zhang took the beehive home to clean up. Today he ate bee pupae with wine. Zhu Yuantang struggled to hold the stainless steel basin. Stew, braise, stir fry, deep fry. Which one do you choose? 5 or 6 pounds of ribs are enough for several meals. In order to prevent getting tired of eating, Zhu Yuantang decided to store most of them in the refrigerator. Zhu Chuchu did not make any suggestions. The ribs were brought by Jiang Ning, and he had the right to dispose of them. Try fried ribs, Jiang Ning suggested. Fry 2 pounds? Zhu Yuantang, there will be some left by then, leave it for mom to try. Zhu Yuantang got some ginger, cooking wine, soy sauce, starch, etc., and marinated the ribs first. The process was a bit long, and needed to wait. The three ran to the door, and watched the sunset and the clouds rolling. I don't know who knocked over the ink pot, and the black gradually dyed the sky, slowly swallowing the brilliance of the sun, and finally the colorful clouds on the horizon disappeared. It was dark. Zhu Yuantang turned on the light at the door, and a bunch of tiny flying insects lingered around the light ball. She suddenly said, "It seems that there has been no power outage since the Chinese New Year this year. I remember that there were several power outages last year." Zhu Chuchu said, "It's not the hottest time now. In a few days, every household will turn on the air conditioner, and the power consumption will be high. I'm afraid it's time to cut off the power." When she lived in the village before, there were frequent power outages in the summer. When that happened, Zhu Chuchu couldn't study. She went outside in the dark, listened to her mother and neighbors chatting, and waited for the power to come back together. Jiang Ning listened to their conversation without any expression. Power outage? Probably impossible. He lived in Hebei, and Xiao Shuangshan would arrange everything for his life without his instructions. Unless someone deliberately cut off the power line, but only Jiang Ning would do this. Last time, Xiao Shuangshan planned to connect the natural gas in the city to the Hebei bungalow, but Jiang Ning considered it, and didn't let her do it. While chatting, a tricycle came back, and Uncle Tang from next door came home. Zhu Yuantang inquired about the news. "Uncle, hasn't Dong Dong come back yet?" Dong Dong cried so hard that he almost lost his life. Before going to the hospital, his lips were purple and looked extremely serious. Uncle Tang said, "He is on 4th drip in the hospital. Alas, the bastard is usually very powerful, but today he dared to provoke a wasp. He is going to die." Neighbor teacher Khan asked, "How much did it cost?" "Don't mention it. Several hundred are gone. I'm afraid there will be a lot of follow-up. It hurts me to see it." Teacher Khan sighed. "You can bargain everywhere, but you can't bargain in the hospital. You have to pay as much as you are told to pay." Uncle Tang nodded and sympathized. "Buy some things tomorrow, and go to the hospital to see Dong Dong." Teacher Khan didn't respond when he heard it. Dong Dong is a naughty child. Last year, he killed several chickens in his family. He was so angry that he went to the fat old lady to reason with her and was scolded. Teacher Khan is a scholar who teaches after all. How can he resist a country shrew? Until now, Teacher Khan still feels resentful. Zhu Yuantang shouted, "Uncle Tang, your vegetable shed is great." Uncle Tang was relieved when he heard this. In his spare time, he built a shed and planted some small green vegetables. He had vegetables to eat all year round and didn't need to buy vegetables at all. "Hey, that shed I built. It's so great. I'll share some with you when the loofahs are ripe in a while." Zhu Yuantang thanked him politely and tilted his head. "But, your shed seems to have a problem." The shed was Uncle Tang's treasure, and he didn't care after hearing this. "What's wrong with the shed?" "The vegetables are growing tender." He said this, but his feet moved. Uncle Tang was holding a flashlight and approached. He jumped back in surprise. "Oh my god, where is my shed?" In the dark night, a few bamboo poles stood alone, and the plastic sheets on them disappeared. Even if Uncle Tang was well-mannered, he was angry at this moment. He hurried back to ask about the situation. Zhu Yuantang said, "Dong Dong has torn off your plastic sheet." Uncle Tang's face turned livid. Uncle Zhang laughed. "Old Tang, will you still see Dong Dong tomorrow?" Uncle Tang jumped up, his beard almost flying off in anger. "I'll see him. I'll settle the score with him when he comes back." In a rage, Uncle Tang removed the battery of the electric tricycle and decided not to take them home. After the ribs were marinated, Zhu Yuantang put on an apron and put the ribs in the oil pan, with Chacha helping out. Jiang Ning found a bench to sit on and wait for dinner. Zhu Yuantang knew that Jiang Ning had made a great contribution today, so he didn't use him. The ribs were coated with flour and starch and fried, and the oil pan sizzled. Zhu Yuantang inherited her mother's cooking skills and took it to a higher level. She is very good at cooking. The ribs used are selected ribs, not greasy. The best ingredients are matched with her skills, and a plate of golden and fragrant ribs on both sides is fried. After draining the oil, Zhu Yuantang got a handful of fragrant sesame seeds and sprinkled them on the crispy surface of the ribs. Zhu Chacha brought half a melon from home. It was a seedless watermelon. In today's melons that cost only a few cents a pound, this melon sold for 1.5 yuan a pound. She cut the cold watermelon into square pieces of red melon flesh and dropped them into the basin. Jiang Ning moved the table to the door as usual. In summer, breakfast is usually in the yard, and lunch and dinner are moved to the spacious main room. Dinner is simple but rich, with fried ribs, ice watermelon, honey lemonade, both meat and vegetables, and it is easy to eat. Zhu Chachu sat upright on the bench, which formed a sharp contrast with Zhu Yuantang, who was sitting next to her without any manners. After waiting for the two to eat first, Zhu Chachu bit a piece of ribs. The batter on the outside was fried crispy, and the meat inside was tender and fresh. The bones at the innermost part were very fragrant. It was much better than eating by herself. Uncle Zhang, the neighbor, was also having dinner. His wife had gone back to her parents' home. He sat happily on the stone platform at the door. On the high bench was a pot of fried beef pupi. He also had some wine. The beef pupi tasted very good. Not only were they crispy, but they were also a little sweet. With some seasoning, they were a perfect side dish. Uncle Zhang's black-backed wolf dog was sniffing around, but wild beef pupi were too expensive. It was hard to buy them, even if he had money. Uncle Zhang didn't have enough for himself, let alone feed the dog. The black-backed wolf dog circled around a few times, and Jiang Ning threw out a piece of pork ribs. The wolf dog ran away quickly. Uncle Zhang cursed. Jiang Ning next door used both kindness and force. He was afraid that the wolf dog he had raised with great effort would rebel one day. Teacher Khan next door put his hands behind his back and turned around. Old Zhang, what are you eating? It smells so good. Uncle Zhang sipped his wine and said proudly, fried beef pupi, you haven't eaten it before. Teacher Khan really hadn't eaten it before, so he paid attention and deliberately asked, what is this? Can you eat it? Uncle Zhang, bullshit, it's delicious. Try two. He only pinched two. Teacher Khan didn't mind his dirty hands, tasted one, and the mellow and aftertaste, and couldn't help but eat the other one. Uncle Zhang, how does it taste? Teacher Khan, what can you taste from two? Uncle Zhang killed pigs and sold pork. He was not stupid. Seeing that he was eating deliciously, he guessed his thoughts. In front of Teacher Khan, they drank happily and ate food. Zhu Yuantang threw a bone, drawing a beautiful parabola, and before it landed, the black wolf dog jumped up and caught it in its mouth. Haha, there's no need to deal with bones after dinner. Zhu Yuantang smiled. I think it's good to have a dog eating bones, she said. Zhu Chachu, yeah, let him go. After he finishes eating the bones, we don't have to worry about it. That's good. Thanks to the wasps, we can eat the ribs. Zhu Yuantang remembered who made the contribution. Zhu Yuantang tasted the sweet and sour lemonade. It's all the wasps' fault. If Jiang Ning had destroyed their nest, they would have been obedient. Maybe I wouldn't let Jiang Ning attack them. Zhu Chachu finished eating the melon and said, you destroyed someone else's house, so they must have chased you and beaten you. After chatting for a while, Zhu Yuantang said, Chachu, when will you start school? She is a student at number 4 middle school and has a full summer vacation. Chachu, on the other hand, is said to have very few vacations. Me. School starts on Sunday morning. In fact, Zhu Chachu didn't want to go to class because she had to pay for supplementary lessons, which was also a big burden. The day after tomorrow, Zhu Yuantang said, regretting that Chachu couldn't enjoy the summer vacation with her. But it doesn't matter, she will enjoy it for Chachu. Jiang Ning, what are we going to do tomorrow? Zhu Yuantang used to take his summer vacation lightly, but with Jiang Ning, it was different. He had wonderful expectations for tomorrow. Jiang Ning thought for a while and said, watch movies and play games at home during the day tomorrow. I'll take you to have fun in the afternoon. Zhu Yuantang looked expectantly. What fun? You'll know tomorrow. Well, okay. The meal took nearly an hour, and the ribs on the plate were almost empty. Jiang Ning asked, didn't you say to leave a few pieces for your mother? Zhu Yuantang, my mother eats well every day, so there's no need to leave any for her. July 4th. In the lake view room of Zuha Lake, Wei Zishan had fun until 2 am last night and slept until 10 am. When she woke up, Wei Zishan hadn't removed her makeup all night, and her complexion was so pale that Li Shi almost cried out, thinking she had dreamed of a ghost. Boring, boring, too boring. There's no bar to go clubbing. The mall is shabby, and there's nothing to sell. Wei Zishan complained all the time in the morning. Shishi, how can you live in such a small city? Compared with Shanghai and foreign countries, this place is simply a remote countryside. Apart from the delicious crayfish and barbecue, and Jiang Ning, there was no place for her to stay. Wei Zishan opened the door. In the living room, Lin Xiaopang, Zhuang Jianhu, and Yuan Lin were playing LOL with their laptops. When they heard the noise, they looked over there and were startled. It was a ghost. Oh, it turned out to be Wei Zishan, so it was okay. Wei Zishan asked, Fadlin, where is Xuan? I came all the way here just for her. Where is she? Lin Zida explained. Xuan is busy talking to her aunt. Seeing that Wei Zishan looked even more like a ghost, he said quickly, Zishan, I'll take you boating. What the hell, do you want to kill me with heat? Then I'll take you to a farmhouse tonight. The roasted whole lamb is guaranteed to be delicious. Lin Zida promised again that, since she came from afar to play, he should really treat her. Wei Zishan, I have no appetite. Lin Zida frowned. What do you want to do, aunt? Wei Zishan, ask Jiang Ning to add me as a friend. Lin Zida had no choice. He and Jiang Ning were usually friends, unlike Wang Yang from class 8. Jiang Ning didn't try to please him, so he would only say a few words at most. Looking at Wei Zishan's ghost makeup, Lin Zida was even less confident. I'll try. Lin Zida didn't dare to guarantee it. He took advantage of the hero's death to send a message to Jiang Ning and unexpectedly received a reply. Okay. Lin Zida said in surprise, Zishan, try adding her again. At the same time, Jiang Ning agreed to be a friend, and Wei Zishan was surprised. You are really amazing, Xiaopang. With the friend status, Wei Zishan felt that she had taken the first step to conquer Jiang Ning. Today, the weather is still hot. Zhu Yuantang went to Chachu's place for breakfast, and then stayed in Jiang Ning's room for the whole day, watching movies and playing games. She ate a lot of snacks for half a day, and went on strike at noon without cooking, so Jiang Ning was hungry. It was too hot outside, and she didn't want to leave Jiang Ning's room at all. Until the sun went down, and the hot temperature outside dropped, Jiang Ning tasted the picture Wei Zishan sent him, and replied with a message, very good. Then he turned the chair. It's time. Zhu Yuantang jumped up from the sofa. She had been waiting for a long time. Let's go, catch loaches. Jiang Ning told her today's itinerary in the morning. Zhu Yuantang went home to get a plastic bucket and a basin, and then called Chachu, and after getting ready, they set off. Jiang Ning walked at the end, and Zhu Yuantang couldn't stop talking. Chachu, you can eat loaches tonight. Now Jiang Ning's position in her heart has risen to the highest level. As long as he said it, it must be achieved. Zhu Chachu is more rational. She can always stay calm at all times. She is a firm materialist. There are few loaches in the world now, right? Zhu Chachu said. There were many loaches in the past few years. With environmental pollution and large-scale fishing, there are not many loaches even in their village. There are some, but they are hard to find. Zhu Yuantang didn't care. Jiang Ning will definitely find loaches. As she walked, she swung the plastic bucket, showing her momentum. Uncle Zhang next door saw it and shouted, "What are you doing with the bucket?" "Catching loaches." Uncle Zhang laughed and said, "That thing is not easy to catch. I'm afraid you've made a wasted trip." Zhu Yuantang, "It's not easy to poke a hornet's nest either." Uncle Zhang shook his head and said, "If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer the consequences." Dong Dong at the door had a swollen face and stared at Uncle Zhang angrily. He listened to Uncle Zhang and paid a heavy price to become a man. Zhu Yuantang led the way in front and walked aimlessly. She looked at the fields around her, stunned, and temporarily gave the leading position to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning led the way calmly. He went to the river dam first, but did not go uphill. Instead, he went along the ditch below the river dam and went west. Zhu Yuantang and Zhu Chuchu followed carefully behind. There were weeds growing in the fields. Some of the weeds were rough and could easily scratch their calves. A ditch next to them was about 2 or 3 meters wide, extending from east to west, and from time to time a stream of water flowed to the fields in the south. The weather has been hot recently, and it hasn't rained for a long time. The water in the ditch has gradually dried up, often stopping and forming puddles. Zhu Yuantang passed by a puddle and looked at the clear water surface. Chuchu, do you think there are loaches here? Zhu Chuchu denied. The water is too clear. It feels like dead water. There shouldn't be. Okay. Continue forward. Pass by a section of ditches. Some places are completely dry and some places are bottomless. Finally, Jiang Ning turned a corner and walked south along the straight flow of a ditch for dozens of meters and stopped in front of a puddle 3 or 5 meters long. The ditch was surrounded by wild grass on both sides, and the water was slightly turbid, forming a small aquatic ecosystem. Jiang Ning's consciousness passed through and confirmed, it's here. Zhu Yuantang looked at the water and then at the river dam in the distance. This place is a little far from the river dam, so there is no need to be watched by others. Sprinkle water first. Jiang Ning said, only by splashing the water can they see the loaches clearly. Zhu Yuantang carried the bucket. Okay. Zhu Lake. Wei Zishan. Ah. He actually treated me perfunctorily. I want to kill him. She had almost never been treated like this before. She angrily said to Li Shi beside her, do you know where he lives? She wanted to kill Jiang Ning offline. Chapter 425 Touching Loaches and Buying Loaches. Where does Jiang Ning live? Hearing the meaning of Wei Zishan's words, Li Shi was stunned for a moment and then asked, do you want to kill him? Wei Zishan finally took off her thick makeup. At this moment, she was like taking off a mask and her bare face was revealed in front of Li Shi. She was 15 or 16 years old, with smooth skin, but with faint dark circles under her eyes and pale complexion. The girl looked a little listless. Wei Zishan gritted her teeth and took cold rays shot out of her eyes, as if she wanted to shoot Jiang Ning through. Yes, kill him. However, Li Shi saw that she was angry and said, you can't kill him, right? Li Shi thought seriously about the figure of Jiang Ning at the barbecue stall that day. Although she didn't want to admit that Jiang Ning was excellent, he did have full skills in fighting, and the gangsters couldn't do anything to him with weapons. With Wei Zishan's physique, if she wanted to kill Jiang Ning, well, Li Shi thought about it seriously and said, at least you have to bring a gun, right? Wei Zishan couldn't help rolling her eyes, and her anger subsided. Jiang Ning was so cool, why did she kill him? She, Wei Zishan, was ready to conquer this man. Do you know where he lives? Wei Zishan urgently needed to get the news. Li Shi thought for a while and said, I'll ask someone. She sent a message to Wang Yang from class 8. Do you know where Jiang Ning lives? In a farmhouse courtyard. Wang Yang was busy communicating with the boss to make sure that the roasted whole lamb in the evening was arranged. Although he was not very old, he was much more agile than his peers in dealing with people. Wang Yang took out his mobile phone and saw Li Shi's message. He replied, Sister Shishi, do you have time? Jiang Ning's situation is a bit complicated. I'll talk to you on the phone. With permission, Wang Yang dialed the phone, and Li Shi pressed the hands-free button and put the phone on the coffee table. Wang Yang didn't ask Li Shi why she wanted to find Jiang Ning. He got straight to the point. Jiang Ning's family is in a town under Guiyang County. He rented a house from Zhu Yuantang's family. Li Shi, are you still living in Zhu Yuantang's house during the summer vacation? Wang Yang said, I saw Zhu Yuantang talking in the class group the other day, and he was still living there. You remember the last spring outing, or the boating time, that dam? You entered the dam, walked 1 or 2 kilometers in, and saw a row of bungalows on the north side. He lived there. Wang Yang repeated it several times. Got it, you go ahead. Li Shi hung up the phone. Li Shi said, I have a general idea. I will show you tomorrow. Wei Zishan, I will go tonight. Li Shi looked at her incredulously. Shanshan, you. Li Shi didn't want to go. She wanted to eat roasted whole lamb in the evening. Why did she go to the river dam? Wei Zishan picked up the phone. Come with me, I want to take a look. She called the driver. When Lin Han found out that Wei Zishan was coming to Yuzhou, she specially arranged a driver for her to take care of her daily activities. After she hung up the phone and set a time, Li Shi had to accompany her. They took the elevator to the parking lot. The driver had been waiting for a long time. Soon, a black Volkswagen drove to the suburbs. River dam. The golden sunset shone on the small pond, and the shallow water surface was a little warm. Jiang Ning stepped in with slippers on. The water covered his ankle and reached his calf. The water was about 20 to 30 centimeters deep. If the remaining water volume continued for a while, the pond might be dried up by the sun. The water was a little cool. Jiang Ning treaded on the water for 2 steps, bent down and reached out to grab it. He touched a grey thumb-thick thing, and the mud strip twisted in his hand. Zhu Yuantang opened his eyes wide and pulled Chuchu. Look, there are real loaches. Jiang Ning grabbed the loach and rinsed it in the water to give it a bath. The loach showed a yellow appearance and had a few pairs of whiskers on the side of its mouth, which looked rather funny. The loach twisted wildly and tried to escape, but Jiang Ning's hands were like pliers, holding it tightly so that no matter how it twisted, it could not run away. Jiang Ning threw it to the bottom of the bucket, and the loach bounced da-da-da and made the bucket rustle. Zhu Yuantang, such a strong loach, it must be delicious. Zhu Chuchu agreed deeply. The saying doves in the sky and loaches on the ground describes the taste of loaches, not to mention wild loaches. She hasn't tasted them for several years. With Tang Tang's cooking skills, she couldn't imagine how delicious they are. Zhu Chuchu saw Jiang Ning wading through water to catch loaches, and she became interested. If we pour out the water, will it be easier to catch them? In the past, when I went fishing in the village, I often used a water pump, but now I don't have that condition. The puddle in front of us is not very big, more than 3 meters long, and about 2 meters wide. If we use a basin and a bucket, and are willing to put in some effort, we can make the water shallower. Seeing Zhu Yuantang eager to make a move, Jiang Ning smiled and said, give me the bucket. Zhu Chuchu's suggestion was accepted, and she whispered, I'll help too. Zhu Yuantang worried, what about the loaches in the bucket? Jiang Ning grabbed the bucket, turned it over with his backhand, and the loaches dived into the water in ecstasy. Zhu Yuantang felt extremely distressed. Jiang Ning comforted him, it doesn't matter, let it have fun for a while, and then catch it after the water is poured out. It can't escape. Okay. Jiang Ning picked up the bucket, filled it halfway with water, and splashed it far away with a moving sound. Seeing how hard he worked, Zhu Chuchu didn't just stand by and watch. She picked up the basin and also splashed water. Zhu Chuchu looks thin, but she often does housework. She has the toughness of a rural girl like water, and her work efficiency should not be underestimated. As for Zhu Yuantang, the 2 containers were divided up. She had no tools, and she was embarrassed to watch others work. In order to feel involved, she used both hands to help splash water. As a result, she was too clumsy and got it on her clothes. Her little face was unhappy, and Chuchu said, it's okay to wash clothes in the evening. As she spoke, she looked at Jiang Ning. He splashed water all over the sky. The water splashed with the setting sun, sparkling like countless pieces of gold, bright and beautiful. His white body was still spotless, in sharp contrast. Zhu Chuchu pursed her lips slightly and looked past Jiang Ning at the distant sky. The clouds in the sky are very strange in shape, like a rabbit. Time passed, and after more than 10 minutes, the water level of the small puddle dropped rapidly, just above the ankle. With the naked eye, you can even faintly see the shadow of the loach in the water. Jiang Ning put the bucket to the edge of the puddle, bent down and scooped it up, and caught the loach that he had released before. It's okay, Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang happily took off her sandals, stepped into the puddle, and her feet immediately sank into the mud. Her feet slipped and she trembled. Zhu Chuchu hurriedly grabbed her. Zhu Yuantang steadied her body and immediately forgot about the danger just now. All she had in her eyes was the loach. Zhu Yuantang had good eyesight. She aimed at a loach that was lying motionless, pounced with both hands, and grabbed the loach with incredible speed. As soon as she smiled, the loach swung flexibly and slipped out of her hand in the next second. It's too slippery. I can't catch it at all. Zhu Yuantang felt that the loach had no friction. Zhu Chachu tried twice, but she didn't catch it directly, but quietly inserted her hands into the mud. Zhu Yuantang was so nervous when watching, she held her breath for fear of disturbing the loach. As Zhu Chachu closed her hands, she trapped the loach in her palms at once, and the loach twisted around in her palms. She threw the loach into the bucket, and there were several loaches in the bucket at this time. Without Tang Tang asking, Zhu Chachu taught her the skills of catching loaches, such as being calm, breathing steadily, and having quick hands and eyes. In fact, Jiang Ning was even better at catching loaches. He could hold a loach in one hand and catch it accurately. However, his method could not be learned, at least not in a day or two. Zhu Yuantang learned humbly, and Zhu Chachu looked for the target for her. After several attempts, Zhu Yuantang successfully caught a slippery loach. She smiled and slowly grasped the loach in her palm, feeling the loach's twisting vitality. Zhu Yuantang stood in the muddy water, her delicate little face stained with a few drops of muddy water, and she smiled foolishly, making a series of crisp bells of laughter. Jiang Ning, look, I caught it. Zhu Yuantang felt a sense of accomplishment when she caught such a slippery little thing in her hand. She wanted to show off to everyone she knew. Zhu Yuantang, caught a loach with one hand. Zhu Chachu was affected by her stupidity, and a ray of light floated from the corner of her mouth. She turned around and raised her head. There were shadows swaying on the river dam a few dozen meters away. Some people stopped their cars and looked over here, and some people set up stalls to sell things. The setting sun at dusk shone down obliquely, and the peaceful scene of the world was deeply engraved in Zhu Chachu's heart. The black Volkswagen drove into the river dam. Wei Zishan and Li Shi, who were in the back seat, looked out the car window at the fields and rivers passing by. Wei Zishan said, the scenery is nice, better than the city. Li Shi, the scenery in remote places is mostly nice. Compared to living in the river dam and enduring many inconveniences, Li Shi prefers to live in her family's single-family villa, which has the same beautiful scenery and is next to Huqi Mountain. Although the Volkswagen was not driving very fast, it still covered a kilometer or two very quickly. Wei Zishan kept an eye on the scene outside the window. Sure enough, she saw the row of bungalows. She said to herself, so they live here. On the contrary, Li Shi's eyes, which were originally careless, suddenly froze. She saw two figures. The familiar height difference made her think of Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang. Uncle, stop the car, Li Shi said. Wei Zishan was puzzled. Shishi. Pushing open the car door, Li Shi walked to the asphalt road of the river dam and looked from a distance. It was indeed Jiang Ning. Look, isn't that the person you're looking for? Wei Zishan took a look. Really, what are they doing in the water? Li Shi guessed. It looks like they're just slacking off. They're quite good at it. Let's go down and find him. Wei Zishan thought about how Jiang Ning had perfunctorily treated her today and induced her to send photos, and she couldn't help but feel angry. She had to meet Jiang Ning. After making the decision, the two of them went down the steep dam, crossed a section of dry water, and approached Jiang Ning's location. Jiang Ning's consciousness was released, and he had already discovered them. Zhu Chachu and Zhu Yuantang also discovered them, but they didn't care. Wei Zishan walked closer and closer, and walked to the edge of the puddle with anger. She stared at Jiang Ning, who was catching loaches, and stood on the shore unquestioned. Wei Zishan shouted a word, and immediately got stuck, because she found that she didn't know what reason to use. What are you doing? Wei Zishan asked. Li Shi glanced at Zhu Yuantang and another beautiful girl with disdain. It was a pity that such a beautiful girl was slacking off in the muddy water and didn't know how to cherish her body at all. Zhu Yuantang recognized Li Shi, but as for the other girl with grey braids, she seemed to have seen her before, but was not sure. We are catching loaches. Zhu Yuantang pinched a loach to show off. Wei Zishan frowned and took 2 steps back. Zhu Yuantang noticed her disdain and her eyes dimmed. Chachu said, Jiang Ning, I don't think there are many loaches left. Jiang Ning threw the loaches in his hand into the bucket. After his spiritual sense passed through, he found that there were 30 or 40 loaches in the bucket, weighing 2 kilograms. It was worth it for him to force all the loaches out of the mud. Okay, let's call it a day. Jiang Ning knew that Tang Tang and Zhu Chachu were uncomfortable when they were watched by others. He pulled out his slippers, came out of the puddle, and reached out to help Tang Tang. With outsiders around, Zhu Yuantang became much quieter, and she hid her joy in her heart. Wei Zishan took the time to see the loaches in the bucket and wanted to take a closer look, but the little girl hid the bucket to her side. Wei Zishan cursed in her heart. Seeing that Jiang Ning didn't care, Li Shi took the initiative to say, "The loach market is good now. These loaches are enough to sell 4 dozens. If you are willing to sell, I can help collect them." Li Shi's words were full of superiority. Once before, she and her father and uncle went to the countryside to buy sheep raised by farmers. After paying the money, the other party sold them immediately with an unbelievable attitude. Li Shi could take this opportunity to let Wei Zishan realize the gap between Jiang Ning and them. "I can pay more, and you can give me the bucket as well." Li Shi considered it carefully. Jiang Ning didn't pay any attention to her at all and walked straight past her, leaving a sentence. "What makes you think I will sell?" Zhu Yuantang followed behind Jiang Ning, being the most loyal follower. Zhu Chachu added, "We are going to eat by ourselves. She is not like Tang Tang, who is silly all day long. Zhu Chachu is sensible, beautiful, and intelligent. She can clearly judge the 2 girls' plan." Wei Zishan and Li Shi watched the 3 people go away. Li Shi's face was not very good. "Forget it if you don't want to sell it. If you don't want to make money, let them do whatever they want." Wei Zishan scratched her hair, feeling that she had no idea where to start. She couldn't find Jiang Ning's weakness. It was different from the boys she had flirted with before. In the past, she only needed to give temptation and the other party would immediately stick to her like a pug. However, Jiang Ning was different. He didn't take the initiative at all, so she had no idea how to proceed. For the first time, Wei Zishan realized the difficulty and challenge faced by ordinary boys in choosing a spouse. Zhu Yuantang quickly forgot what happened just now. She calculated the seasonings at home, onions, garlic, etc. Well, there was not much ginger left, and it is best to use ginger to stew loach. "Chachu, do you have ginger at home?" Zhu Yuantang asked. Zhu Chachu, "I only have a little at home. Ginger is too expensive recently, so I didn't buy much." "Yes, my mother said last time that ginger in the vegetable market is sold for 8 yuan per catty. It has increased several times." Zhu Yuantang was surprised. Well, last year ginger was sold too cheaply, and many people stopped planting it. Today it suddenly skyrocketed. Zhu Chachu read the news and knew the reason. "Let's go to the river dam to see if there is any for sale," Zhu Yuantang said. As he said that, he climbed up the river dam with a bucket. Zhu Yuantang's face was still muddy, and his clothes were also stained with a lot of dirt. In addition, he was carrying a bucket. Passers-by guessed that they were catching loaches. They were amazed that loaches could still be caught now. There was a vegetable still next to the river dam. Green vegetables, onions, tomatoes and other vegetables were placed on plastic cloth, as well as ginger. Zhu Yuantang touched the ginger and asked the stall owner, "How much is it per catty?" The old man said, "Ginger is expensive now, 9 yuan per catty. This price is comparable to pork." Zhu Yuantang felt distressed when she heard the price, but ginger is essential for roasting loach. She picked a few pieces and weighed them on the electronic scale. It was more than 1 pound. Jiang Ning's consciousness circled around and found that there was something wrong with the electronic scale. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.